in the residence of Xianxia, the inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. Duan Ling Tian, you shouldn't be so reckless. You're lucky this time. Otherwise, you'd be severely punished even if you're not killed for injuring Zhou Fei 6 months ago, Zhang Qiu said with a darkened expression as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, if it were not for the timely appearance of the delegate from the King Qing's mansion to convey a message from King Qing, Duan Ling Tian would have been doomed. After all, the person Duan Ling Tian had severely injured was Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong's godson. Zhou Tong was usually very protective of his godson. It might be fine if Duan Ling Tian agreed to be Zhou Tong's disciple, but he knew Duan Ling Tian would never agree to it. You managed to escape unharmed this time, but you might not be so lucky next time. You're highly talented, but there are many who are as talented as you in Devata realms such as the spirit overarching heaven. If you want to be the last one standing, you need more than just talent and brute strength, Zhang Qiu advised. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Naturally, he understood that. Otherwise, he would not have come up with more than one way to deal with the consequences of injuring Zhou Fei. If he did not have ways to deal with the matter, he would not have recklessly severed Zhou Fei's limbs. However, he did not plan to explain himself to Zhang Qiu. Moreover, it was not convenient for him to explain the matter. He looked at Zhang Qiu curiously and bluntly asked, Elder Zhang Qiu, why did you take the blame for me half a year ago? I suppose it has something to do with why you said I'm lucky. Naturally, he knew there was something strange about the entire incident. Zhang Qiu replied, I took the blame for you half a year ago under the order of Lord County Governor. However, before Zhang Qiu could finish speaking, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and interjected, You're saying the county governor of the 9 Spectres County asked you to take the blame for me? Yes. Zhang Qiu nodded. Why? Duan Ling Tian asked. He did not expect the county governor would ask Zhang Qiu to take the blame on his behalf. He could not figure out the county governor's motive. After all, he had never met the county governors before. Zhang Qiu replied, It's because of the martial competition of the 16 counties that'll be held in 2.5 years, Zhang Qiu answered. Martial competition of the 16 counties? What's that? Duan Ling Tian was confused. Well, I'm sure you're aware that there are 16 counties under King Qing's mansion. Our 9 Spectres County is one of the counties, Zhang Qiu said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew about this. Similar to how Bloody Spectre City had to pay tribute in the form of celestial stones to the 9 Spectres County, the 9 Spectres County had to pay tribute to King Qing's mansion since it was under the rule of King Qing's mansion. As you know, we've gathered 30 golden celestials under the age of 100 like you 6 months ago. All of you are currently staying in the latent dragon abyss, Zhang Qiu said. Duan Ling Tian nodded again. Prior to this, I know the 30 of you were gathered due to King Qing's mansion's request. However, as I told you previously, I was not aware of the reason. 3 days after you severed Zhou Fei's limbs, a delegate from King Qing's mansion came to the estate to convey a message to Lord County Governor. He came to tell Lord County Governor that the martial competition for 16 counties would be held in 3 years in King Qing's mansion. The Golden Celestials under the age of 100 from the counties under King Qing's mansion's rule will be the participants, Zhang Qiu explained. So all of us who are living in the latent dragon abyss would have to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years? Our opponents are the Golden Celestials under the age of 100 that the other 15 counties had gathered. Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, Zhang Qiu nodded. Then, he continued to explain. It seems like King Qing's mansion places great importance on the martial competition of the 16 counties. According to Lord City Governor, King Qing's mansion will not only generously reward the top 10 participants, but also the respective counties therefrom. The top 3 participants will win 3 mediocre great overarching pills, 2 mediocre great overarching pills, and 1 mediocre great overarching pill respectively. Great overarching pills? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by the generosity of King Qing's mansion. He knew the great overarching pills could help a violet sun golden celestial become a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, ordinary mediocre celestial alchemists were unable to refine the pills. Only mediocre celestial alchemists who possessed a specific celestial fire were able to refine the pills. For this reason, to a certain extent, a mediocre great overarching pill was more precious than most prominent celestial pills. Even great overarching golden celestials could improve their cultivation bases greatly by consuming the great overarching pills. They could consume the pill to break through a bottleneck they encountered during cultivation. This was also one of the reasons why great overarching pills were precious. I'm sure you're aware of how precious mediocre great overarching pills are, right? Xianxia asked. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded before he asked in confusion. Elder Xianxia, do you know why King Qing's mansion is organizing the martial competition of the 16 counties? He felt there was more to it than just looking for rising talents from the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, King Qing's mansion would be giving out 6 precious mediocre great overarching pills for the competition. Initially, Xianxia was going to say it was to search for rising talents. However, similar to Duanling Tian, when he thought about the generous rewards, he thought things were not as simple as they seemed. Therefore, he replied with uncertainty before asking, Well, I'm not sure. In any case, you understand now why Lord City Governor asked me to take the blame for you, right? Duanling Tian nodded as his eyes gleamed. He was not stupid. After Xianxia told him about the mediocre great overarching pills that would be given to the top 3 participants and the respective counties they were from, he knew why the county governor would protect someone whom he had never met. I truly have the timely arrival of the delegate from King Qing's mansion to thank for this. He discovered that he, a nameless rookie who had just arrived from Bloody Spectre City, had inadvertently become as valuable or possibly more valuable than Shotong, the revered elder of the county governor's estate, in the county governor's eyes. Duanling Tian thought to himself, if I'm not around, the county governor would have placed his hope on Zhou Fei, Shotong's godson. However, since I easily defeated Zhou Fei and severed his limbs as soon as I arrived, the county governor has placed his hopes on me. After all, based on my strength from 6 months ago, it's obvious my chances of winning are higher than Zhou Fei. When Duanling Tian was about to leave Zhang Qiu's residence, a thunderous voice laden with anger suddenly rang in the air. Zhang Qiu. The person spoke as though Zhang Qiu was his sworn enemy. Duanling Tian was startled by the anger contained in the voice. He instinctively turned to look at Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu narrowed his eyes as he said, "It's revered elder Shotong. It seems like he has finally come out of his closed-door cultivation." He had already prepared himself for Zhou Tong to come looking for trouble with him after Zhou Tong came out from his closed-door cultivation. For this reason, he remained calm. Swoosh! Zhang Qiu lifted his hand and took a jade token out. He sent his celestial origin energy into it before it turned into a streak of light that flew off at lightning speed. With just a glance, Duanling Tian could tell it was a communication celestial talisman. It was not difficult for him to guess who Zhang Qiu had summoned. After all, there was only one man in the 9 Spectres County who was capable of suppressing Zhou Tong. The person was none other than Tian Jiyu, the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. Zhang Qiu. An elderly figure with a young man in tow appeared, accompanied by the thunderous roar. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 figures appeared in Zhang Qiu's courtyard. Swoosh! Swoosh! An old man and a young man appeared in front of Duanling Tian and Zhang Qiu in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian instantly recognized the young man whom the old man had brought with him. The young man was none other than Zhou Fei, whom he had severely injured half a year ago. The old man did not look like a wicked person, but rage could be seen in his eyes and on his face. It was not difficult for him to guess the old man was Zhou Tong, since Zhang Qiu had revealed the old man's identity. As soon as Zhou Fei arrived, he saw Duanling Tian immediately. He glared at Duanling Tian with killing intent like a venomous snake that was watching its prey. He cried out resentfully, "Duanling Tian!" Zhou Tong, who had his eyes trained on Zhang Qiu as soon as he arrived, shifted his eyes to Duanling Tian as soon as Zhou Fei bellowed in anger. His expression darkened even more as he asked, "Duanling Tian? So you're Duanling Tian?" Faced with Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei's hostile gazes, Duanling Tian merely ignored them. Instead, he turned to Zhang Qiu and asked, even though he had already known the answer, "Elder Zhang Qiu, may I know who this is?" Zhang Qiu replied cooperatively, "He's revered elder Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei's godfather." "Oh, so you're revered elder Zhou Tong." Duanling Tian feigned a surprised expression on his face before he studied Shotong. He was naturally very curious about the man whom Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, wanted to kill. All of a sudden, the dark expression on Zhou Tong's disappeared. It was replaced by a faint smile as he said, Duanling Tian, if you become my direct disciple, I won't pursue the matter where you injured Fei. At that time, you'll be brothers with Fei instead of enemies. He did not hide his intention to make Duanling Tian his disciple and directly promised to not make things difficult for Duanling Tian as long as Duanling Tian agreed to it. Xianxia did not seem surprised at all. It was clear he had already expected this to happen. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's expression remained calm. But inwardly, he disdained Zhou Tong even more. Based on Zhou Tong's words, it seemed like the things he heard about Zhou Tong were true. On the contrary, Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhou Tong's words. A panicked expression could be seen on his face. It seemed like what he was most afraid of had happened. He cried out in protest, "Godfather!" When Zhou Tong heard Zhou Fei, his expression darkened again. He turned to glare at Zhou Fei and said pointedly, "Shut up!" Zhou Fei was so frightened by this that he did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone speak up again. As Zhou Tong looked at Duanling Tian expectantly, Duanling Tian replied in a calm manner, "Revered Elder Zhou Tong, thank you for your kind offer. However, I already have a master, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." He rejected Zhou Tong without any hesitation at all. Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes that were gleaming coldly. He said in a domineering manner, "You can still accept me as your master." "Impossible. I'll never betray my master." Duanling Tian shook his head. A displeased expression appeared on Zhou Tong's face immediately while a flash of joy could be seen in Zhou Fei's voice. Nonetheless, Zhou Fei feigned anger and shouted, "Duanling Tian, it's an honor and your good fortune that my godfather intends to accept you as his disciple. How dare you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit?" He sounded as though he was enraged on his grandfather's behalf. Zhou Tong stared at Duanling Tian coldly and said, "Duanling Tian, do you think that matter is over just because Xianxia took the blame for you? Let me tell you, even Xianxia won't be able to save himself today, let alone someone like you." His tone grew grimmer and grimmer as he spoke. Duanling Tian instinctively turned to look at Xianxia upon hearing Zhou Tong's words. He saw Zhou Tong remaining steady and calm. Zhou Tong followed the direction of Duanling Tian's gaze and became further enraged when he saw Xianxia's calmness. He said angrily, "Xianxia, you should give me an explanation of why you took the blame for Duanling Tian. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I think you should know what I'd do." His eyes gleamed with killing intent as he spoke. Xianxia replied indifferently, "Elder Zhou Tong, I'm not the one you should ask for an explanation regarding this matter, since I was only following orders." "Whose orders?" Zhou Tong asked pointedly. It seemed like he had forgotten himself and the fact that the county governor had the right to give orders to Xianxia. Zhou Tong emitted an intense killing intent, as though he was about to kill Xianxia, when an indifferent voice rang in the air. "My orders." The voice sounded as though it came from all directions, making it difficult for one to pinpoint the location of the speaker. Swoosh! Another figure appeared like a gust of wind in Xianxia's courtyard. The figure was that of a tall middle-aged man. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He was dressed in a long silver robe that was embroidered with a silver dragon. He seemed to exude a dignified aura. Duanling Tian speculated inwardly. This must be Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Xianxia immediately greeted in a respectful manner, "Lord County Governor." Even Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, respectfully greeted the middle-aged man with a slightly frightened expression on his face. Duanling Tian and Zhou Tong were the only ones who remained silent. All of a sudden, Zhou Tong suddenly bellowed, "Duanling Tian, how dare you? You didn't even greet Lord County Governor. Do you know disrespecting Lord City Governor is a crime?" Duanling Tian glanced at Zhou Tong and retorted, "Revered Elder Zhou Tong, it seems like you didn't greet Lord County Governor as well, right?" Zhou Tong scoffed as he said arrogantly, Lord County Governor has granted me permission to forego the formalities of greeting him a few years ago. How can a brat like you compare to me? When I, Zhou Tong, contributed greatly to the Nine Spectres County, you weren't even born yet. Duan Ling Tian, since you're so disrespectful toward Lord County Governor, as the first revered elder, it's my responsibility to punish you. As soon as he finished speaking, his vast celestial origin energy surged out. He moved his right hand and slapped it toward Duan Ling Tian. His hand seemed to carry the weight of thousands of pounds of impact. This move of his that contained a mix of celestial method and divine ability was very powerful. It was clear that he did not intend to punish Duan Ling Tian, but to directly kill him. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with killing intent when Zhou Tong made his move. He did not expect Zhou Tong to try and kill him as soon as Zhou Tong made a move. His expression was so cold that the surroundings seemed to have dropped a few degrees. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to mobilize his celestial origin energy to defend himself from Zhou Tong's anger-fueled attack, a loud scoff rang in the air. Following that, a dragon-like energy shot out from the side and collided with Zhou Tong's killing slap with a deafening explosion that caused a mushroom cloud to rise in the air. A gust of violent wind rolled out into a flurry of hurricanes. Upon seeing this, Zhou Tong no longer dared to attack. After all, the person who blocked his attack was none other than Tian Jiyu, the county governor, who had been keeping quiet since he arrived. A hint of fear and wariness could be seen in his eyes at this moment. Lord County Governor? He did not expect Tian Jiyu would block his strike for the sake of a young powerhouse whom they had gathered recently. He thought he would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian for refusing to be his disciple and avenge his godson, Zhou Fei, to vent his anger. Who knew Tian Jiyu would stop him? Tian Jiyu, the county governor, looked at Zhou Tong and said apathetically, "Revered Elder Zhou Tong, I'm the one who ordered Elder Xianxia to take the blame for Duan Ling Tian 6 months ago. Do you have any problem with that?" Although he valued Zhou Tong very much, it did not mean he would give up the opportunity to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, from King Qing's mansion just for Zhou Tong's sake. In the past 6 months, Tian Jiyu had expended much effort in finding out detailed information about other golden celestials below the age of 100 from the other 15 counties under King Qing's mansion's rule. Based on what he had learned, he knew that Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong's godson, was unlikely to rank in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, let alone rank in the top 3. Therefore, he felt fortunate to have Duan Ling Tian in the Nine Spectres County. Otherwise, none of the golden celestials below the age of 100, including Zhou Fei, who was the strongest, whom he had gathered, would stand a chance ranking in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Among the 400 to 500 golden celestials below the age of 100 from the 15 counties, there were about 5 men who could defeat Zhou Fei with just a strike. Even if he put in all his effort to nurture Zhou Fei in the remaining 2.5 years, Zhou Fei could only rank in the top 10 at most in the martial competition for the 16 counties. If Zhou Fei were not ranked in the top 3, the Nine Spectres County would be unable to obtain the great overarching pill. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was extremely valuable to him now. If Duan Ling Tian was not around, the Nine Spectres County would not stand a chance in obtaining the great overarching pills at all. Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei were startled when they heard Tian Jiyu said that Xianxia had acted under his order and asked Zhou Tong if he had a problem with it. It was at this moment that Zhou Tong recalled Xianxia had said he had only been acting under orders earlier. How could he have forgotten that, apart from him, only the city governor could order Xianxia around? Lord County Governor, what's the reason for that? Zhou Tong asked in a low voice as he looked at Tian Jiyu. As a great overarching golden celestial, he could speak much freely in front of Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, compared to the others. After all, even if he left the Nine Spectres County, the other counties would welcome him. A delegate from King Qing's mansion came to me half a year ago. Tian Jiyu spoke honestly. He told them about the reason the delegate from King Qing's mansion had come and about his information on the other golden celestials below the age of 100 from the other 15 counties. He did not hold back his words even though the 2 parties involved, Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Fei, were present. After listening to Tian Jiyu's explanation, Zhou Fei's eyes were filled with reluctance. However, he knew there was nothing he could do at this moment. On the other hand, Zhou Tong's eyes shone brightly and his breathing quickened. His chest heaved rapidly as he asked excitedly, "The rewards are the mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills?" "Yes." Tianji nodded. Upon seeing the eager and excited expression on Zhou Tong's face, he said, "Elder Zhou Tong, if you're willing to work with me and the county governor's estate to help Duanling Tian grow, so that he can obtain brilliant results in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held 2.5 years later, I'm willing to give you a great overarching pill if Duanling Tian ranks in the top 2. Zhou Tong became even more excited upon hearing Tianji's promise to give him a great overarching pill if Duanling Tian ranked in the top 2. Unlike heavenly celestials and golden celestials who were divided into 7 levels respectively, great overarching golden celestials were divided into 5 stages: the yellow stage, the profound stage, the earthly stage, the heavenly stage, and the peak stage. The yellow stage's great overarching golden celestials were the weakest, while the peak stage's great overarching golden celestials were the strongest. Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial at the yellow stage, and he was only a step away from becoming a profound stage's great overarching golden celestial. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for many years now. If he could obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, he would be able to become a profound stage's great overarching golden celestial. Lord County Governor, I'm willing to help you and the county governor's estate to cultivate Duanling Tian so that he'll be able to rank in the top 2 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, Zhou Tong said without any hesitation after he regained his senses. After all, in truth, he did not really hate Duanling Tian. Now that he discovered Duanling Tian might be able to help him obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, naturally he regarded Duanling Tian with even more importance compared to his godson, Zhou Fei. "Godfather!" Zhou Fei cried out in protest, worried. Initially, he had planned to ask his godfather for help to become stronger than Duanling Tian. However, currently, his godfather was going to help his enemy to become stronger instead. Smack! Zhou Tong slapped Zhou Fei as soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking. He glared at him and bellowed, "How dare you speak so impolitely before Lord County Governor? If you dare to do it again, don't blame me for being impartial in meting out punishment." Zhou Fei, who was slapped for no good reason, felt extremely aggrieved. However, he could only silently glare at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not even deign to look at Zhou Fei. Instead, he was looking at Zhou Tong. He felt rather uncomfortable when he noticed Zhou Tong's gaze was no longer filled with killing intent and had been replaced with goodwill. He thought to himself with certainty, "It seems like Zhou Tong only does things that benefit him." When the county governor of 9 Spectres County promised to give him a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, he didn't even hesitate to promise to help me grow stronger so I can rank in the top 2 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. With this, things came to an end. Zhou Tong bade farewell to Tianji. Before he left with Zhou Fei, he looked at Duanling Tian and smiled amicably. "Duanling Tian, you may come to me if you need any help. Also, you can have these 2 bottles of spirit nourishing pill." After he finished speaking, he passed the 2 bottles of pills to Duanling Tian. Upon seeing this, Zhou Fei was brimming with jealousy. His godfather had never been so generous with him before. "Thank you, revered Elder Zhou Tong," Duanling Tian said. His eyes shone as he accepted the 2 bottles from Zhou Tong. Naturally, he knew Zhou Tong would not have been so generous if he had no value. Moreover, Zhou Tong would not even hesitate to kill him. After Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei left, Tianji looked at Duanling Tian with a smile. He handed a bottle of pills to Duanling Tian as he said, "Duanling Tian, since Elder Zhou Tong has given you 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills, I'll give you a bottle of the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill. Its efficacy is stronger and can be used together with the spirit-nourishing pill." "The hidden spirit pill?" Duanling Tian was taken aback when he heard Tianji's words. The hidden spirit pill was a primitive celestial pill that could assist one's cultivation and raise one's cultivation speed. Due to its stronger efficacy, it was more precious than the spirit-nourishing pills. More importantly, the hidden spirit pill could be taken together with the spirit-nourishing pills, and the efficacy of the medicines would be higher in comparison to taking either of the pills alone. Thank you, County Governor, Duanling Tian said gratefully. He had been slightly excited when he received the spirit-nourishing pills from Zhou Tong. However, he was clearly more excited to receive the hidden spirit pills from the County Governor of Nine Spectres County. Tian Ji Yu looked at Duanling Tian and bluntly said, "Now you're aware why I helped you with resolving that matter from 6 months ago. It's because I think you have the potential to rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. If you're ranked in the top 3, not only will you help Nine Spectres County to win the mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, but you'll also be greatly rewarded by King Qing's mansion. Needless to say, I won't treat you badly as well. I'll definitely do my best." Duanling Tian nodded. Although he knew Tian Ji Yu only treated him kindly because Tian Ji Yu needed him, he liked Tian Ji Yu's honesty. When Zhou Fei returned to his stone chamber that was located second from the last one, his expression was unsightly. He muttered to himself, Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. I wonder where did you come from? If it weren't for you, Lord City Governor and my master would have helped me to grow stronger instead. He felt incredibly dissatisfied since he thought Duanling Tian had snatched away something that should have belonged to him. After Duanling Tian received the bottle of hidden spirit pills from Tian Ji Yu and 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills from Zhou Tong, the first revered elder, he did not waste any time and began to focus on his cultivation. Similar to him, the 2 great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County naturally wished he could improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. 3 of them had their respective objectives, but they shared the same path to getting there. After Duanling Tian returned to the stone chamber in the depths of the latent dragon abyss, he thought to himself curiously, King Qing's mansion will reward the counties where the top 3 participants are from with the mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. I wonder what rewards he would give the top 3 participants. He was greatly looking forward to the reward as well. After Duanling Tian consumed the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill, and began to cultivate, a young man emerged like a gust of wind from the second to last stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss. He could be seen making his way to a residence in the county governor's estate after he left the latent dragon abyss. This young man was none other than Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei went to look for Zhou Tong, his godfather and the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. When he saw his Zhou Tong, he respectfully greeted, "Godfather." Zhou Tong glanced at Zhou Fei lazily with a cocked eyebrow. Is something the matter? Compared to before, his attitude toward Zhou Fei had changed. He had taken Zhou Fei as his godson due to Zhou Fei's innate talent. However, Zhou Fei's talent that had initially made him proud had been overshadowed by Duanling Tian, who came from Bloody Spectre City. Therefore, his disappointment in his godson had caused his attitude to change. Zhou Fei, who could clearly sense Zhou Tong's change, hated Duanling Tian even more. He cursed Duanling Tian inwardly. Naturally, he did not dare to express his resentment to Zhou Tong since he knew Zhou Tong held Duanling Tian in higher regard compared to him. He suppressed his anger and calmly said, "Godfather, I wish to go out. I hope you'll send an elder out with me." "Where do you plan to go?" Zhou Tong asked with a gleam in his eyes. "I am not sure yet. I just want to go out to train," Zhou Fei said. Although Zhou Tong no longer valued Zhou Fei as much as he valued Duanling Tian, Zhou Fei was still his godson. Therefore, he did not refuse Zhou Fei and quickly ordered an elder from the inner estate to accompany and protect Zhou Fei. When Zhou Fei left the county city of Nine Spectres County with the elder from the inner estate, he made his way, seemingly unintentionally, to Bloody Spectre City, the place where Duanling Tian had ascended to in the spirit overarching heaven. Zhou Fei thought to himself, I'm going to investigate Duanling Tian's background. After all, I've never heard about someone like him in the Nine Spectres County. There's a possibility he's someone trained by City Governor Liu to deal with Godfather. If I can prove this, Godfather will definitely kill Duanling Tian. With Duanling Tian's talent and strength, he was certain there was no way Duanling Tian would be a commoner in Bloody Spectre City, whose name was unknown prior to entering the county governor's estate in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Zhou Fei's eyes lit up as he continued thinking to himself, if I can verify that Duanling Tian is someone Lu Fenggu trained to deal with Godfather, no matter how tempted Godfather is by the mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, He'll definitely kill Duan Ling Tian before the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, based on the rewards, it's obvious King Qing's mansion places great importance on the competition. If Duan Ling Tian stands out and ranks in the top 3, King Qing's mansion will definitely protect him. At that time, it'll be extremely difficult for Godfather to kill Duan Ling Tian. He was well aware of Zhou Tong and Lu Fenggu's past. Therefore, he was certain his godfather would definitely kill Duan Ling Tian if he could prove Duan Ling Tian was sent by Lu Fenggu. His godfather would not let a threat like Duan Ling Tian grow stronger. He would definitely nip this threat in the bud. In a place far away from the 9 Spectres County, there was a vast fairyland-like place that was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was spring all year round and was filled with lush greeneries. At this moment, a graceful figure that looked like a fairy could be seen standing on the peak of a mountain. She was looking in the direction of 9 Spectres County dazedly. The woman, who was wearing a plain light purple dress, had a pair of perfectly arched eyebrows, fair skin, and a wasp waist. Although she was wearing a translucent veil to cover the lower half of her face, her bright eyes and elegant air were enough to make the surroundings pale in comparison. The perfect outline of her face could be vaguely seen through her translucent veil, filling people with the urge to remove the veil so they could have a better look at her. Even with the veil, she looked peerlessly charming and beautiful. One could only imagine how much more beautiful she was without the veil. She muttered to herself, if I had known I would be unable to forget him, I would have killed him that day. Nonetheless, her words lacked conviction. If she were able to turn back time, she was not sure if she could bear to kill that man. Third senior sister. Third senior sister. A melodious voice like silver bells tinkling rang in the air at this moment before a green-clad young girl flew up from the bottom of the mountain. A streak of light shot toward the purple-clad woman and the green-clad young girl appeared in just a blink of an eye. Lu Luo, why are you here? The purple-dressed woman asked as she looked at the green-clad young girl affectionately. Third senior sister, why do I feel that you've been moody ever since your return a year ago? Didn't you find the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, our sex-guarding celestial weapon? It's something to feel happy about, right? Even Master, Senior Uncle, and Junior Uncle praised you. The green-clad young girl asked as she looked at the purple-clad woman knowingly. Based on the green-clad young girl's words, it was obvious that the purple-clad woman was none other than Murongbing, the woman whom Duan Ling Tian had met in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from Blissful Sect. At that time, through a series of events, they ended up having premarital sex. Moreover, I heard Senior Aunt is going to make you her heir in a month. This means you'll be the sect master after she retires, the green-clad girl continued to say. Did Senior Aunt really say that? Murongbing asked as her eyes shone. Yes, I heard it with my own ears. The green-clad young girl nodded her head like a chick pecking grains from the ground. Upon hearing the green-clad young girl's words, Murongbin could not help but sigh. According to the rules of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, to become the sect master, apart from being talented and strong, one had to be a virgin. She had lost her virginity in the little world. She was destined not to be the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Lu Luo, where's Senior Aunt now? Murongbin asked. After she learned of the location of the sect leader of Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she disappeared with a flutter of dress, looking like a purple butterfly when she left the mountain. In a large garden located at the hillside, Murongbin met the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, who was also her senior aunt. She greeted her senior aunt respectfully. Senior Aunt, Binger, is there anything you need? The sect leader of Compassionate Celestial Traveler was a graceful and beautiful woman wearing a white robe that was embroidered with many lotuses. When she saw Murongbin, a gentle and kind expression could be seen on her face, looking like an elder who was proud of an outstanding junior. Although Murongbing was not her disciple, Murongbing was the disciple of her junior sister. Murongbing was also one of the most outstanding disciples in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She was very satisfied with Murongbing. Otherwise, she would not have planned to make Murongbing the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Murongbing said bluntly, Senior Aunt, I heard that you plan on making me your heir during the sect's meeting that'll be held in a month's time. I came here to change your mind. Upon hearing this, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was startled and confused. Binger, what do you mean? Don't you want to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and lead the sect to an era of glory? I remember your master saying that it's your dream since you're young to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Morong Bing fell silent when she heard the question from the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect looked into Morong Bing's bright eyes and solemnly said, Binger, I can tell something is bothering you. Morong Bing inhaled deeply. A shaken expression could be seen on her face under the veil. Then she replied softly, Senior Aunt, although I'm not your disciple, I've treated you like my master as well since I was young. Moreover, I've always confided in you and told you things I'm afraid to speak to my master about. In my eyes, you're no different from a mother. Her tone grew more and more emotional as she spoke. Binger, are you all right? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect asked worriedly. Her expression changed as well. She could tell something was amiss based on Morong Bing's tone. In fact, there was something not many people are privy to. Morong Bing was actually her elder twin sister's biological daughter. This meant that Morong Bing was her niece. In the past, her twin sister had met a wicked man, and as a result, her twin sister eventually chose to end her life, leaving a daughter behind. Since she was already the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect at that time, she did not bring Murong Bing back to the sect to personally raise her to prevent the sect's disciples from gossiping about Murong Bing. Therefore, she had sent her niece to her junior sister. That was how her junior sister became her niece's master. Nobody knew about this, including Murong Bing and her junior sister. Senior Aunt, Murong Bing said before she trailed off. She did know how to explain herself. After all, she had lost her purity. In fact, she was not afraid of gossip or people talking if news of this was to spread. However, just because she did not care, it did not mean her master would not care. She could imagine how disappointed her master would be if her master found out about this. After all, since she was young, her master had trained her to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Since she had lost her virginity, she had lost her chance of becoming the next sect leader. Binger, is there a need for you to be so reserved with me? Don't worry, no matter what, I'll help you. If you don't want your master to know about it, I'll keep it from her, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said reassuringly when she saw Murong Bing hesitating. When Murong Bing saw the sect leader becoming increasingly worried, she did not hesitate and bluntly said, Senior Aunt, I'm no longer a virgin. Upon hearing Murong Bing's words, the expression of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect changed drastically. She asked pointedly, Who did it? Her eyes were brimming with killing intent at this moment. It was directed at the man who took away her niece's virginity. In the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, a woman who had lost her virginity could never become the sect leader of the sect. Although she was the sect leader of the sect, she would not be able to bend the rules for her niece. Moreover, the future sect leader would be subjected to a series of tests by the high-ranking elders of the sect before becoming the sect leader. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was an all-women sect. Although the sect did not intervene in its members' private life, the members were not allowed to let their private lives affect the sect. Naturally, the requirements for the sect leader of the sect were even harsher. Sect leaders were expected to remain a virgin for their entire lives and not to be married. The founders of the sect had set this rule since they thought once a woman had gotten married, they would not be able to wholeheartedly focus on managing the sect. There was also the fear that the spouse of the sect leader would eventually take control of the sect. It's an accident. Morong Bin sighed. A purple figure appeared in her mind again, and she could not stop herself from thinking about him. She found it so difficult to forget him that her chi almost deviated when she was cultivating after she returned from Bloody Spectre City. Even if it's an accident, you should still tell me about it, the sect leader said with a grave expression on her face. Morong Bing nodded before she recounted everything that had happened a year ago to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Naturally, she did not reveal the man's name. Otherwise, he would surely die. As it turns out, it's due to our sect's guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. Binger, I'm so sorry that the sect's matter had troubled you, the sect leader said. No, I was too careless. If I didn't destroy the body of the celestial king from the blissful sect, nothing would have happened. Murong Bing shook her head. Binger, who's that man? What's his name? The sect leader's eyes shone with killing intent when she thought about the man who took away her niece's purity. I don't know. Murong Bin shook her head. Her eyes flashed briefly as she added, I don't know his name either. Binger, don't you know that your eyes would gleam when you're lying? It's been that way since you were young. It seems like you know that man's name, the sect leader said. Senior Aunt, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with him. In fact, he's a victim as well, Murong Bing said. Little girl, you're too kind. Killing that man is the only way to prevent him from spreading the news and ruining your reputation. You must learn to nip potential threats in the buds, the sect leader said with a sigh. The killing intent in her eyes intensified as she demanded, tell me that man's name. There's no need for you to act. I'll deal with him to prevent future troubles. Senior Aunt, please stop forcing me, Murong Bing said helplessly. At this moment, realization seemed to dawn on the sect leader of the compassionate sect, and her expression changed. Binger, don't tell me you've fallen in love with that man? Due to what happened to her sister, she had no affection for men. Moreover, she did not want her niece to make the same mistake her twin sister had made. Since the mother had suffered, the daughter should not have to suffer because of the same matter. Fallen in love? Murong Bing was confused when she heard the sect leader's words. At the purple figure appeared in her mind again. She asked herself continuously if she had truly fallen in love with him. However, she still could not come up with an answer in the end. Nevertheless, she was certain if the man were here and her senior aunt wanted to kill him, she would not hesitate to defend him even if it would cost her her life. She did not know if it was because she felt that what happened was her fault or if she had truly fallen for that man because he had taken her first time away. When the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect saw the confused expression on Murong Bing's face, she sighed. A resigned expression could be seen on her face as she said, well, forget about it if you're not willing to tell me. I'm rather tired, you may take your leave now. Yes, Murong Bin said before she left. After Murong Bing left, the resigned expression on the face of the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect vanished immediately and was replaced with a determined expression. Regardless of who you are, I will never let you hurt Binger, even if I have to expend all of my efforts. I'll find you and kill you to prevent you from causing trouble. Her killing intent was so intense that it seemed as though slaughtering thousands of cities would not be able to quell her anger. She muttered to herself, Bloody Spectre City in the Nine Spectres County, that's under the rule of King Qing's mansion of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Time continued to pass uneventfully. In the tent of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army in Blood Spectre City, one man was sitting while two men and a woman were standing. The young man who was sitting looked at the people who were standing and asked in a low voice, Are you certain Duan Ling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago? Moreover, he's only a heavenly celestial. If the men from the Silverworm Army were here, they would recognize one of the standing men who was being questioned as Miao Lai Long, their commander. At this moment, Miao Lai Long's attitude was extremely humble. His attitude was as though he was facing Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Young Master Fei, there's no doubt about it. If you don't believe me, I can bring those people who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian here for you to question them. Since they had just ascended 2 years ago, they definitely wouldn't dare to lie to you, Miao Lai Long said earnestly. If Duan Ling Tian was around, he would recognize the young man who was sitting in the tent was Zhou Fei, whose limbs he had severed. He was also the godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. The other two people standing were Miao Lai Long's sister, Miao Lai Feng, and his brother-in-law, Yang Kong Ping, a centurion of the Silverworm Army. After staying in the Silverworm Army's camp for a few days, Zhou Fei had ascertained that Duan Ling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. Moreover, he had ascended to the heavenly celestial's celestial ascension pool. This meant Duanling Tian was a heavenly celestial and not a bodiless celestial. A heavenly celestial who's capable of easily defeating me 2 years after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. His celestial methods and divine abilities are certainly of the heaven grade. Zhou Fei's breathing quickened when he thought about this. He looked at Miao Lai Long, Miao Lai Feng, and Yang Kong Ping pointedly as he said, "If any of you dare to leak this matter, I'll make sure that all of you will die without a grave." After threatening the 3 people, Zhou Fei added, "I'll inform my godfather about this once I return to the county governor's estate. I'll make sure he rewards all of you greatly." He used the carrot and the stick method with these 3 people, afraid they would divulge this matter to outsiders. If the news about Duanling Tian possessing heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities spread, he and his godfather would have a hard time getting their hands on the extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. Zhou Fei knew once the news spread, let alone the 9 Spectres County and King Qing's mansion, the entire Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom would be plunged into chaos. After all, there were no heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the kingdom. "Many thanks, young Master Fei." Miao Lai Long and the other 2 quickly expressed their gratitude upon hearing Zhou Fei's words. Miao Lai Long seemed to have recalled something at this moment. His eyes were bright when he looked at Zhou Fei as he said, "If revered Elder Zhou Tong obtains Duanling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities, young Master Fei, can you put in few good words for me and ask if revered Elder Zhou Tong can impart one of Duanling Tian's celestial methods or divine abilities to me? Just one will do." He had also heard about the incident 1.5 years ago when Duanling Tian severely injured Zhou Fei in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate. Therefore, he was more than 90% certain that Duanling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities were of the heaven grade. If he could obtain even one of them, he would be able to challenge Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Upon hearing Miao Lai Long's words, the pair of husband and wife, Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kong Ping, turned to look at Zhou Fei with burning gazes. They had no doubt that if Miao Lai Long managed to obtain one of the celestial methods or divine abilities, he would impart it to them as well. After Miao Lai Long was Miao Lai Feng's biological brother. Zhou Fei agreed without any signs of hesitation. "Of course, that's not a problem." "Many thanks, young Master Fei." Miao Lai Long quickly thanked Zhou Fei, feeling extremely grateful. When Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kong Ping exchanged a look, they could see the excitement in each other's eyes. In their excitement, the 3 individuals failed to notice the cold and ruthless light that flashed in the depths of Zhou Fei's eyes at this moment. A few moments later, Zhou Fei indifferently bade farewell to them and left the Silverworm Army's camp. He met the inner estate elder his godfather had sent to accompany him in Bloody Spectre City. Zhou Tong said, "Elder Qian, bring me back to 9 Spectres County." The inner estate elder who had followed Zhou Fei here all the way from 9 Spectres County was Zhou Tong's loyal subordinate. Since Zhou Fei was Zhou Tong's godson, he treated the former like Zhou Tong's successor. "Yes, young Master Fei." In order to hurry back to the county city of 9 Spectres County, Zhou Fei had the inner estate elder bring him back to save time. As soon as he arrived at the county governor's estate, he instantly looked for Zhou Tong. "Godfather." Zhou Fei hurriedly recounted everything he had discovered in the Silverworm Army's camp without leaving any details out. Zhou Fei felt as though he had just listened to an elaborate fantasy tale. He simply found it difficult to believe. Duanling Tian only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago? He was only a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial at that time? Moreover, at that time he was already strong enough to suppress an ordinary golden celestial. Was this a joke? Someone who had only ascended to spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago, and was a heavenly celestial managed to heavily injure his godson without expending much efforts. "Godfather, my words are true. If you don't believe me, you can personally visit the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City to investigate this matter," Zhou Fei said solemnly when he saw the disbelieving expression on Zhou Tong's face. Bloody Spectre City. Zhou Tong's eyes glinted coldly at the mention of Bloody Spectre City. If my memory serves me right, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City is Lu Fenggu, right? "You're right. It's him," Zhou Fei hurriedly replied. As though he had thought of something, he added, I heard from Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, that before Duanling Tian came to the county governor's estate, he had received special care from Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu even granted Duanling Tian access to his cultivation place. As a city governor, his cultivation place is rich with heaven and earth spirit energy and is a good cultivation environment. Even the commanders of the Silverworm army and Black Dragon army aren't allowed into that place. Zhou Fei paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, Miao Lai Long also said he had informed Lu Fenggu regarding Duanling Tian's extraordinary strength and how he had only recently ascended. However, after verifying the matter, contrary to Miao Lai Long's expectations, not only did Lu Fenggu not force Duanling Tian to reveal his celestial methods and divine abilities, but Lu Fenggu began to help Duanling Tian to get stronger. When he saw his godfather's expression had darkened even more, he quickly added to fan the fire, Godfather, I'm afraid Lu Fenggu did all that so he can use Duanling Tian to deal with you. Lu Fenggu. Zhou Tong scoffed as his eyes flashed coldly. He said, You follow me to Bloody Spectre City again. Without waiting for Zhou Fei's reply, he raised his hand. His vast and terrifying celestial origin energy swept out and carried Zhou Fei, swiftly leaving the county city of Nine Spectres County. Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial after all. His speed was not something the interstate elder who had previously accompanied Zhou Fei could compare to. For this reason, it only took a short time before Zhou Fei returned to Bloody Spectre City again. Under Zhou Fei's lead, Zhou Tong made his way to the Silverworm army's camp. In Miao Lai Long's tent, Zhou Fei, who stood behind Zhou Tong, said, This is my godfather, revered Elder Zhou Tong of the Nine Spectres County. Miao Lai Long pays his respect to revered Elder Zhou Tong. Miao Lai Long said respectfully, bowing deeply at Zhou Tong. Although he had vaguely guessed Zhou Tong's identity when he first saw the old man, he was still shocked when he heard Zhou Fei's introduction. My godfather wants to meet the people who had ascended at the same as Duanling Tian, Zhou Fei said to Miao Lai Long. It did not take long before Zhou Tong was also convinced that Duanling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and become a heavenly celestial 2 years ago. His eyes burned with greed as he muttered to himself, heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. He could not wait to capture Duanling Tian and force Duanling Tian to reveal his heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air. Miao Lai Long had thought Zhou Tong would reward him when celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Tong's body like a terrifying beast and devoured him in one fell swoop. After killing Miao Lai Long, Zhou Tong scoffed loudly. He blocked the floating image celestial talisman from transmitting the moments before Miao Lai Long's death to the corresponding talisman. In the city governor's estate of Bloody Spectre City, after Miao Lai Long died, Lu Fenggu discovered that Miao Lai Long's soul pearl had shattered. When he tried to see the moments before Miao Lai Long's death from the floating image celestial talisman, he discovered that it was unresponsive. His expression changed drastically. A great overarching golden celestial killed Miao Lai Long? It did not take long before he received news about Miao Lai Feng, Yang Kongping, and the Silverworm army. Rivers of blood flowed in the Silverworm army's camp. It was likely that no one had survived the slaughter in the camp. Meanwhile, 2 figures could be seen leaving Bloody Spectre City to the county city of Nine Spectres County in a hurry. Zhou Fei asked in confusion, Godfather, why didn't you look for Lu Fenggu? I'm not in a hurry. It's not too late for me to kill him after I obtain Duanling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. His eyes flashed viciously as he continued to say, At that time, I'll let Lu Fenggu taste true despair. Godfather, based on Duanling Tian's strength, he has a good chance of ranking in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties that'll be held in 1.5 years' time, Zhou Fei deliberately said. Do you intend on letting him participate in the competition, or are you going to act immediately? He looked at Zhou Tong intently, trying to gauge Zhou Tong's response. Zhou Tong scoffed. His eyes flashed with a vicious light, and a dark expression could be seen on his face. Naturally, I'll act immediately. He did not understand why King Qing's mansion placed such great importance on the martial competition of the 16 counties that they were even planning to give away great overarching pills. If Duanling Tian managed to rank in the top 3 of the competition, he would be able to obtain those pills, and there was no doubt King Qing's mansion would regard Duanling Tian highly. At that time, obtaining Duanling Tian's heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities would be extremely difficult. Zhou Tong had already weighed the upside and downside of his decision. Although the chances were high, there was no guarantee that Duanling Tian would rank in the top 3 of the competition and obtain the great overarching pills. However, he was certain he would be able to force Duanling Tian to give up his celestial methods and divine abilities. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's determined tone, Zhou Fei's eyes brightened. He said ingratiatingly, "Godfather, you're truly wise. If Duanling Tian is allowed to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, it'll be harder for us to make a move at that time." This was the exact outcome that he wanted. He thought to himself, "Duanling Tian, the great overarching pills aren't as attractive as your celestial methods and divine abilities. After all, it's not certain you'll be able to obtain the pills. Once Godfather obtains your celestial methods and divine abilities, he'll definitely kill you." After a moment, Zhou Fei said, "Godfather, Lord County Governor values Duanling Tian a lot now. If we were to act against him in the estate, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Moreover, if we act in the estate, there's a chance of Lord County Governor finding out about the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. It's fine if he's willing to share the celestial methods and divine abilities with you. However, if he insists on Duanling Tian participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid you'll lose your chance to obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities." Zhou Fei continued saying, "Moreover, once he participates in the competition, if he performs well, King Qing's mansion will definitely take notice of him. At that time, not even Lord City Governor would be able to do anything even if he wanted the celestial methods and divine abilities." He continued to fan the fire. "If Lu Fenggu really nurtured Duanling Tian to get back at you, based on Duanling Tian's talent and his celestial methods and divine abilities, I'm afraid he'd be a threat to you in the future if he receives the care from King Qing's mansion." Upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction. "Feier, you're quite insightful." His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "I'll think of a way to lure Duanling Tian out of the county governor's estate. Once he leaves the estate, even Lord County Governor wouldn't be able to help him. At that time, I'll force him to reveal the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities." Bloody Spectre City. Lu Fenggu was, naturally, unhappy about the recent incident in the Silverworm Army's camp. Apart from a few soldiers who were out on missions, the soldiers, the miners in the Celestial Stone Mine, and the newly ascended Celestials were all killed. Inside the Great Hall of the city governor's estate, Lu Fenggu was seated on the main seat while Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, was seated below. Lu Fenggu asked grimly, "Xianba, what do you think about the recent incident?" Although his cultivation base granted him a better physique, it could be seen that he was visibly exhausted from his long investigation of the incident. His eyes were bloodshot. "Initially, I thought the Silverworm Army might have offended someone. However, the more I thought about it, the more it doesn't add up. If Miao Lai Long provoked someone who's strong enough to kill him, that someone should have looked for you to have a word with you. After all, you're not only Miao Lai Long's superior, but you're also the city governor of Bloody Spectre City," Chen Xianba replied. After a moment, he seemed to recall something, so he asked, "Lord City Governor, didn't Miao Lai Long carry a floating image celestial talisman?" When he died, the major floating image celestial talisman didn't receive the recording from his minor floating image celestial talisman, Lu Fenggu said. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Chen Xianba inhaled sharply. "Then, does this mean a great overarching golden celestial killed Miao Lai Long?" Lu Fenggu answered confidently, "That's highly likely." "How or when did the Silverworm Army offend a great overarching golden celestial? If a great overarching golden celestial was here, it would be impossible for him not to visit the city governor, right?" Chen Xianba muttered to himself skeptically. "Perhaps there's more than meets the eyes," Lu Fenggu said gravely. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew into the hall. "Lord City Governor." An ancient voice rang in the air at this moment. Following that, An old man appeared in the great hall, cupping his fists at Lu Fenggu. Upon seeing the old man, Xianxia quickly rose to his feet and respectfully greeted the old man, Elder Hong. Although he was the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he did not dare to be negligent or disrespectful to this old man. Not only did this old man have a good relationship with Lu Fenggu, but the old man was also the head of the Golden Serpent Guards and the second strongest person in Blood Spectre City. Elder Hong, any success? Lu Fenggu asked with a hint of anticipation. Elder Hong nodded slightly before he said, Lord City Governor, there were 2 unknown visitors who came to Bloody Spectre City recently. These 2 individuals came from the county governor's estate in the county city of Nine Spectres County. 2 individuals from the county governor's estate? Lu Fenggu widened his eyes in shock. He asked grimly, who were they? At the same time, Zhou Tong appeared in his mind. After all, Zhou Tong was one of the 2 great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectre County. Lu Fenggu and Xianxia looked at Elder Hong, riveted, as Elder Hong replied, among the 2 individuals, one of them is an inner estate elder called Qian Ping, and as for the other person, he's Zhou Fei, the godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of Nine Spectres County. About 1.5 years ago, Duanling Tian had severed all 4 of Zhou Fei's limbs. After a moment, he said, Qian Ping and is Zhou Tong's subordinate, and Zhou Fei is Zhou Tong's godson. Is it a coincidence that the Silverworm army was annihilated? Lu Fenggu mulled over Elder Hong's words for a moment before his expression changed dramatically. Lord City Governor, Chun Xianba was quite curious. What did Lu Fenggu think of that his expression turned so unsightly? Alas, Lu Fenggu waved his hand dismissively and said, Xianba, you may take your leave. I figured out what happened, so there's no need for you to continue your investigation. I'll explain the matter to you another time. I have to speak to Elder Hong privately now. Despite his curiosity, Chun Xianba did not protest and swiftly left the Great Hall. Yes, Lord City Governor. Once Chun Xianba left, Lu Fenggu said in a grave tone, Elder Hong, if I'm not mistaken, Zhou Tong must have discovered that Duanling Tian is a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. Moreover, he must have found out about Duanling Tian's extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. Based on his greedy nature, there's no doubt that he covets Duanling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Otherwise, there's no need for him to take such a drastic measure to make sure nobody from the Silverworm army would be able to leak this news. After putting the puzzles together, it was not difficult for him to guess that the culprit was Zhou Tong. Elder Hong asked, Governor, if it was Zhou Tong, why didn't he come to look for trouble with you? Zhou Tong is a petty and conceited person. I'm afraid he's already discovered I sent Duanling Tian to deal with him. Based on his character, after he deals with Duanling Tian, he'll definitely come and look for me. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it seemed like he knew Zhou Tong quite well. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Elder Hong inhaled sharply. He said in a frightened voice, Lord Governor, if this is true, then isn't Duanling Tian in danger? Why don't you use a communication celestial talisman to inform Duanling Tian about this, so he can find a way to defend himself against Zhou Tong? Elder Hong, Lu Fenggu said with a sigh, I've thought about things you said as well. However, do you think my communication talisman will reach Duanling Tian's hands in the county city? Let alone reaching Duanling Tian's hand. There's no chance of it entering the county governor's estate unless it's inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial or those who are stronger. Communication celestial talismans were talismans used to transmit information. However, there were many kinds of communication celestial talismans. Naturally, the talismans that were drawn by those with a high cultivation base were better than those that were inscribed by someone with a low cultivation base. Since Lu Fenggu was only an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial, all the talismans he owned that were drawn by him would be easily intercepted by those who had a higher cultivation base than him. Moreover, due to the distance between Bloody Spectre City and the county city, it was highly likely the communication talisman would be intercepted halfway before it even reached the county governor's estate. To ensure a smooth delivery of information, It was better for a great overarching golden celestial at least to inscribe the communication celestial talisman. Previously, when Duanling Tian severed Zhou Fei's limbs, the talisman Zhou Fei had used to summon Zhou Tong was a communication celestial talisman that Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial at the yellow stage, had personally inscribed. Moreover, even if I have a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial, do you honestly think Zhou Tong wouldn't keep an eye on Duanling Tian now that he knows Duanling Tian is sent by me? How could he let my communication celestial talisman reach Duanling Tian? I can say with almost 100% certainty that even if we visit the county city, we still won't be able to contact Duanling Tian. He fell silent for a moment before he finally said again. At this point, Duanling Tian can only depend on himself to escape this calamity. Elder Hong mulled over Lu Fenggu's words and found that, indeed, it seemed like there was nothing they could do for now. An expression of despair appeared on Lu Fenggu's face after Elder Hong left. He sighed as he muttered to himself, Duanling Tian, I hope you'll be able to escape this danger. Otherwise, I don't think I'll get another chance to seek revenge from Zhou Tong in this lifetime. He knew Zhou Tong would kill him after killing Duanling Tian. After all, he knew Zhou Tong would not risk him sending a second Duanling Tian to seek revenge from him. Previously, Lu Fenggu was able to peacefully stay in Bloody Spectre City because he did not threaten Zhou Tong, nor was he a threat to Zhou Tong. Moreover, the county governor of 9 Spectre City stood as a deterrent as well. However, Zhou Tong would no longer let matters go now that there was Duanling Tian. He had previously granted Duanling Tian access to his cultivation place. With just a little investigation, Zhou Tong would definitely discover all this. At this moment, Elder Hong returned to the Great Hall again. Lord Governor, there's something else. There was news from the county governor's estate a year ago. It said great overarching pills will be given to the counties where the top 3 participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties are from. He took a breath before he continued speaking. For this reason, although Duanling Tian broke a rule in the latent dragon abyss, Lord County Governor did not pursue the matter. Moreover, he even asked Elder Xianxia to take the blame for Duanling Tian. Based on this, it's clear that he values Duanling Tian very much. It's probably because he hopes that Duanling Tian would be able to win him the great overarching pills. After all, we both know Lord County Governor's cultivation base has been stuck at a bottleneck for a few years now. With the great overarching pill, he'll be able to improve his cultivation base. How could he not want the pills? Under these circumstances, he would certainly protect Duanling Tian. Elder Hong paused for a moment before he finally said, Why don't you inform Lord County Governor about this? This will ensure that he watches over Duanling Tian. I've also thought about this as well, Lu Fenggu said with a sigh. However, it's a naive idea. Put aside the fact that Zhou Tong would probably intercept any information we send to Lord County Governor. What makes you think Lord County Governor won't covet Duanling Tian's heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities like Zhou Tong? After all, a high-rank celestial method or divine ability is much rarer compared to great overarching pills. Upon hearing this, Elder Hong smiled bitterly. Indeed, my thinking is naive and too simple. I'm nowhere as wise as you. He sighed as he added. It's like you said, Duanling Tian can only rely on himself now. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware of everything that had transpired in Bloody Spectre City. He was still in closed-door cultivation. After obtaining that primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill, from the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Duanling Tian had wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. The pill's efficacy was absorbed and circulated in his body. Even after his cultivation base had a breakthrough, he continued with cultivating with the goal of breaking through to the next stage. He had completely forgotten about the passage of time as he cultivated. During cultivation, even when he encountered bottlenecks that slowed down his cultivation speed, he did not stop and continued cultivating using the yellow-grade cultivation technique, the crystal clearance technique. With that, he continued to circulate his celestial origin energy, the hidden spirit pill, and the spirit-nourishing pill in his body, completing one cycle after another. Coupled with the superior cultivation environment and the high-grade celestial stone, he was progressing rapidly. In the stone chamber in the depth of the latent dragon abyss, Duanling Tian took a hidden spirit pill and swallowed it. Soon after, a rich medicinal energy flowed in his body. This is my last hidden spirit pill. I hope the pill's efficacy is enough for my cultivation base to push through this bottleneck and break through to the next stage. Spirit nourishing pill. After that, he consumed the primitive celestial pill, the spirit nourishing pill. After taking the pills, Duanling Tian calmed down and wholeheartedly immersed himself into cultivating again. Except for cultivating, there were no other superfluous thoughts in his mind. The efficacies of the two pills merged and he could feel himself almost pushing past the bottleneck. Duanling Tian was blissfully unaware that at this moment, there were people waiting for him to come out of his closed-door cultivation in the county governor's estate. Damn it! That Duanling Tian still hasn't come out. He's only a heavenly celestial, regardless of how good the cultivation environment and resources are. He'll eventually hit a bottleneck, right? Why hasn't he come out? Almost half a year has passed and he's still not coming out. Zhuo Fei had just returned to his stone chamber that was second to last in the latent dragon abyss. His expression was incredibly unsightly. Several months had passed since his and his godfather's return from Bloody Spectre City. They had been waiting all this while for Duanling Tian to come out from his closed-door cultivation. After all, they could not act against Duanling Tian in the latent dragon abyss since they would definitely alert the county governor. At that time, who knew if they could obtain Duanling Tian's heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities? On the other hand, Zhou Tong remained patient as he waited for Duanling Tian. Perhaps the saying was true, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. In comparison, Zhou Fei had begun to lose patience after waiting for only a few months. However, there was nothing he could do even if he was impatient. All he could do was come out of his stone chamber every once in a while to look at the last stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, checking if there were any signs of movements. 2 months later, bang, 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 bang. A series of loud explosions suddenly rang from the last room in the depth of the latent dragon abyss. The commotion it caused was extremely huge. Even the stone chamber above it was slightly quaking. This was a feat since the latent dragon abyss that was constructed by the county governor of Nine Spectres County was extremely sturdy. In the second-to-last stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes in excitement. It seems like the disturbance came from Duanling Tian's stone chamber. After half a year, Duanling Tian finally showed signs of movements. The latent dragon abyss had 30 stone chambers in total. The closer it was to the bottom, the better the cultivation environment. The stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss had a cultivation environment that was comparable to the cultivation place of the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectre County. Currently, the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss was filled with turbulent celestial origin energy. The energy rampaged in the room, smashing into the walls and causing a series of explosive noises. The source of the celestial origin energy was a purple-clad young man who was seated on a stone bed in the stone chamber. This young man was none other than Duanling Tian, who was in closed-door cultivation. After he had left the courtyard in the residence of Xianxia, an inner estate elder in the county governor's estate, he had returned to his stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss to cultivate. He had not gone out since then. As though his life depended on it, Duanling Tian cultivated diligently to raise his cultivation base. After cultivating for 1.5 years, he finally had his second breakthrough. He was now a yellow sun golden celestial. As the saying went, heaven helps those who help themselves. So this is what a yellow sun golden celestial's celestial origin energy is like? Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he controlled the celestial origin energy and directed it at the walls. That was not exactly true. His celestial origin energy was, in fact, different than most yellow sun golden celestials. He thought to himself, although I'm a yellow sun golden celestial, it's more precise to say my celestial origin energy is comparable to a blue sun golden celestial. Thanks to 99 heavenly veins, my celestial origin energy had increased by 2 levels. Whoosh! With just a thought, Duanling Tian withdrew his celestial origin energy. When he opened his eyes, they flashed so brilliantly that it seemed capable of illuminating the heavens and earth. Fortunately, The efficacy of the hidden spirit pill was enough for me to break through and become a yellow sun golden celestial. I wonder how long I had been in closed-door cultivation. Regardless, I don't think it has exceeded 2 years. As usual, Duanling Tian had forgotten all about the passage of time when he was cultivating. When Duanling Tian first entered closed-door cultivation, the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qing's mansion was only 2.5 years away. There was no need to mention anyone else. The county governor of Nine Spectres County definitely would not let him cultivate past the competition date. After all, the county governor of Nine Spectres sect needed him to participate in the competition to win him the great overarching pills. Therefore, he was certain that not more than 2 years had passed while he was in closed-door cultivation. I finished the last of my hidden spirit pills. If I continue cultivating, my speed won't be as fast as before. I'll wait until I can obtain more hidden spirit pills to complement other primitive grade pills like the spirit nourishing pills. After experiencing the effects of the hidden spirit pills mixed with the spirit nourishing pills, if he had a choice, Duanling Tian no longer wished to cultivate by just consuming the spirit nourishing pills alone. Combining both pills significantly raised his cultivation speed after all. Finally, Duanling Tian got down from the stone bed. As he left the stone chamber, he thought to himself, "It's been a while since I arrived in the county city, but I haven't explored the place at all. I'll use this time to have a look around and relax." As soon as Duanling Tian emerged from his stone chamber, he sensed a piercing gaze on him. Zhuo Fei. He discovered the owner of the burning gaze when he looked up. It was none other than Zhou Tong's godson whose limbs he had severed previously. Since Zhou Fei's stone chamber was directly above his stone chamber, Zhou Fei was probably alerted due to the disturbance in his room earlier. He could clearly see the burning hatred in the depths of Zhou Fei's eyes, but he was not bothered by it. In fact, he would have found it strange if Zhou Fei did not hate him after he had severed Zhou Fei's limbs. Soon after, Duanling Tian looked away. He stomped on the ground before he flew past Zhou Fei and shot up into the sky. During the entire process, he did not spare Zhou Fei a glance at all. Duanling Tian, Zhou Fei said through clenched teeth when he saw Duanling Tian's blatant disregard. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He thought to himself, "You can keep being arrogant. We'll see how long it lasts." As Duanling Tian made his way out of the latent dragon abyss, many of those who just emerged from their respective stone chambers and those who had just returned to the latent dragon abyss saw Duanling Tian. "It's Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian is out?" He disappeared for a long time. How long was it? It should be about 1.5 years, right? Just as Duanling Tian was about to leave the latent dragon pool, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Duanling Tian. Qin Yu. Duanling Tian turned around and saw Qin Yu, a former captain of the Black Dragon Army. Qin Yu had been selected in Bloody Spectre City to come to the county city together with him. Whoosh! Qin Yu, who had just exited the third to last stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, appeared like a gust of wind before Duanling Tian. When Qin Yu was fast approaching him earlier, Duanling Tian could already sense the changes in Qin Yu's aura. He was slightly surprised. He asked, "Qin Yu, you had a breakthrough?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded with a smile. "If I didn't have a breakthrough, how could I possibly occupy the stone chamber that's only inferior to Zhou Fei and your stone chambers?" Previously, Duanling Tian had also been surprised by Qin Yu when Qin Yu was selected to come to the county city of Nine Spectres County, even though he knew Qin Yu was talented. However, upon sensing Qin Yu's breakthrough, he realized Qin Yu was even more talented than he had thought. The latent dragon abyss housed 30 golden celestials below the age of 100. For Qin Yu to occupy the third best stone chamber, based on this, one could see how strong Qin Yu was. "It's nothing. I'm still a far cry from you," Qin Yu said humbly. Duanling Tian changed the subject and said with a smile, "Only 2 of us were selected to come here from Bloody Spectre City. If City Governor Liu finds out both of us rank in the top 3 among these 30 golden celestials, he'll definitely be delighted." Qin Yu replied, "News of you ranking top in the latent dragon abyss has already reached Lord City Governor. As for me, I've only occupied the 3rd best stone chamber recently, so I'm afraid he hasn't heard about it yet." After he finished speaking, He studied Duanling Tian for a moment before asking, I can sense the great changes in your aura. During these 1.5 years in closed-door cultivation, you must have gained a lot, right? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Qin Yu's words. 1.5 years? You know when I began my closed-door cultivation. I don't know when you went into closed-door cultivation. I only heard it from the others, Qin Yu replied. So I was in closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. I managed to break through twice before becoming a yellow sun golden celestial in 1.5 years. This speed seems barely passable in the spirit overarching heaven, Duanling Tian thought to himself. If Qin Yu was aware of Duanling Tian's thoughts, he would have felt exasperated. After all, even outstanding Scarlet Sun Golden Celestials from high-rank celestial kingdoms with superior cultivation techniques, environments, and resources would take longer than Duanling Tian to become a Yellow Sun Golden Celestials. Duanling Tian's cultivation speed was incredibly fast, largely due to his 99 heavenly veins. When he had first ascended to the Celestial Ascension pool, he had taken Xianxia's advice and soaked in the pool for a longer time to temper his 99 heavenly veins. For this reason, his cultivation speed became even faster. Otherwise, how could it be possible for a person who had just ascended 2 years ago to become a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial in such a short time? In just 2 years, a Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial became a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial. Apart from the young powerhouses from elite forces in the Devata realms who had the aid of prominent or higher-grade pills, there was nobody in the history of spirit overarching heaven who had accomplished such a feat by only relying on primitive celestial pills. In fact, it was not just in the spirit overarching heaven. The same could be said for the remaining 80 Devata realms. Those who were able to accomplish such a feat was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. After a while, Qin Yu asked, Duanling Tian, where are you planning to go? It's been so long since we arrived in the county city, but I haven't gone out at all. I'm planning to stroll around the city, Duanling Tian answered. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Qin Yu said, why don't I come with you? After being here for 2 years, I've gotten quite familiar with the city. I'll bring you wherever you want to go. Duanling Tian nodded slightly. Although he was not particularly close to Qin Yun, after numerous interactions, he had a favorable impression of Qin Yu. Swoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian and Qin Yu left the latent dragon abyss, a figure flew out of the latent dragon abyss at lightning speed in a different direction from Duanling Tian and Qin Yu. This person was none other than Zhou Fei. After he saw Duanling Tian coming out from his closed-door cultivation, he quickly made his way to Zhou Tong's residence. Duanling Tian is out? Although Zhou Tong was patient as he waited for Duanling Tian to come out, his eyes visibly brightened and an excited expression could be seen on his wizened face when he heard the news. Godfather, what's our plan? Zhou Fei asked. After Zhou Tong regained his composure, he narrowed his eyes that were gleaming coldly. I have my plans. All you have to do is come along and watch the play. Zhou Fei felt reassured when he heard the confidence in Zhou Tong's words. Meanwhile, after leaving the county governor's estate, Duanling Tian and Qin Yu explored every nook and cranny in the city. Although Duanling Tian had arrived 2 years ago, this was his first time exploring the city. He looked around curiously. After strolling around, Qin Yu led Duanling Tian into a restaurant. The duo picked a table located in the corner of the room and listened to people's conversations as they drank wine. These people chatted about various things, earning the duo's attention. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian's attention was caught by a conversation between 2 drinkers. Did you hear? King Qing's mansion will hold the martial competition of the 16 counties next year. One of the men said, Martial competition of the 16 counties? It was clear this was the first time his friend had heard of it. What's that? Well, the martial competition of the 16 counties is... He began to explain the competition to his friend. It did not take long before the attention of most people in the restaurant were also caught by this man's words. Based on this, it could be seen most people were hearing about this for the first time. No wonder. My brother, who's a messenger in the county governor's estate, said that a place called Latent Dragon Abyss was built 2 years ago and it houses 30 golden celestials under the age of 100. As it turns out, the estate is preparing for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Latent Dragon Abyss? I heard about that place as well. I even heard a golden celestial from Bloody Spectre City severed 4 of Zhou Fei's limbs as soon as he arrived. Zhou Fei? Are you talking about the strongest golden celestial under the age of 100 in our 9 Spectres county? The godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. Yes, that's him. Are you joking? Like you said, Zhou Fei is the strongest golden celestial under 100 years old in all of 9 Spectres County. How could someone from Bloody Spectre County sever his limbs? Well, you're probably unaware of this. The fact is this was a hot topic 2 years ago. However, a few people who were recklessly discussing this incident were killed by revered Elder Zhou Tong's subordinates. Therefore, very few people dare to speak about it since then. Then why are you talking about it now? You're not afraid of death. Well, I just feel I won't be that unlucky. Whatever. I'm going to leave after I pay the bill. Following the departure of the individual who revealed this explosive news, the crowd in the restaurant broke out in a commotion immediately. Many people were talking about the golden celestial from Bloody Spectre City who was less than 100 years old. At a corner of the restaurant, Qin Yu asked with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, if these people find out the subject of their discussion is sitting right here, what do you think their reactions would be like? Duan Ling Tian shrugged before he said, I was hoping to hear something useful. However, it seems like they won't stop talking about this anytime soon. We should leave? After leaving the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian strolled around the city under Qin Yu's guide. Just when they were about to return to the latent dragon abyss, they heard a voice from a deserted alley across the road. Keep it down. Not many people know about that place for now. If he comes over, we might be able to get our fingers in the pie. Although the voices had been deliberately lowered, it did not escape Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu's notice. Both of them came to a halt before exchanging a look and simultaneously gestured to each other to keep quiet. Does that place really have profound-grade techniques? A hushed voice that could barely conceal its excitement rang out. Well, I can't be 100% certain. Rumor has it that the place was left behind by an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial. It's a matter of course that overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials have profound-grade techniques at the very least, right? The person replied before he continued to tell his friend about the various rumors he heard surrounding the place that was supposedly left behind by an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial. His descriptions were vivid enough that it did not seem like he was lying. Qin Yu glanced at Duan Ling Tian and said in a hushed tone, based on his words, it doesn't seem like he's lying about that place. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. He had noticed the man's descriptions did not seem fabricated as well. A few moments later, the two individuals quietly left the empty alley and headed to the outskirts of the city through the city's northern gates. Upon leaving the city, they continued to make their way north. Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu, who had been tailing the duo, came to a halt at the city's northern gates. Qin Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Do you want to go and have a look? Then he added, However, if we leave the city, our lives would be at risk. Naturally, you can return to the estate and request for Lord County Governor to send an elder to accompany us. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to those 2 people if we do that. Qin Yu was naturally aware that the county governor of 9 Spectres County valued Duan Ling Tian a lot due to the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pills. That would be given to the counties where the top 3 participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties were from. For this reason, he was certain that as long as Duan Ling Tian said the word, the county governor would definitely oblige and send an elder to accompany them. In fact, the county governor might personally come along upon hearing about this. After all, this matter concerned profound-grade techniques. Moreover, based on the great importance the county governor placed on Duan Ling Tian, if he obtained some extraordinary techniques, he would surely impart them to Duan Ling Tian to increase Duan Ling Tian's chance of winning the martial competition of the 16 counties. If we return to the estate now, we'll definitely lose the trail. Naturally, there's always a chance that they're lying, and we would be risking our lives for nothing if that's the case. However, it seems unlikely that they're lying. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone as he said, I'll go and have a look. You can return to the estate first if you want. If I have the fortune of obtaining the profound grade technique, Rest assured that I'll definitely share it with you. If I don't go with you, I'd be too embarrassed to accept the profound grade technique if you really were to find it. Qin Yu shook his head. It seemed like he had made up his mind to follow Duanling Tian. Since they had numerous interactions after arriving in the county governor's estate, Duanling Tian knew Qin Yu quite well. Once Qin Yu made up his mind, it would be difficult to change it. For this reason, he did not waste time to dissuade Qin Yu from coming along. He reminded Qin Yu, "Come with me if you want, but don't stray too far away from me." "I understand." Although Qin Yu had no idea how strong Duanling Tian was now, he knew Duanling Tian was definitely stronger than him. Duanling Tian and Qin Yu immediately crossed the northern gates and followed those two individuals. Those people were only Scarlet Sun Golden Celestials. It was only natural that Duanling Tian and Zhou Fei's speed was much faster than theirs. It did not take long before they caught up to those two people. They continued to move further and further away as they tailed the two people. As they flew over a thicket, Qin Yu's expression turned grave. His instinct told him something was amiss. "Duanling Tian, I have a feeling that something isn't right." At this point, Duanling Tian had also felt the danger. The ominous feeling in his heart intensified when he discovered the two people they had been tailing had disappeared into thin air, leaving both of them like headless chickens fumbling around. "I'm afraid that we've fallen into a trap." Duanling Tian. A voice Duanling Tian was familiar with rang from high up in the sky. It seemed like the voice was moving closer and closer to them. Duanling Tian looked up and saw two figures in the sky. An old man flew in the lead while a young man trailed behind. The one who had just spoken was the young man flying in the back. His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Fei. Zhou Tong. The two figures belonged to Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, and his godson Zhou Fei. "Why is it them?" Qin Yu exclaimed in shock when he saw the people who were currently descending. He had only seen Zhou Fei before, but it was not difficult for him to figure out the old man's identity. The old man had to be Zhou Tong, the first revered elder in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Moreover, the old man did not have the aura of a golden celestial. The aura he emitted screamed he was stronger than a golden celestial. Despite already knowing the answer, he asked, "Duanling Tian, that old man with Zhou Fei is revered elder Zhou Tong, right?" Based on what Xianxia said, Qin Yu knew that before Duanling Tian went into closed-door cultivation 1.5 years ago, Zhou Tong had happily given Duanling Tian 2 bottles of primitive celestial pills, the hidden spirit pills. When the county governor of Nine Spectres County promised to give Zhou Tong a great overarching pill if Duanling Tian managed to rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. How could a person's attitude undergo a heaven and earth change in just a year and a half? It was obvious that the old man who accompanied Zhou Fei here did not come with good intentions. "You're right, that's Zhou Tong," Duanling Tian replied. Despite already knowing the answer, Qin Yu inhaled sharply when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He asked through voice transmission, "Didn't he give you 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills a year and a half ago? I heard that he was eager to help you grow stronger so you can rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. It's obvious he came harboring ill intentions. Why is his change so extreme when just a short time has passed?" Indeed, he came harboring ill intentions. Since Qin Yu could tell Zhou Tong was up to no good, Duanling Tian could, naturally, see that as well. Moreover, he even figured out the 2 individuals earlier must have been planted by Zhou Tong as well. Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh, "I was too careless." However, the 2 individuals' words had sounded true to him. Otherwise, he would not have chased after them without preparing in advance. Naturally, it was also because he longed for a profound-grade cultivation technique that he had recklessly chased after the 2 individuals. If he obtained a profound-grade cultivation technique to replace his yellow-grade cultivation technique, the crystal clearance technique, his cultivation speed would increase by several folds. Qin Yu verbalized the thoughts in Duanling Tian's mind through voice transmission. It seems like the 2 individuals were sent by Zhou Tong. However, it did not seem like they were lying about the profound-grade cultivation technique. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei finally descended and stood near Duanling Tian and Qin Yu. Both of them were staring at Duanling Tian intently. They did not even spare Qin Yu a glance. Duanling Tian smiled faintly before he said, "Revered Elder Zhou Tong, what coincidence meeting you here?" Zhou Tong said indifferently, "It's not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you for some time now." Duanling Tian feigned a shocked expression on his face. "Duanling Tian?" Zhou Fei looked at Duanling Tian and sneered. "Who would have expected you to conceal yourself so well? If I didn't go to Bloody Spectre City to investigate your background, I would have never guessed you just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. Moreover, you descended to the heavenly celestial ascension pool." His sneer grew more pronounced as he spoke. Upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, Qin Yu's expression changed immediately. Naturally, he knew about this, but he did not expect Zhou Fei would discover this. Moreover, Zhou Fei had intentionally gone to Bloody Spectre City to investigate the matter. Realization dawned on him at this moment. No wonder Zhou Tong's attitude underwent such a huge change. Zhou Fei must have informed him about all Duanling Tian. It was not difficult to figure out that Zhou Tong coveted Duanling Tian's extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. After all, a mediocre celestial pill like the Great Overarching Pill was incredibly insignificant compared to a heaven-grade celestial method or divine ability. Now that he found out the reason behind Zhou Tong's arrival, he turned to look at Duanling Tian. However, he discovered Duanling Tian remained calm when faced with Zhou Fei's mocking words. It seemed as though even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him, Duanling Tian would still be able to maintain his composure. Duanling Tian looked at Zhou Fei and chuckled. "You're quite determined. Even those things have been investigated by you." His eyes were brimming with disdain as he continued to say, "Zhou Fei, if you had a fraction of this determination in regard to cultivating, you would not have been so weak that I could even defeat you with just a strike." Duanling Tian's words were akin to pouring salt on Zhou Fei's wound. As soon as he heard this, his expression changed greatly. He glowered at Duanling Tian before he shouted, "Why are you acting so arrogant? If it were not for your celestial methods and divine abilities, how could you be a match for me? You're just a newly ascended lowly trash." "Lowly trash?" Duanling Tian smiled. "If I'm trash, what does it make you, someone who had his limbs severed by lowly trash? Does it make you a piece of shit?" His smile deepened as he spoke. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Zhou Fei was rendered speechless, and his expression turned even more unsightly. Duanling Tian was speaking the truth. The gap between them was so wide that Duanling Tian could easily defeat him with just a strike. In the end, he said in a low voice, "Duanling Tian, you can continue being a smartass. However, it won't change the fact that you're merely a dog in my godfather's cage. If you were told to go east, you couldn't even look west. If you were told to go south, you couldn't even look north." He sneered as he continued to say confidently, "If you obediently reveal your celestial methods and divine abilities, you might be able to live for a few more years. Otherwise, you'll have a taste of what it's like to have a life worse than death." It was clear he did not doubt Zhou Tong's ability at all. "Is that so?" Duanling Tian flashed a grin. From the beginning until now, he did not reveal even the slightest hint of panic. It was as though he did not fear Zhou Tong at all. "Smile while you still can. Once my godfather acts, you won't be able to smile even if you want to," Zhou Fei sneered. At this moment, Zhou Tong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, "Duanling Tian." His cloudy eyes seemed exceptionally bright at this moment as he looked at Duanling Tian. "It's truly shocking that you'd only ascended 2.5 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, you're still a heavenly celestial, right?" Duanling Tian responded to the question with another question. "Would you believe me if I say no, revered Elder Zhou Tong?" Before Zhou Tong could reply, Zhou Fei scoffed loudly. He said contemptuously, "Duanling Tian, who do you think you are? Do you expect us to believe you became a golden celestial in just 2.5 years? What a joke. If I master your heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, I'll be able to kill you with a finger." Duanling Tian did not even deign to spare Zhou Fei a glance. He only looked at Zhou Tong calmly. Zhou Fei was not worthy of his attention at all. "Duanling Tian, When Zhou Fei saw Duan Ling Tian's blatant disregard, he was resentful and embarrassed. He glared at Duan Ling Tian until it looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, Zhou Tong's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Regardless if I believe you or not, there's no doubt that you'll be captured by me today." Even after Zhou Tong dropped his pretenses, Duan Ling Tian still looked calm. He asked nonchalantly, "Revered Elder Zhou Tong, if I'm not mistaken, those two individuals were sent by you to lure me here, right?" "Correct," Zhou Tong replied apathetically. He did not put much thought into why Duan Ling Tian was able to maintain his composure. Both him and Zhou Fei thought Duan Ling Tian was only putting on a front to try and confuse them. Duan Ling Tian said, "I'm really curious. Why did it seem like they were telling the truth when they spoke about the profound grade cultivation techniques? There were no flaws in their words." "That's because they're speaking from my experience a year and a half ago. At that time, I had obtained information on the whereabouts of a profound grade cultivation technique and had even left the 9 Spectres County to look for it." An almost unnoticeable hint of regret flashed in his eyes briefly when he spoke. However, it did not escape Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He instantly exposed Zhou Tong. "What a pity. It seems like the profound grade cultivation technique was obtained by someone else." "Well, I don't think it's a pity." Zhou Tong's eyes shone as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. "Compared to an insignificant profound grade cultivation technique, I'm more interested in heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities." About 2 years ago, Zhou Tong had received news about a profound-grade cultivation technique. For this reason, he had secretly left the county governor's estate. Naturally, he had acted in secrecy due to his selfishness. He did not want to have to share the profound-grade cultivation technique with the county governor of 9 Spectres County. This was the same time Duan Ling Tian had arrived in the county governor's estate and severed Zhou Fei's limbs in the latent dragon abyss. "Well, you can refuse to reveal your celestial methods and divine abilities, but don't regret it later," Zhou Tong sneered. "I have hundreds and thousands of ways to torture it out of you. At that time, you'd fervently wish for death. I wonder if your will is stronger than the pain I'll inflict on you." Whoosh! As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, a vast and terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body. They looked like flames licking the air, making him look like the god of fire at this moment. His celestial origin energy that was at the level of a great overarching golden celestial seemed to make the air heavy. Qin Yu and Zhou Fei, whose cultivation bases were the weakest among the 4 of them, became slightly breathless as their faces flushed red due to being overwhelmed by Zhou Tong's celestial origin energy. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian remained unaffected from the beginning until now. Zhou Tong cocked an eyebrow as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said patronizingly, "A mere heavenly celestial who's unaffected by my celestial origin energy. Duan Ling Tian, you should feel proud of yourself." He spoke as though he was a high and mighty god looking down at Duan Ling Tian, who was like a bug he could crush at any time. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian ignored Zhou Tong. He turned to Qin Yu and said, "Qin Yu, Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei came for me. You should leave first." Qin Yu knew Duan Ling Tian had said those words for his own good. However, he could not abandon Duan Ling Tian to such powerful enemies. It was not in his character to do something like that. "Duan Ling Tian, we left the city together, and will return to the city together." When Qin Yu finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows while Zhou Tong scoffed loudly before he said, "None of you will be leaving here today." Zhou Tong was not stupid. If he had come to kill Duan Ling Tian, he would not care about Qin Yu's life or death. After all, even if Qin Yu tattled to the county governor would not settle scores with him over a dead person. He was the only great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County apart from the county governor. Duan Ling Tian might be as valuable as him alive, but a dead Duan Ling Tian was worthless. Nevertheless, he did not plan to kill Duan Ling Tian before he obtained the celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, he could not let Qin Yu leave and seek help from the county governor. If the county governor learned about Duan Ling Tian's extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities, the county governor would surely intervene. At that time, none of the outcomes would be favorable to him. "Fine, you can stay, but watch out for yourself." Duanling Tian said before he glanced at Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong. At this moment, Zhou Fei was staring intently at Qin Yu. Zhou Tong's eyes did not leave Duanling Tian at all as he ordered, "Fair, kill Qin Yu while I deal with Duanling Tian." At this moment it seemed like all he could see was Duanling Tian. "Yes, Godfather," Zhou Fei replied and instantly moved toward Qin Yu. "Be careful." Duanling Tian's expression darkened. His celestial origin energy stirred, clearly intending to help Qin Yu. Since Qin Yu had not taken over Zhou Fei's stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, Qin Yu was probably still weaker than Zhou Fei. For this reason, he could not help but worry about Qin Yu's safety. "You should look out for yourself." At this moment, Zhou Tong blocked Duanling Tian with his celestial origin energy that was raging like a fire. Boom! 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 At the same time, a series of explosions rang in the air. Qin Yu and Zhou Fei had begun to fight. When Duanling Tian looked over, he discovered that, indeed, Zhou Fei was stronger than Qin Yu, but the difference in their strength was rather insignificant. Based on this situation, it's unlikely that Zhou Fei would be able to defeat Qin Yu in less than 100 moves. He felt his worries easing, and he shifted his attention back to Zhou Tong, who had appeared before him. Before Duanling Tian came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, when he was still in Bloody Spectre City that was located far away, Lu Fenggu had told him about Zhou Tong and the feud between them. In exchange for a better cultivation environment and resources, he promised to capture Zhou Tong and bring him back to Lu Fenggu in Bloody Spectre City after he had grown strong enough to do so. On top of that, Lu Fenggu had also promised to disclose the location of a celestial fire after he killed Zhou Tong to avenge his direct disciple. When Duanling Tian recalled his deal with Lu Fenggu, his eyes shone as brightly as the stars in the night sky when he looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong stared at Duanling Tian icily and said in a deep voice, "Duanling Tian, if you surrender, you won't have to suffer much. If you resist, I'll make sure to torture you until being dead is preferable to staying alive." He was certain he could kill Duanling Tian with just a strike. However, since he did not plan to kill Duanling Tian, it would require a little more finesse on his part to capture Duanling Tian alive. However, he did not think it would be tough. After all, he was a great overarching golden celestial. How difficult would it be for him to capture a heavenly celestial alive? Duanling Tian scoffed. "A great overarching golden celestial who likes spewing bullshit. You're an embarrassment to great overarching golden celestials everywhere." At the same time, he cast his assist-type divine ability to raise his celestial origin energy by 4 stages. Elementary Devouring Tactic. When Duanling Tian was still a heavenly celestial, the Elementary Devouring Tactic would only raise his celestial origin energy by 3 stages. Now that he became a golden celestial, it would raise his celestial origin energy by 4 stages. The assist-type divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, was a heaven-grade divine ability after all. Contrary to what everyone thought, it was also the only heaven-grade divine ability he had mastered. What a powerful assist-type divine ability! I can feel his celestial origin energy rising several stages in just a blink of an eye. As a great overarching golden celestial, Zhou Tong could acutely sense the changes in Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy. With this, he was certain it was a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Divine abilities at or below the Earth grade were not capable of something like that. "It seems like you intend on resisting. I'll teach you an unforgettable lesson today, and give you a taste of the torture you'll be facing." Zhou Tong was, naturally, furious when he saw Duanling Tian intending on putting up a resistance. His celestial origin energy surged like flames in the air. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as Zhou Tong moved. He looked like a ball of flames as he shot toward Duanling Tian. He seemed to leave the air boiling in his wake. Sword Formation. 13 green lotus swords. Duanling Tian did not dare to let down his guard in front of a great overarching golden celestial. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the primitive celestial sword he had obtained previously and unleashed his skills. He was going all out. Whoosh! 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 The sword formation that was formed by sword rays shone dazzlingly. It emitted a terrifying energy as it collided with Zhou Tong. Impossible. When Duan Tian unleashed all his skills and took out his primitive celestial weapon, Zhou Tong could tell Duan Tian was more powerful than all the peak golden celestials he had met. Even the peak golden celestials in the county governor's estate, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below great overarching golden celestials, was not as strong as Duan Tian. Although Duan Tian's attack posed no threat to Zhou Tong, it was not easy for him to repel the attack with his lack of preparation. It seems like I've underestimated you. It seems like I've underestimated you. In a hurry to repel Duan Tian's attack, Zhou Tong unleashed all his strength without using a celestial weapon. He stumbled back slightly before he looked at Duan Tian with a solemn expression on his face. His eyes were brimming with shock. He did not expect Duan Tian to be so strong. Zhou Tong felt doubt beginning to rise in him as he thought to himself, did he truly ascend to the spirit overarching heaven just 2.5 years ago? Is he really a heavenly celestial? It should be impossible for a violet moon heavenly celestial to launch such a powerful attack no matter how many heaven-grade celestial methods or divine abilities they mastered. Apart from that, was it even possible for someone, a crimson moon heavenly celestial, who had just ascended 2.5 years ago, become a violet moon heavenly celestial in such a short time? Even if Duan Tian was a peerless talent who managed to ascend after cultivating in a mundane realm for less than 100 years, it should still be impossible for him to achieve so much in such a short period. In the end, he concluded inwardly, he has to be hiding even more secrets. Zhou Tong had verified that Duan Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. If that was the case, he was certain Duan Tian had to be harboring other secrets. Moreover, that secret probably had something to do with his immense strength. He naturally grew excited when he thought about this. Duan Tian, I didn't expect you to be so strong, Zhou Tong said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Tian. However, if this is the extent of your strength, you won't be able to avoid your impending fate. I'll still capture you and torture you. His tone turned colder and colder as he spoke. Although Duan Tian's attack was stronger than all the peak golden celestials he had met, Duan Tian was still weaker than him. He could defeat Duan Tian without even using his celestial weapon. He only had to unleash all his strength earlier to repel Duan Tian's attack because he was caught unprepared. Needless to say, if he was prepared, he would be able to easily deflect Duan Tian's attack without using his full strength. Duan Tian sneered. Well, we'll have to see if you're capable of capturing me. At this moment, he was very well aware of the difference between his and Zhou Tong's strength. Even without using a celestial weapon, Zhou Tong had easily blocked his attack even after he used his primitive celestial weapon and unleashed all his strength. Nevertheless, that was not all the tricks he had in his arsenal. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Zhou Tong sneered as well. Boom! 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 Zhou Tong moved toward Duan Tian again. His fiery celestial origin energy intensified and surged into the air. He was like a vengeful god of fire that was about to mete out punishment. The disturbance was so great that Zhou Fei and Qin Yu stopped fighting for a moment as they stared in horror at the moving fiery energy. Duan Tian is able to force Godfather to unleash so much power? With Zhou Fei's cultivation base, he still could not see through his Godfather's move. However, he could sense that the strength his Godfather was using was much more than the full strength of a peak golden celestial. Similarly, Qin Yu was shocked as well. After exchanging 20 to 30 moves with Zhou Fei, he was beginning to feel the burn of it. Since Zhou Fei had stopped attacking for the moment, he took the opportunity to catch his breath. Nevertheless, although he was at a disadvantage, he would not be defeated anytime soon. Meanwhile, Duan Tian's expression was grim as he faced Zhou Tong's ferocious attack again. This time, Zhou Tong's attack was much stronger. He would not be able to block this attack if he had used the same attack he had used earlier. He sighed inwardly. I'm still weaker than a great overarching golden celestial. Soon enough, his eyes began to shine brightly as he continued thinking to himself. That said, I'm not much weaker than a great overarching golden celestial. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in the air as Duan Tian put away his primitive celestial sword. Upon seeing this, Zhou Tong was puzzled. At the same time, A seven-colored sword ray shot out of Duanling Tian's right palm that was facing downward. The aura it emitted was incredibly powerful. 7 orifices, exquisite sword. A few moments later, the seven-colored sword ray hovered in front of Duanling Tian. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to suppress and stifle those who were present on the scene. This was especially true for Zhou Fei and Qin Yu. Even Zhou Tong's aura as a great overarching golden celestial was not as great as the seven-colored sword ray. As soon as it appeared, everything in its surroundings seemed to pale in comparison. Is this a celestial weapon? What grade is this celestial weapon? The 3 people present on the scene were in shock and disbelief. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Faced with the ball of flame that was moving toward him, the seven-colored sword ray hovering in front of Duanling Tian shot out and split into tens of thousands of sword rays before converging again to form a sword formation. The 7 colors it radiated was incredibly dazzling, looking like a rainbow as it continued to shoot out. Boom! 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 A wave of energy from the sword formation rolled out in all directions, setting off a series of explosions. At this moment, it seemed as though the end of the world had arrived. Greed flashed in Zhou Tong's voice. His voice was ice-cold that it seemed like the surroundings' temperature had dropped. Duanling Tian, who knew you possessed such a high-grade celestial weapon? However, do you think you're the only one who has a celestial weapon? Whoosh! 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 A cane appeared in Zhou Tong's hand as he charged at Duanling Tian. The flames around him seemed to intensify as it surged even higher. His aura was not any weaker than Duanling Tian's sword formation that was radiating a seven-colored light. A mediocre celestial weapon? Duanling Tian could tell Zhou Tong's celestial weapon was of a higher grade than a primitive celestial weapon. If it were just a primitive celestial weapon, it would not be able to boost Zhou Tong's strength to the point where it was as strong as the 7 orifices exquisite sword. He was certain it was a mediocre celestial weapon because he thought it was unlikely for Zhou Tong to own a prominent celestial weapon. I wonder if the 10,000 soldiers surrender will be able to submit it like the other primitive celestial weapons. Duanling Tian felt slightly unsettled. Suddenly, the sword formation's aura turned strange as it rapidly shrouded a large area of the land. Not only did it envelop Zhou Tong, but it enveloped Qin Yu and Zhou Fei as well. Swoosh! Swoosh! In just an instant, Zhou Tong and Qin Yu's celestial weapons shot out of their hands and flew into the seven-colored sword formation, as though they were being pulled by an invisible force. No! Impossible! 2 cries sounded in unison. Zhou Tong's cane, a mediocre celestial weapon, had been snatched away by the mysterious energy of Duanling Tian's seven-colored sword formation. The backlash from when his weapon was snatched away injured his hand. Without his cane, the raging flames around him weakened slightly. At this moment, the seven-colored sword formation was very close to Zhou Tong, who was shrouded in flames. Xiao! 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 A series of sword cries rang in the air as the seven-colored light from the sword formation turned blindingly bright. The land was bathed in 7 colors at this moment. Meanwhile, fire on the ball of flames raged as it shot in the air, seemingly capable of burning everything down. The 2 attacks collided. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded as a mushroom cloud rose into the air. Powerful shockwaves rolled out in all directions, sending Qin Yu and Zhou Fei flying. They were even injured by the shockwave. Fortunately, both of them were quite a distance away from the epicenter. Otherwise, they would have been killed. Both of them fearfully stopped all movements. At the same time, a painful cry rang in the air. No! Godfather! Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically upon hearing that scream. Whoosh! When the seven-colored sword formation collided with Zhou Tong, the energy flames on his body were instantly put out. The formation left bloody holes all over his body, making it look like a hornet's nest. Blood kept spurting out of the holes. The blood only stopped gushing out of the wounds when his weakened celestial origin energy completely dissipated. Zhou Tong panted heavily. The agonizing pain caused him to break out in cold sweat. Based on his cultivation, no matter how hot it was, he would not have sweat. Why? Why didn't you kill me? Shock, disbelief, confusion, and fear could be seen on Zhou Tong's face at this moment. Although the seven-colored sword formation left holes all over his body, it had avoided all the vital parts, and thus avoided killing him. Your life is spared because you still have use, Duanling Tian replied lightly. However, there's no need for you to worry. You'll die soon enough, just not by my hand. He did not kill Zhou Tong because he was going to bring Zhou Tong back to Bloody Spectre City so that Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre, could kill Zhou Tong with his own hands. At that time, he would be able to obtain the whereabouts of the celestial fire from Lu Fenggu. You. Who's going to kill me? Zhou Tong's eyes widened. Duanling Tian asked in reply, Who do you think could it be? Realization dawned on Lu Fenggu before he instinctively blurted out, Lu Fenggu. He could not think of anyone else except for Lu Fenggu. After all, Duanling Tian had come from Bloody Spectre City where Lu Fenggu was the city governor. Revered Elder Zhou Tong is truly smart. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. At this moment, Zhou Fei cried out to remind Zhou Tong, Godfather, use soul attack. Unless he has a soul defense celestial weapon that's of the prominent grade, he won't be able to withstand a soul attack from a great overarching golden celestial. He stood in the distance with a horrified expression on his face when he saw how Zhou Tong was defeated and severely injured by Duanling Tian. When Zhou Fei was in Bloody Spectre City previously, Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, had told him that Duanling Tian possessed a soul defense celestial weapon. Therefore, Duanling Tian was not afraid of soul attacks. However, a mediocre soul defense celestial weapon would only be able to resist soul attacks from golden celestials. It would not be able to resist soul attacks from great overarching golden celestials. Only prominent soul defense celestial weapons would be able to resist soul attacks from great overarching golden celestials. He thought it was highly unlikely that Duanling Tian would possess a prominent soul defense celestial weapon. Zhou Tong thought death was imminent, and all his hopes were dashed. However, upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, his eyes were lit up by hope, looking like two dazzling stars in the night sky. He did not hesitate as he quickly cast a soul attack. A seemingly solid flame surged out from Zhou Tong's glabella. It flew out at the speed of light toward Duanling Tian, catching Duanling Tian off guard. The great overarching golden celestial soul attack entered Duanling Tian's body and raged in there, determined to destroy his soul. Alas, when it came close to his soul, the situation changed abruptly. An inconspicuous defective metal piece suddenly appeared between the soul attack and Duanling Tian's soul. It was as though a barrier had been erected. The defective metal piece shone brightly as it absorbed the soul attack with a force that seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth. In just a blink of an eye, the seemingly solid flame vanished. The light from the defective metal piece seemed to weaken in general, but the light at the top of it seemed more profound as it twinkled. Duanling Tian was preoccupied at this moment, so he did not notice this. Otherwise, he would have discovered the top of the defective metal piece would react in such a subtle way after it absorbed soul attacks. He inhaled sharply as he thought to himself, This defective metal piece is comparable to a prominent celestial weapon. It devoured the soul attack of a great overarching golden celestial so easily. Moreover, it seems like this is not its limit. This defective metal piece is a product of the jade token and the strange stone. I don't know the origin of the strange stone, but the jade token was given to me by Kuer's third uncle, a powerhouse from the divine offering land who's even stronger than heavenly emperors. Even someone like that thinks it's precious. I wonder what secrets it holds. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the defective metal piece curiously. The sound of people gasping brought Duanling Tian back to his senses. He turned his attention back to Zhou Tong, who tried to attack his soul. If it were not for that defective metal piece, he would have died. There were no words to describe the shock Zhou Tong felt at this moment. You have a prominent soul defense celestial weapon. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei was petrified. His voice trembled as he muttered to himself, PR prominent celestial weapon. Prominent soul defense celestial weapons were a rarity. Not even Zhou Thong, the first revered elder of Nine Spectres County and the county governor of Nine Spectres County, possessed one. Duanling Tian scoffed loudly. He lifted his hand and pointed it at Zhou Fei. Whoosh! A seven-colored sword ray shot out, seemingly capable of destroying everything on heaven and earth. Zhou Fei did not even have time to react when his body was split into two. Even the expression on his face remained the same at the time of his death. It was obvious he had no time to react to Duanling Tian's attack at all. Boom! Duanling Tian casually pushed out his palm. His seemingly peerless celestial origin energy shot out and destroyed Zhou Fei's corpse. Nothing was left except for a ring that hovered in the air. He raised his hand and brought the ring to him. Zhou Fei, who was brimming with life just a second ago, had completely vanished. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong was too afraid to even move a muscle when he saw this. He no longer dared to recklessly attack Duanling Tian. After all, it might anger Duanling Tian into killing him. Moreover, based on the strength Duanling Tian displayed, he was not certain he could stop Duanling Tian even if Duanling Tian was seriously injured. Whoosh! An ear-piercing noise caught Duanling Tian's attention as he put Zhou Fei's spatial ring away. He looked up and saw a streak of light shooting out from Zhou Tong toward the direction of the county governor's estate at the speed of light. Communication celestial talisman? He must have exposed me and is asking for help from the county governor. Duanling Tian scoffed. His eyes were cold as celestial origin energy surged out from his body and turned into thousands of sword rays. They formed a seven-colored sword formation again before chasing after the communication celestial talisman. Swoosh! The communication celestial talisman was fast, but it was no match for the seven-colored sword formation. In just a blink of an eye, the talisman was destroyed. Zhou Tong had personally inscribed the communication celestial talisman that he had just used. Its speed was comparable to that of a great overarching golden celestial, and it was only slightly slower than his top speed. Those who were weaker than a great overarching golden celestial would not be able to catch up to his communication celestial talisman, let alone block it. However, there would always be an exception. Although Duanling Tian's cultivation base was far behind a great overarching golden celestial, his attack was no weaker than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial when he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, and unleashed all his strength. For this reason, he caught up to the communication celestial talisman and blocked it. In fact, due to the loss of its artifact soul, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was not as powerful as it used to be. Otherwise, Zhou Tong's communication celestial talisman would not have gone as far as it did. Zhou Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw the communication celestial talisman he had used was so easily blocked. A mixture of fear, shock, and disbelief could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian again. He wondered inwardly, how's it possible that someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago is stronger than I am? As impossible as it might seem, he had to accept this fact. Duanling Tian? Qin Yu murmured, thoroughly shocked, as he looked at Duanling Tian who was standing next to him. Although he knew Duanling Tian was rather strong and had mastered a number of heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he did not expect Duanling Tian's strength to be comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. He had witnessed Duanling Tian defeat Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, and one of the two great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. How could he not feel shocked? Most importantly, he knew if Duanling Tian did not hold back, Duanling Tian could have killed Zhou Tong. At this moment, he felt as though he was looking at a stranger when he looked at Duanling Tian, who seemed to have been imbued by divine power. After Duanling Tian used his seven-colored sword formation that was boosted by the Seven Orifices exquisite sword to bind Zhou Tong, he looked at Qin Yu and asked with a smile, Qin Yu, do you want to return to Bloody Spectre City or should I send you back to the county city? He did not want to waste time and planned to bring Zhou Tong back to Bloody Spectre to hand him over to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. He truly did not expect he would be able to defeat Zhou Tong in merely 2 years after he had arrived in the county city of the Nine Spectres County. Duanling Tian's voice snapped Qin Yu back to reality. It took him a while to process the question before he replied, Huh? Oh. I'll return to Bloody Spectre City with you. All right. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he maintained his hold on Zhou Tong with the seven-colored sword formation while he carried Qin Yu with him as he sped toward Bloody Spectre City at a speed comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. As they got closer to Bloody Spectre City, Zhou Tong seemed to smell the stench of his death. He quickly humbled himself and pleaded, Duan Tian, if you let me go, I'll acknowledge you as my master. I'll even help you take over Nine Spectres County and become the county governor. Help me become the county governor of Nine Spectres County? Duan Tian smiled. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Zhou Tong apathetically. Zhou Tong, if you have the ability to help me become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, would you have remained the first revered elder for so long? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? A hint of ridicule could be heard in his voice when he spoke. If Zhou Tong were capable of taking over the position of county governor, Zhou Tong would have seized the position for his own. Duan Tian, although you're strong, your strength is on even ground with the county governor at most. If we join forces, we'll be able to kill him, Zhou Tong said. Duan Tian laughed before he said, Who's to say you won't join forces with the county governor and attack me at that time? Zhou Tong's expression darkened when he heard Duan Tian's words. Indeed, this thought had crossed his mind. After all, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone if his plan were successful. After being seen through by Duan Tian, he said without much conviction, Why you have to trust me? He steeled himself and continued to persuade Duan Tian, once you become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, you don't have to worry about cultivation resources. Although Nine Spectres County is under King Qing's mansion's rule, King Qing's mansion generally would not intervene in the county's affairs. You can do whatever you want once you become a county governor. Seeing as they were about to arrive in Bloody Spectre City, he no longer wanted to waste words with Zhou Tong. He bluntly said, I'm sorry. I'm not interested. I've only been talking to you because I was bored. Do you really think I'm unaware of what you're thinking? While he was in Bloody Spectre City, he had learned that one would need the approval of King Qing's mansion in order to become the county governor of Nine Spectres County. If he were to kill the county governor of Nine Spectres County, instead of becoming the new county governor, he would be hunted down by King Qing's mansion. This was similar to how one would need approval from the county governor in order to become a city governor. Knowing all these things, he was naturally aware that Zhou Tong harbored ill intentions. Even if Zhou Tong did not join forces with the county governor to kill him, Zhou Tong could use the death of the county governor to frame him and cause King Qing's mansion to hunt him down. At that time, he would not be able to stay in Nine Spectres County, and Zhou Tong would benefit from it instead. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, he was enraged and his expression turned unsightly. He studied the 7-colored sword formation that restrained him, looking for a weak spot. His injuries had healed. He thought if he could just find a weak spot, he would be able to escape. When Bloody Spectre City appeared in the distance, Duan Tian suddenly bellowed, Trying to escape? Zhou Tong was frightened. He looked guilty as he lowered his gaze. Duan Tian scoffed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In just an instant, a series of short-lived sword cries rang in the air as the 7-colored sword formation beneath Duan Tian's feet shot toward Zhou Tong, who was also restrained by the 7-colored sword formation. Upon seeing Duan Tian's attack, his expression changed drastically as he cried out, No. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body in just an instant. Alas, although he had recovered a lot, he was still a lot weaker compared to when he was at the peak of his strength. It took just a short moment before his flame-like celestial origin energy was snuffed out by Duan Tian's 7-colored sword formation. The soft sounds of flesh being pierced could be heard as the 7-colored sword formation left hideous bloody wounds on Zhou Tong's body, causing his body to look like a honeycomb. Similar to earlier, Duan Tian's attack avoided all of Zhou Tong's vital points to keep him alive. In the end, Zhou Tong could only use his remaining celestial origin energy to heal himself. His aura had greatly weakened again. When he finally healed himself, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He snarled, Duan Tian? He lunged at Duan Tian, as though he was a beast that wanted to rip a chunk of Duan Tian's flesh off. He was furious that Duan Tian had weakened him so much, effectively taking away all his chances to escape. On the other hand, Duan Tian ignored the resentful and furious Zhou Tong. After all, Zhou Tong was a dead man walking. Is he really a great overarching golden celestial? Qin Yu thought to himself, amused. Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial. was no different from a lamb being readied for slaughter at this moment. When the seven-colored sword formation flew out, it left a rainbow-colored light in its wake. This caused a commotion in Bloody Spectre City. What's that? What's that seven-colored light? It looks like it's heading toward the city governor's estate. How impressive. Is some powerhouse visiting Bloody Spectre City, or is the powerhouse a friend of Lord City Governor? In the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. Similar to the people of Bloody Spectre City, the people from the city governor's estate were alarmed when they saw the seven-colored light landing in the courtyard of the main hall in the city governor's estate. A loud voice tinged with anxiety rang in the air before the person who had spoken was seen. I'm Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. I apologize for failing to welcome you at the entrance of Bloody Spectre City. May I ask the reason for your visit to the city? After a moment, a tall figure flew over at lightning speed to the courtyard of the main hall in the city governor's estate. He was stunned when he had a good look at the two men in his courtyard. In the beginning, Lu Fenggu had been worried when he saw the seven-colored light that came from outside the city. He knew the light belonged to a powerhouse that was not any weaker than a great overarching golden celestial. Since he did know the objectives of the powerhouse's visit, he had felt anxious. However, when he saw the two men in his courtyard, he was speechless. He knew these two young men. When he finally regained his senses, he looked at the two smiling young men and said dazedly, Duan Ling Tian, Qin Yu. He could not complete his sentence. He did not think the powerhouse whom he had thought was a great overarching golden celestial would turn out to be Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu, who had left Bloody Spectre City 2 years ago. Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and looked at Lu Fenggu as he said, City Governor, I came back to fulfill our deal. The seven-colored light next to him dissipated, revealing a sword formation and the bound Lu Fenggu. At this moment, Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards and the second strongest person in Bloody Spectre City, finally arrived. Lu Fenggu and Elder Hong's expressions changed drastically when the figure was revealed. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. They were rendered speechless from the shock. It had been too long since they had last seen the old man who was being restrained by the seven-colored sword formation. Since the old man's appearance did not change, they instantly recognized him as Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. However, even if Zhou Tong had been burned into ashes, Lu Fenggu was certain he would still be able to recognize Zhou Tong. After all, he had longed to kill Zhou Tong for a long time now. On the other hand, Zhou Tong, who had been bound by the seven-colored sword formation, glared at Lu Fenggu as he roared in anger. How dare you, Lu Fenggu? How dare you find someone to seek revenge from me? If I knew this, I wouldn't have spared your life on account of Lord County Governor back then. He felt regretful. If he did not let Lu Fenggu go back then, he would not be in this predicament now. He was unaware that even if he had killed Lu Fenggu back then, he still would not be able to escape death. After all, since he had provoked Duan Ling Tian would have killed him anyway. Zhou Tong's voice was so loud that it caused Lu Fenggu's eardrums to hurt. Lu Fenggu, who was in a daze, wondering if he was dreaming, regained his senses when he heard Zhou Tong's angry words. He looked at Zhou Tong, who was glaring at him, and laughed heartily. I'm not dreaming. It's not a dream. Swoosh. At this moment, Elder Hong, who was standing next to Lu Fenggu, had regained his senses as well. He disappeared in a flash when he saw people approaching them with their weapons in hand to stop them from approaching. After all, it would be better the fewer people knew about this matter regarding Zhou Tong. If word spread, who knew if it would anger the county governor of Nine Spectres City and bring calamity to Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu looked at Zhou Tong. He continued laughing for a moment before he finally said, Zhou Tong, who knew you'd have such a day as well? I bet you didn't think you'd ever end up in this state. Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu remained silent as they watched the scene unfold. Duan Ling Tian had filled Qin Yu in about the history between Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong during their journey to Bloody Spectre City. Many of Qin Yu's questions were answered when he learned about Lu Fenggu's past and the deal between Duan Ling Tian and Lu Fenggu. He finally knew why Lu Fenggu had given Duan Ling Tian preferential treatment and allowed Duan Ling Tian to cultivate in tranquil alcove in the past when not even the commanders of Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army were given such a treatment. When Zhou Tong saw the cold killing intent in Lu Fenggu's eyes, his expression changed drastically. He knew he was in a precarious situation at this moment. He was treading the fine line between life and death. He said threateningly, "Lu Fenggu, if you dare to kill me, Lord County Governor will surely kill you in return." Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Lu Fenggu stopped laughing abruptly. He looked at Zhou Tong indifferently and said, "As long as I get to kill you, it doesn't matter if I die. I die with no regrets as long as I get to kill you." At this moment, he no longer cared about life and death. Zhou Tong's expression changed drastically. He could tell Lu Fenggu was not lying. When he spoke again, his threatening tone was replaced with a voice that contained a hint of pleading. "City Governor Lu, I'm sorry for what happened to you and your direct disciple back then. If you're willing to spare my life, I'm willing to travel around the world to find an outstanding disciple for you as compensation. In fact, I'll agree to all your requests." Faced with death, his arrogance had disappeared. He did not hesitate to lower his head and begged Lu Fenggu, someone he had disdained in the past, for mercy. "Find an outstanding disciple to compensate me?" Lu Fenggu laughed again. However, this time his laughter was laden with bitterness. His eyes brimmed with killing intent as he sneered before he said, "Do you think you'll be able to find someone, no matter how outstanding, to replace my disciple whom I had treated like my son?" Zhou Tong began to speak. Without giving Zhou Tong a chance to finish his sentence, Lu Fenggu turned to look at Duanling Tian and called out, "Duanling Tian." Duanling Tian knew what Lu Fenggu wanted. His eyes turned cold, and with just a thought, his seven-colored sword formation that bound Zhou Tong shone even more brightly than before. Zhou Tong's expression changed as though he knew death was at his door. He cried out miserably, "No!" Boom! In just an instant, Zhou Tong's celestial origin energy surged as he tried to make his final struggle. However, due to his injuries from before, it was futile for him to struggle. Swoosh! 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 The seven-colored sword formation suddenly turned into millions of sword rays before they flew out and pierced Zhou Tong's body, leaving bloody holes on his body. Although the rays did not hurt Zhou Tong's vital organs, he was already dying from multiple serious injuries. Lu Fenggu scoffed before he attacked the dying Zhou Tong. Buzz! The sound of Lu Fenggu's saber buzzing rang in the air before it took Zhou Tong's life away. With this, a great overarching golden celestial was dead. Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial and the first revered elder of the county governor's estate of Nine Spectres County, was killed by Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, one of the cities under the jurisdiction of Nine Spectres County. If the news was to spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion in Nine Spectres County. However, due to Elder Hong's quick response, this matter was only known to Lu Fenggu, Duanling Tian, and Qinyu. After Lu Fenggu killed Zhou Tong, a hint of glee could be seen on his face. He looked in the direction of the county city of Nine Spectres County with a hint of mania in his eyes as he muttered, "Xianxia, did you see it? Your master has finally avenged you." Suddenly, Duanling Tian recalled something. Although he did not want to disturb Lu Fenggu now, since it was important, he asked, "City Governor, why didn't I sense the minor floating image celestial talisman when Zhou Tong died?" His expression turned grim when he thought about the moments of Zhou Tong's death being transmitted to Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Tian Jiyu might let him go on account of his value and the martial competition of the 16 counties, but he might not let Lu Fenggu off the hook. Perhaps, he might be able to save Lu Fenggu if he pleaded for leniency. But who knew what would happen in the future after he left? After all, he could not stay in Nine Spectres County just to protect Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu came to his senses when he heard the urgency in Duanling Tian's tone. He shook his head and replied, "He didn't carry a minor floating image celestial talisman. Don't worry about it." Didn't carry a minor floating image celestial talisman? Duanling Tian was confused. Before Lu Fenggu could reply, Qinyu, who had seen the confusion on Duanling Tian's face, replied, "Duanling Tian, great overarching golden celestials can easily block a minor floating image celestial talisman. Generally, those who are able to kill Zhou Tong are stronger than great overarching golden celestials. For this reason, it's pointless for him to carry a minor floating image celestial talisman." Although you've not become a great overarching golden celestial, your strength is on par, if not stronger, with a great overarching golden celestial based on how you defeated and restrained Zhoutong. Earlier, didn't you easily block his communication celestial talisman? If you're able to do that, it means you can easily block a minor floating image celestial talisman as well. I see. I thought I failed to sense his minor floating image celestial talisman. Duanling Tian sighed in relief. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Lu Fenggu suddenly lifted his hand and destroyed Zhoutong's corpse. The only thing that remained on the ground was Zhoutong's spatial ring. He lifted his hand again and used an invisible energy to bring the spatial ring to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian knew it was pointless to refuse, so he accepted it. Moreover, based on Lu Fenggu's character, he knew Lu Fenggu would not keep the spatial ring since it would not have been possible for Lu Fenggu to kill Zhoutong if it were not for him. After that, Lu Fenggu said, "Let's have a seat inside." When they entered the hall, Lu Fenggu offered the main seat to Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian chose to remain seated below. Meanwhile, Qin Yu took the seat next to Duanling Tian. In the end, Lu Fenggu forewent sitting in the main seat and sat across Duanling Tian. He naturally did not dare to put on any air. After all, in his eyes, Duanling Tian was no different from a great overarching golden celestial. Most importantly, Duanling Tian had just helped him take revenge. As soon as Lu Fenggu sat down, a gust of wind blew into the main hall. Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards, appeared behind Lu Fenggu. He stood silently at the back, guarding Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu looked at Duanling Tian for a long while before he finally said, "Duanling Tian, you really surprised me. I'm sorry for making you wait for 2 years." Duanling Tian smiled. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Lu Fenggu, Qin Yu, and Elder Hong felt the corners of their mouths twitched. Duanling Tian's achievements would cause an uproar in the spirit overarching if they were made known. But to Duanling Tian, it seemed like they were nothing special. Duanling Tian, half a year ago, Lord City Governor had been extremely worried about you. He was worried Zhoutong would kill you before you could grow strong enough. Who knew you'd come back with a heavily injured Zhoutong in tow? Most importantly, you helped Lord City Governor to take revenge for young Master Qian. Elder Hong sighed as he looked at Duanling Tian. Killed by Zhoutong? Duanling Tian was confused. With Lu Fenggu's explanation, Duanling Tian finally learned about the incidents that happened half a year ago. Duanling Tian said, "That's why Zhou Fei knew I had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. He actually went to the Silverworm army. However, Zhoutong was really ruthless. He actually annihilated the Silverworm army just to prevent news about me from spreading out." He was slightly taken aback when he learned about what had happened. Zhoutong had always been a cruel man. Fortunately, you're stronger than him. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have killed you, Lu Fenggu said. Duanling Tian nodded, agreeing with Lu Fenggu's words. "Elder Hong, please give us a moment alone. I have something to speak to Duanling Tian about in private," Lu Fenggu said. Although his words were directed at Elder Hong, he was looking at Qin Yu, who was seated next to Duanling Tian. "Yes, Lord City Governor," Elder Hong responded before he withdrew. "Lord City Governor, Duanling Tian, I'll take my leave as well," Qin Yu said tactfully before he left the main hall as well. At this moment, only Duanling Tian and Lu Fenggu were left in the main hall. Swoosh! Lu Fenggu rose to his feet and disappeared like a gust of wind before he appeared in front of Duanling Tian. He bent at a 90-degree angle, bowing at Duanling Tian. "City Governor, what are you doing?" Duanling Tian rose to his feet, startled by Lu Fenggu's action. Lu Fenggu straightened his back to look at Duanling Tian and solemnly said, "Duanling Tian, thank you." "City Governor, there's no need for you to thank me. After all, we made a deal 2 years ago. You provided me with the best cultivation environment and resources in Bloody Spectre City as well. We don't owe each other anything." Duanling Tian shook his head. "I know. However, the deal doesn't seem to be fair to you to a certain extent." Lu Fenggu shook his head as well. "It's nothing. Since I agreed to the deal, it means I was satisfied with the conditions," Duanling Tian said. Lu Fenggu stubbornly said, "Regardless, I should still thank you." Duanling Tian could only respond with a helpless smile. Fortunately, I know the location of the celestial fire. Otherwise, I really don't know how to repay you for helping me avenge my direct disciples. Lu Fenggu brought up the topic of the celestial fire. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened and his heart began to race. Lu Fenggu had told him about the celestial fire 2 years ago. There was a possibility that the celestial fire was not a mere primitive celestial fire. I'll disclose the location of the celestial fire to you. I can't say that it hasn't been found, but due to the hidden location, it's unlikely that someone has already discovered it. In any case, you should keep this in mind, so you don't get disappointed if the celestial fire has already been found, Lu Fenggu said. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. Without wasting time, Lu Fenggu told Duan Lingtian that the celestial fire was located in the opposite direction of the county city of Nine Spectres County. In order to go to that place, Duan Lingtian would have to pass the county city. Duan Lingtian said, "City Governor, I will take my leave now if there's nothing else." He wanted to find the celestial fire as soon as he could, afraid that someone might find it before him. Sure. Lu Fenggu nodded. He understood Duan Lingtian's intention. However, before Duan Lingtian left, he said solemnly, "Duan Lingtian, although you're not weaker than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial, don't act recklessly. If you can't obtain the celestial fire now, wait until you're stronger before you return to retrieve the celestial fire." Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the difference in treatment from Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Lu Fenggu had even changed the way he addressed him. He knew it was due to his strength that was not any weaker than a great overarching golden celestial. When they left Bloody Spectre City, Qin Yu, who could sense Duan Lingtian's urgency, curiously asked, "Duan Lingtian, why are you in such a hurry to return? Don't you plan to stay for a few days since it's rare for you to come back? The martial competition of the 16 counties that's organized by King Qing's mansion will take place in a year, so I plan to spend more time cultivating," Duan Lingtian replied. He made an excuse on the spot since he did not plan to tell Qin Yu about the celestial fire. Martial competition of the 16 counties? Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. He smiled wryly as he said, "I would have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it. However, with your current strength, I don't think anyone will be a match for you. After all, the participants are all younger than 100 years old. Let alone the 9 Spectres County, I'm afraid no one below 100 years of age in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is a match for you." He had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength after all. Although Duan Lingtian was not a great overarching golden celestial yet, Duan Lingtian's strength was not any weaker than a great overarching golden celestial. This could be seen by the way he had easily defeated Zhou Tong, a first revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, who was a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, with Duan Lingtian's soul defense celestial weapon, there was no need for Duan Lingtian to fear soul attacks from great overarching golden celestials. He did not think there was anyone below the age of 100 in the history of spirit overarching heaven who possessed the strength of a great overarching golden celestial. However, Duan Lingtian said, "Nothing is certain. There would always be someone stronger no matter how strong you are. Who can confidently say all the participants are weaker than me?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Qin Yu fell silent. Although he did not think there would be anyone stronger than Duan Lingtian in the competition, he could not say for sure as well. They remained quiet during the journey back. They arrived in the county city of 9 Spectres County after Duan Lingtian effortlessly killed 2 groups of people who looked for trouble with them. As soon as they arrived in the county city, Duan Lingtian said, "Qin Yu, there's something I must attend to, so you can go ahead and return to the county governor's estate first." He did not wait for Qin Yu's response before he disappeared in a flash. Qin Yu knew Duan Lingtian did not want him to come along. Therefore, he tactfully returned to the county governor's estate and made his way to the latent dragon abyss. He thought to himself, with Zhou Fei's death, I can claim his stone chamber as mine. After all, the cultivation environment in Zhou Fei's stone chamber was more superior than his. It was only second to Duan Lingtian's stone chamber. During Qin Yu's journey back to the latent dragon abyss, he was surprised when he overheard the whispered conversation between 3 guards. "I heard that revered elder Zhou Tong died soon after Zhou Fei died. Is it true?" But revered elder Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial. What? Revered Elder Zhoutong is dead? Where did you hear this? Yes, I heard it from two inner estate elders. Qin thought to himself, it's only natural that the county governor's estate has learned about Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei's deaths. I'm not sure about Zhou Fei, but Zhou Tong's soul pearl is definitely kept by the county governor. The three guards continued to talk as they walked further and further away. If revered Elder Zhou Tong has died, doesn't this mean the murderer is a great overarching golden celestial at least? Apart from Lord County Governor, there's no one stronger than revered Elder Zhou Tong in Nine Spectres County. I suppose the murderer is not from our county. I'm really curious why he killed revered Elder Zhou Tong. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu smiled wryly. Not from our Nine Spectres County? If these people knew Duanling Tian was the one who killed Zhou Tong, they would be shocked beyond words. In the main hall of the county governor's estate, Xianxia, the inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, looked at Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, who was sitting in the main seat. He asked in a low voice, Lord County Governor, have you found revered Elder Zhou Tong's murderer? Upon hearing this, a few inner estate elders who were present looked at Tian Jiyu curiously. Tian Jiyu shook his head with a grim expression on his face. No. The murderer is undoubtedly stronger than revered Elder Zhou Tong. Otherwise, I would have received a communication celestial talisman from revered Elder Zhou Tong. He continued to say, the only thing I'm sure of is that revered Zhou Tong was killed shortly after Zhou Fei was killed. It's highly likely that they were killed by the same person. The other inner estate elders, including Xianxia, nodded their heads in agreement. They believed it could not be a coincidence that Zhou Tong had died shortly after his godson's death. Their deaths had to be closely connected. An inner estate elder looked at Tian Jiyu and said, Lord County Governor, I couldn't find out when revered Elder Zhou Tong had left the estate. However, apart from Zhou Fei, I found out two young men had also left the latent dragon abyss and the estate. Tian Jiyu asked in a low voice, who are they? Duanling Tian and Qin Yu, the inner estate elder, replied. Upon hearing this, Tian Jiyu started laughing. He asked, what? Are you trying to say Zhou Fei and revered Elder Zhou Tong's deaths have something to do with them? I'm not sure. And I do feel like it's just a coincidence. However, we can't disregard the fact that there was enmity between Duanling Tian and Zhou Fei. The inner estate elder replied honestly. Zhou Fei might have hated Duanling Tian, but revered Elder Zhou Tong had decided to help Duanling Tian get stronger for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Therefore, even if Zhou Fei hated Duanling Tian, there was nothing he could do to Duanling Tian since he was too weak. As for Qin Yu, although he's from Bloody Spectre City as well, he has no enmity with Zhou Fei. Most importantly, he's not strong enough to kill Zhou Fei, Tian Jiyu said indifferently. Apart from that, I have no other leads. The inner estate elder smiled bitterly. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind and he asked tentatively, Lord County Governor, should we investigate both of them? It's just a waste of time to investigate them. I don't think it's necessary. Tian Jiyu shook his head. Naturally, he made the decision because Duanling Tian was his only hope to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. He did not want Duanling Tian's cultivation to be disturbed because of this matter. Otherwise, he would definitely investigate Duanling Tian, even if it was highly unlikely for Duanling Tian to have anything to do with Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei's deaths. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware that he had almost become a suspect. Nevertheless, he would not care even if he knew. After all, he knew the investigation would not bear any fruits. Since Zhou Tong had annihilated the Silverworm army, only Lu Fenggu, Qin Yu, and Elder Hong were privy to his origins. He trusted them not to betray him. Even if they betrayed him, they had no concrete proof to support their words. Even if Tian Jiyu could confirm he was the culprit, he was certain Tian Jiyu would not act against him, at least not until the martial competition of the 16 counties was over. About 100,000 miles away, in the opposite direction of the county city of Nine Spectres County, a vast mountain range could be seen in this place. Duanling Tian hovered in the sky above the vast mountain range as he muttered to himself, if City Governor Lu didn't tell me the exact location of the celestial fire, even if I know the celestial fire is in this area. With my current divine consciousness, I still wouldn't be able to find it after a few hundred years. With the directions from the city governor, it won't be difficult to find the celestial fire. Duanling Tian thought to himself. His eyes were fixed at a specific location. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as well. Following the directions that Lu Fenggu had given him, Duanling Tian arrived near the foot of an inconspicuous mountain. He circled in the air for a few moments before finally landing at the foot of the mountain on the eastern side. It's here. The hidden formation that City Governor Lu laid down is still here. This means no one has come here since he discovered this place, Duanling Tian muttered to himself. As he looked at the dense forest near the mountain, he extended his divine consciousness. Swoosh! Like a gust of wind, Duanling Tian moved into the dense forest, unobstructed. It was as though he knew a technique that allowed him to pass through the forest without leaving any traces behind. Just like that, his figure was swallowed by the forest, hidden from sight. In fact, the forest was just an illusion conjured up by the formation. Since he had deactivated the formation that Lu Fenggu set up, he did not meet any resistance when he entered the forest. Soon after, Duanling Tian entered a cave. It was pitch black, and the terrain was rough and uneven. Water that smelled putrid was collected in numerous potholes on the ground. Whoosh! Duanling Tian mobilized his celestial origin energy before it surged out of his body. At this moment, it seemed like he had transformed into the sun as his body began to emit a dazzling light that lit up the cave. Bang! Duanling Tian lifted a hand, and his celestial origin energy shot out from his palm, hitting a part of the cave wall. A loud rumbling rang in the air as the wall collapsed, revealing a tunnel that led to an unknown destination. The entrance of the tunnel looked like the gaping maw of a gigantic beast, as though it was waiting for its prey to walk into its mouth. According to City Governor Lu, this tunnel leads deep into the earth. That's where the celestial fire is located. Duanling Tian did not waste any time and made his way into the tunnel. The light from his body illuminated the dark cave in just an instant. As he traversed the tunnel, he did not meet with any obstacles. Since the celestial fire was a natural occurrence and was not placed there by men, there were naturally no tests or trials along the way. After roughly 30 minutes, he finally reached the end of the tunnel. When Duanling Tian saw a gray light, his eyes brightened immediately. Upon seeing this, he knew he had reached his destination. Lu Fenggu had told him that the celestial fire was gray. He stomped on the ground and left the tunnel in a hurry. He discovered the tunnel had brought him into a gigantic cave. Stones and pebbles hovered in the air, supported by some mysterious force. The stones and pebbles were of varying sizes. Some were as small as a grain of rice and some were as big as a bed. However, the majority were the pebbles that were as small as a grain of rice. Flying stones and pebbles. Duanling Tian thought to himself when he saw the stones and pebbles in the air. It did not take long before his eyes landed on a gray flame that was floating in the midst of the stones and pebbles. He was unable to tear his gaze away from the flame. It was his first time seeing a flame of this color. The gray flame seemed like the cave's core as the stones and pebbles revolved around it. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt as though his consciousness was stuck, as though he had fallen into quicksand. The gray flame seemed to have a mysterious gravitational force that pulled his consciousness in, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. It was not until the mysterious force from the defective metal piece enveloped his soul that he regained his senses and managed to look away. Duanling Tian inhaled sharply. This celestial fire is truly strange. If it were not for the mysterious energy from the defective metal piece that protected his soul, he might not be able to extricate himself from the pull of the gray flame. City Governor Lu didn't say anything about the celestial fire being able to trap one's consciousness, Duanling Tian thought to himself. His consciousness was almost trapped due to his lack of preparation. He must be unaware of this. It's also possible that my soul is too weak. After all, my soul is that of a yellow sun golden celestial. It's far weaker than when City Governor Lu had come across it. He trusted Lu Fenggu and did not think Lu Fenggu had intentionally hidden this from him. Indeed, he was right. His consciousness had almost been trapped earlier because his soul was too weak. He continued thinking to himself, based on what he said, the stones and pebbles would attack as soon as I go near the celestial fire. It happened to him previously. He could not deflect the attack, so he could only leave empty-handed. He studied the stones and pebbles that seemed to systematically revolve around the celestial fire, guarding it. Suddenly Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as Duan Lingtian cast all the techniques he had mastered. He even used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, to form the seven-colored sword formation. He had unleashed all his strength, without holding back, to obtain the celestial fire. As soon as the seven-colored sword formation appeared, it shrouded Duan Lingtian and brought him flying toward the gray celestial flame. Before Duan Lingtian left Bloody Spectre City, he had asked Lu Fenggu about the method to retrieve a celestial fire. Lu Fenggu had given him a memory celestial talisman that contained the method to retrieve a celestial fire. To retrieve a celestial fire, one needs to suppress it with power and communicate with it through one's divine consciousness. That's the way to tame it. After all, it's not sentient. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Duan Lingtian was fast approaching the celestial flame with his seven-colored sword formation, the revolving stones and pebbles were suddenly agitated. Like a sandstorm, they swept over to him. The stones and pebbles obstructed his sight, and he could feel an energy sweeping toward him as well. The energy was not inferior to Zhou Tong's strongest attack. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, he heard the sound of something whistling through the air. Soon after, he saw more stones and pebbles flying toward him at a greater speed like meteorites falling from space. Duan Lingtian widened his eyes in shock. His expression was dark as he muttered, "This is even stronger than Zhou Tong's strongest attack." Boom, 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 boom. In just a blink of an eye, the seven-colored sword formation that carried Duan Lingtian collided with the meteor-like stones and pebbles. The impact was earth-shattering. Bang! Waves and waves of shockwaves rolled out in all directions. It crashed against the cave walls, causing the cave to quake. Duan Lingtian seemed to be affected by the backlash as well. He felt his internal organs twist, and he could taste blood at the back of his throat. He shuddered once before he threw up a mouthful of blood. The blood that splattered everywhere made for a horrifying sight. Duan Lingtian felt his insides continue to twist, and he was about to throw up another mouthful of blood when he sensed the full force of the flying stones and pebbles shooting toward him. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air. Due to the impact, the light from the seven-colored sword formation dimmed as it protected Duan Lingtian from the constant onslaught of attacks from the stones and pebbles. Bang! 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 As the seven-colored sword formation weakened, Duan Lingtian had to bear the brunt of the constant attacks. He was like a punching bag at this moment. He kept throwing up blood as the impacts landed on him. Meanwhile, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body continuously to maintain the seven-colored sword formation. However, his celestial origin energy was draining quickly. The force from the stones and pebbles kept chipping away at his defenses, wearing them down. Based on its current speed, it would not take long before it completely destroyed the seven-colored sword formation. At that time, he would surely die. Duan Lingtian was already injured from the first wave of attack. With the relentless attacks, his injuries were only worsening by the minute. He could feel himself losing consciousness, and he was only holding on to the last shred of his consciousness by sheer will. He continued to mobilize his celestial origin energy using the elementary devouring tactic to convert heaven and earth energy into celestial origin energy. However, his speed of conversion was not as fast as the speed of his celestial origin energy draining away. Am I going to die here today? Duan Lingtian sank into despair at this moment. Even after he had unleashed all his strength to cast all the techniques he had mastered and used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he still failed to deflect the attacks. The force of the attacks seemed more than he could handle. I should have listened to City Governor Lu instead of being so reckless. When he was here, he had tentatively approached the celestial fire until he could no longer withstand the pressure and had to give up. A bitter expression could be seen on Duanling Tian's face when he recalled Lu Fenggu's reminder. He regretted not taking Lu Fenggu's advice to heart. He was confident he would be able to deflect the attacks as long as he used all the techniques he had mastered and unleashed all his strength. At this moment, he finally realized how arrogant he had been. It seemed like he was going to pay the price for his arrogance as each passing minute drew him closer and closer to death. At this point, Duanling Tian knew the gray flame was no ordinary celestial fire. What kind of celestial fire is this? If it's just a primitive celestial fire, it should have been easy for me to retrieve it no matter how unique or rare it is. Am I really going to die because of my arrogance? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he depleted the last of his celestial origin energy. He could feel the peerless energy that was about to crash down on him. The energy seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Desperation and regret welled up in his heart as he rued his arrogance. If he were given another, he would have proceeded with caution just as Lu Fenggu did back then. Duanling Tian, although you're as strong as a great overarching golden celestial, I hope you won't act recklessly. Proceed with caution. If you can't retrieve the celestial fire, you should wait until your strength improves before going back to retrieve it. Duanling Tian remembered Lu Fenggu's words to him. It was unfortunate he did not take it to heart. He had thought it would be easy for him to retrieve the celestial fire since he possessed the strength of a great overarching golden celestial. After all, he managed to defeat Zhoutong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Who knew he would fail so miserably? Boom, 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 boom. The stones and pebbles fell on Duanling Tian with a loud bang, burying him. His clothes were also destroyed by the attack. It did not take long before he finally lost consciousness. Whoosh! At this moment, a mysterious light was emitted out of Duanling Tian's body. The light seemed to repel the terrifying energy, and it did not take long before the energy gradually dissipated. Duanling Tian, who was naked and had lost consciousness, should have fallen to the ground. However, the mysterious light seemed to hold him up. He hovered in the air peculiarly with his eyes closed. His body was slightly tilted to face the gray celestial fire in the middle of the cave. Whoosh! A gust of wind gently blew in the cave as the defective metal piece suddenly appeared above Duanling Tian's head. Similar to Duanling Tian, the detective metal piece was also shrouded by the mysterious light. It was clear that Duanling Tian's current state had something to do with the defective metal piece. If he was awake, he would have been shocked to see this. This defective metal piece had protected Duanling Tian's soul ever since he arrived in the spirit overarching heaven. He had brought it over from the mundane realms. Its origins were unknown. All he knew was that it was formed by two items. One of them was the jade token given to him by Xianxia, Kur's third uncle, who came from the divine offering land. The other item was a weird-looking stone that the jade token had led him to. He had found the weird-looking stone near his hometown, the Fresh Breeze Town, on Cloud Continent. Suddenly, a loud and energetic voice rang in the cave from all directions. The Chaos Divine Flame. Who knew I'd meet an old friend here? As soon as the voice rang in the air, the mysterious light from the defective metal piece began to shine brighter until the voice died down. The profound divine metal. Soon after, an ancient voice rang out as the gray flame in the middle of the cave surged up. A gray light lit up the cave, making Duanling Tian look ethereal. If Duanling Tian was awake, he would have been shocked speechless by this scene. It seemed like the defective metal piece and the celestial fire were conversing. The second form of the profound divine metal? Is this young man your host? The gray flame, or the chaos divine flame as the defective metal piece called it, spoke again. When he spoke, the flame soared again. Yes, the defective metal piece, otherwise known as the profound divine metal, answered in a low and energetic voice. Similar to earlier, when it spoke, the light surrounding it intensified. The profound divine metal continued to say persuasively, "If we've not entered the second form, we wouldn't have been able to awaken our consciousness and communicate like this. So, are you interested in serving my master? If I'm not mistaken, you should have found a host before entering your second form. However, your host was probably incapable of containing your second form and was burned to ashes." That's right. The chaos divine flame sighed. No ordinary celestial can contain me in my second form. Not even your host. I can't stay awake for too long. You'll have to make a decision soon. If you're willing to serve my master, I'll let you stay in me to contain your energy so that you won't completely burn his body. The profound divine metal said with a hint of urgency, clearly afraid it was going to lose consciousness soon. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame remained silent. The profound divine metal continued to say, if I'm not mistaken, you can't maintain your consciousness for long either. Are you planning to stay here and wait for your next host to appear? Who knows how long that will take? Moreover, can you guarantee that you won't be absorbed by another Chaos Divine Flame's host? Once you're absorbed, you'll disappear. Is that what you want? The profound divine metal continued to persuade the Chaos Divine Flame. I know Chaos Divine Flames are proud, but so are the profound divine metals. If I weren't afraid of being absorbed by another profound divine metal's host, do you think I'll persuade you to serve my master? If we serve the same master, we won't have to worry even if we encounter the host of a third form profound divine metal or chaos divine flame. Moreover, together we can easily absorb other second form profound divine metals and chaos divine flames. Its voice grew softer and softer as it spoke. Think about it. I'm going to lose my consciousness. The moment the voice died away, the mysterious light surrounding the defective metal piece slightly dimmed. Then, the defective metal piece transformed into a streak of light that shot inside Duanling Tian's body. Following that, the mysterious light that shrouded his body slowly disappeared as well. Thud. As soon as the mysterious light disappeared, Duanling Tian, who was still unconscious, fell to the ground with a thud. The gray flame in the middle of the cave surged up a few times before it heaved a long sigh. Well, the profound divine metal has a point. The moment the ancient voice died away, the gray flame seemed to turn into a bolt of lightning before it entered Duanling Tian's body as well. At this moment, the unconscious Duanling Tian was the only one in the cave. The stones and pebbles had disappeared as soon as the gray flame entered Duanling Tian's body. The cave was peaceful and quiet as time passed by silently. After a day and a night had passed, Duanling Tian, who seemed like he was asleep, began to show signs of movements. Duanling Tian slowly regained his consciousness. Although he was still bleary, he could not help the exhilaration that coursed through his body. I am not dead. I'm still alive. So I was dreaming? A bitter smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face as disappointment welled in his heart. When he woke up, he discovered the stones and pebbles had disappeared. Most importantly, the gray celestial flame had disappeared as well. He recalled exerting all his strength but still failed to obtain the celestial fire before he lost consciousness. At that time, he thought he would die. Now that he had woken up, everything had disappeared. What happened? Was it just a dream? At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly felt a jolt in his body, causing his hair to stand on end. He had suddenly felt a burning sensation in his soul. Duanling Tian was dumbfounded when he looked inside his body with his internal vision. He could clearly see a wisp of gray flame that was contained in the defective metal piece at the side of his soul. Although it was just a small wisp of flame, its destructive aura seemed to indicate it could burn through everything in this world. The aura was familiar as well. This aura belongs to the gray celestial flame. Duanling Tian gasped in excitement upon discovering this. He was 100% certain the small wisp of flame in the defective metal at the side of his soul was the celestial fire he had intended to retrieve before he passed out. There's no doubt the small wisp of flame is the celestial fire. Am I dreaming? Did I die? If I didn't die, how did it enter my body? Duanling Tian had many unanswered questions in his mind. In a daze, he lifted his hand to pinch his face. His hand was only a hair's breadth away from his face, but it seemed to be a world away to Duanling Tian. His hand trembled as it neared his face. Even after 10 breaths had passed, his hand still did not touch his face. If someone else were here, they would be able to see his hand trembling violently. It's fine if it's just a dream. If it's not, does it really mean that I died? At this moment, he feared the truth. Finally, Duanling Tian mustered up his courage and pinched his cheek with all his might. Ouch! he cried out when he felt the sharp sting on his face. His eyebrows rose up as an expression of happiness appeared on his face. I'm alive. It's not a dream. I survived. No words could describe the happiness he felt after he confirmed that he was alive. It was as though he had just been given another lease on life. Took 15 minutes before Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down. I was so sure I would die before I passed out. It's strange that the celestial fire has already entered my body when I regained consciousness. The energy guarding the celestial fire had disappeared at some point. I'm certain I didn't retrieve the celestial fire before I passed out. I could hardly repel the attack, let alone retrieve the celestial fire. Moreover, it seemed like the celestial fire is also contained in the defective metal piece. He calmly analyzed the situation before coming to the conclusion that the defective metal piece was the reason he was alive and the celestial fire was in him. What in the heavens is it? Duan Ling Tian knew the defective metal piece could function as a soul defense celestial weapon and that it was extraordinary, but he had no idea what it was. What was its true function? In any case, he discovered it could even help him to retrieve the celestial fire. Most importantly, it had also saved his life. Duan Ling Tian's attention was solely focused on the defective metal piece at this moment. What are you? Back when Xianxia gave the jade token to me, he only said it was extraordinary, and he didn't know its origins as well. Strangely, it led me to the weird stone near my hometown in the mundane realm before it merged with the weird stone and transformed into this defective metal piece. Where did the jade token come from? What's that weird-looking stone? Why is it near Fresh Breeze Town? Is there such a coincidence in life? This is truly strange. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. It felt as though he had fallen into the abyss of confusion. Whatever. Based on the current situation, it seems like the defective metal piece is only beneficial to me and doesn't pose any harm to me. If it weren't for it, I would have died. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, dismissing all the confusing thoughts in his mind. There was no point dwelling on the questions, it only brought him a headache. After all, for now, it seemed like the defective metal piece was beneficial toward him. I wonder if I'll be able to use the celestial fire since it's contained in the defective metal piece? Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the gray flame in the defective metal piece. He took a deep breath and tried to activate the celestial fire using the method that was recorded in the memory celestial talisman. Why is only part of the flames coming out? Duan Ling Tian tried to draw the flames out, but he only managed to draw a small part of it out. He was confused again. After trying for half an hour, there were still no improvements. It seemed like he could only use a small part of the flame for now. He finally decided to give up trying. Will I be able to refine pills or forge weapons with such a small flame? Moreover, I can't figure out the characteristics of the celestial fire, so I can't tell if it's more suited for refining pills or forging weapons. With these thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian retraced his steps and left the place. After a short while, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. It's time for me to return to the capital. Duan Ling Tian decided to return to the county city of Nine Spectres County to look for the ingredients to refine spirit nourishing pill with the small flame he managed to draw out. Spirit nourishing pills were fairly common primitive celestial pills. The formula was widely known, and the ingredients needed to refine them were fairly common medicinal herbs. Naturally, these herbs were common in Devata realms, but they probably did not exist in the mundane realms. When Duan Ling Tian arrived in the county city of Nine Spectres County, he surveyed his surroundings and muttered to himself, "It looks like I'll have to stay here for another year." The martial competition for the 16 counties would take place after a year. Duan Ling Tian would be participating with the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 in the county governor's estate. However, he did not plan to return to this place after going to King Qing's mansion. After all, in terms of cultivation environment and resources, King Qing's mansion was definitely superior to the Nine Spectres County. He would be able to improve his cultivation base quickly in King Qing's mansion. Moreover, there would be many opportunities for him to obtain higher-grade cultivation methods as well. Anyway, I should get the medicinal herbs first. He remembered some of the shops that Qin Yu had brought him to during their previous trip to the city. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the shopkeeper greeted him respectfully. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Duanling Tian glanced at the shopkeeper and said, "Bring me the medicinal herbs needed to refine spirit-nourishing pills." "How many sets would you like?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Most people came to the shop to look for medicinal herbs to increase the efficacy of celestial pills. It was rare for someone to look for medicinal herbs to refine celestial pills. After all, celestial alchemists were rare here. In the entire Nine Spectres County, only the county governor's estate and one of the major sects had celestial alchemists. The county governor's estate had 2 primitive celestial alchemists, while one of the major sects had 1 primitive celestial alchemist. Since the celestial alchemists from the county governor's estate would send errand boys to the shop to place an order for medicinal herbs to be delivered to the estate, the shopkeeper was certain Duanling Tian was the celestial alchemist from one of the major sects in Nine Spectres County. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's question, he frowned deep in thought. Finally, he replied, "I'll take everything you have." This was his first time refining pills in a Devata realm after all. He was not even sure if he could refine pills with his gray celestial fire. It was better if he had more ingredients to spare. With the money he had, it was not a problem for him to buy all the ingredients required to refine spirit-nourishing pills in this shop. The shopkeeper gasped when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He asked in shock, "My lord. Are you serious?" Although the shop was not the largest in the county city, it was still a well-known shop. No ordinary person would be able to afford all the ingredients needed to refine spirit-nourishing pills that they had in stock. "Of course. Please get me the ingredients." Duanling Tian responded impatiently when the shopkeeper questioned him skeptically. When the shopkeeper was about to get the ingredients, a loud scoff rang in the air. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed in fine clothes walked into the shop. An old man with a dark expression on his face stood behind the middle-aged man. "Young Master Lu." The shopkeeper's eyes brightened as soon as he saw the middle-aged man. After all, he knew this man, Lu Zuolin, was from the Lu clan, the only major force in Nine Spectres County with a celestial alchemist in their ranks. Moreover, he was also the only son of the current clan leader. Lu Zuolin did not even spare Duanling Tian a glance as he said to the shopkeeper, "I want 10 sets of medicinal herbs required to refine spirit-nourishing pills." "Young Master Lu." The shopkeeper smiled as he glanced at Duanling Tian. "This customer has requested to buy all the medicinal herbs we have in stock. He should also be from the Lu clan." Up until now, he was still under the impression that Duanling Tian was from the Lu clan. After all, apart from the city governor's estate, the Lu clan was the only force that had a celestial alchemist in Nine Spectres County. "How dare you impersonate someone from the Lu clan?" Lu Zuolin glared at Duanling Tian. His eyes were cold as he stared at Duanling Tian like a venomous snake that was about to strike. "Lu clan." Duanling Tian was baffled, but he replied indifferently, "Sorry, I've never heard of the Lu clan." He disregarded the angry expression on Lu Zuolin's face and said to the shopkeeper impatiently, "Are you going to get the ingredients for me? If you're not, there are other shops I can go to. Your shop isn't the only one that carries ingredients to refine spirit-nourishing pills." At this point, the shopkeeper finally realized Duanling Tian was not from the Lu clan. If he still did not realize this, he would have lived so long in vain. Sorry. I'll get to it immediately," he quickly said to appease Duanling Tian before turning to Lu Zuolin and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, young Master Lu. I was mistaken. This customer didn't say he's from the Lu clan. I just assumed he's from the Lu clan when he said he wanted to buy the medicinal herbs to refine spirit-nourishing pills. All the medicinal herbs we have are already taken. I'm afraid you'll have to look for them in another shop." After he finished speaking, he hurried to the back of the shop to prepare the medicinal herbs Duanling Tian had requested. Although Lu Zuolin's status was remarkable, the clan that owned this shop was on par with the Lu clan. For this reason, the shopkeeper did not pander to Lu Zuolin. The most important thing was to make money. Lu Zuolin only wanted to buy 10 sets of the medicinal herbs needed to refine spirit-nourishing pills, whereas Duanling Tian had requested for everything they had in stock. Their shop had 300 sets of the medicinal herbs Duanling Tian needed. Moreover, Duanling Tian had arrived first. It was only natural that the shopkeeper would sell the medicinal herbs to Duanling Tian. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Lu Zuolin's expression darkened immediately. Although the shopkeeper was just like an ant to him, He was still an employee of the people who owned this shop. He could not afford to offend those people. As long as the shopkeeper did not act out of bound, he did not dare to retaliate at all. As the saying went, before one beat a dog, one would have to see who its master was. For this reason, Lu Zuolin focused all his anger on Duanling Tian instead. Brat, did you say you've never heard of the Lu clan? Are you trying to challenge the dignity of the Lu clan? Since Lu Zuolin had entered the shop, Duanling Tian had only spared him a glance before ignoring him. He did not bother with Lu Zuolin at all, not afraid even if Lu Zuolin threatened him with the Lu clan. Although he had no interactions with the Lu clan in Nine Spectres County, he had heard of the clan before. He knew the clan was one of the most powerful forces in Nine Spectres County. The Qiu clan, where Xianxia, the inner estate elder in the county governor's estate, was from, was almost as famous as the Lu clan. Due to Xianxia, the Qiu clan's overall strength was stronger. He was not afraid of the Qiu clan, let alone the Lu clan. To him, Lu Zuolin, who thought he could act as he pleased just because he was from the Lu clan, was like a joke. Why you dare ignore me? Lu Zuolin was enraged when he saw Duanling Tian ignoring him. Celestial origin energy began to surge out of his body. Just as Lu Zuolin was about to make a move, the old man with a blank expression who was standing behind him suddenly stepped forward and stopped Lu Zuolin. He asked Duanling Tian in a deep voice, "Who are you?" At this moment, the old man was no longer expressionless. He looked at Duanling Tian solemnly with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Although he did not know Duanling Tian, since Duanling Tian was buying medicinal herbs to refine spirit-nourishing pills, it meant that Duanling Tian was a primitive celestial alchemist at least, or he had the support of a celestial alchemist. Naturally, he thought it was more likely that Duanling Tian had the support of a celestial alchemist. This was because he could sense Duanling Tian's aura and could tell that Duanling Tian was less than 100 years of age. He had never heard of someone becoming a celestial alchemist in less than 100 years old, let alone a celestial alchemist who was younger than 100 years of age. He would not find it surprising if someone younger than 100 years old managed to obtain a celestial fire. However, becoming a celestial alchemist and refining pills were much more than just owning a celestial fire. Although it could not be considered as extremely difficult, a lot of experience and practice were needed. He was also well aware that even if he had not heard of or seen a celestial alchemist under 100 years old, it did not mean they did not exist. It was just that he was certain there was no such person in the places under the rule of King Qing's mansion. Duanling Tian stared at the old man and said with a straight face, "Someone you can't afford to offend." He had sensed Lu Zuolin's killing intent earlier. He did not expect the old man to stop Lu Zuolin before Lu Zuolin could make a move. For this reason, he responded to the old man. He turned away as soon as he finished speaking. At this moment, the shopkeeper emerged from the back with a spatial ring in hand. He looked at Duanling Tian and said, "All the medicinal herbs you requested are inside. There's a total of 373 sets of medicinal herbs. Generally, our shop sells one set for one prominent celestial stone. Since you're buying so many sets, we're giving you a discount. It'll cost you 370 prominent celestial stones in total." He was very respectful. Since he discovered Duanling Tian was not from the Lu clan, and he was certain Duanling Tian was not one of the primitive celestial alchemists from the county governor's estate, he assumed Duanling Tian was a celestial alchemist from other places. To come to the Nine Spectres County, he thought Duanling Tian must have business to attend to here. Regardless, he knew Duanling Tian was not someone he or the clan behind him could offend. Upon hearing this, Lu Zuolin, who felt humiliated by Duanling Tian, said with a sneer, 370 prominent celestial stones. Will you be able to afford it? After all, 370 prominent celestial stones were not a small number. Even in the Lu clan, apart from the high-ranking officials, not many of them could afford to spend so much in a go. Duanling Tian passed an unclaimed spatial ring to the shopkeeper and said indifferently, "There are 400 prominent celestial stones in there. You can keep the change. I'm very pleased with your service." After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Zuolin and the old man behind him. Thank you, thank you." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. A hint of excitement could be seen on his face. After all, this was his first time meeting such a generous customer. He was given 30 prominent celestial stones just for this sale. After he verified the correct number of celestial stones was in the spatial ring, he nodded and claimed ownership of the ring before he passed the spatial ring that contained medicinal herbs to Duan Tian. After Duan Tian put the spatial ring away, he asked the shopkeeper, "Do you know where I can buy a cauldron to refine pills?" Everyone, including Lu Zuolin and the old man, was shocked. "Aye. Are you planning to refine the pills yourself?" The shopkeeper looked at Duan Tian with disbelief before he quickly said, "Or could it be that the celestial alchemist you serve doesn't have a cauldron at the moment?" "I'm refining it myself," Duan Tian said. "So, do you know where I can get a cauldron? Tell me if you know. Otherwise, I'll look for them on my own." I do. The shopkeeper was, naturally, eager to disclose everything he knew to this generous customer, who had given him 30 prominent celestial stones as tips. He listed out the shops nearby that carried cauldrons. "Thanks." Duan Tian did not waste any time and left the shop after that. After Duan Tian left, Lu Zuolin glared at the shopkeeper before he left with the old man in tow. His eyes flashed as he said, "Uncle Li, should we do something? This guy might have a lot of prominent celestial stones, but he seems fairly young. This means his cultivation base is probably low as well." The old man said, "He should be less than 100 years old." Less than 100 years old? Although Lu Zuolin could tell Duan Tian was young, he did not expect Duan Tian to be less than 100 years old. Upon discovering this, the cogs in his mind began to turn. Young master, he may not be older than 100 years old, but based on how he had easily spent 400 prominent celestial stones, he must have an extraordinary background. Moreover, his aura isn't simple as well. The old man was slightly hesitant. Wouldn't it be risky for us to act? Although this was not his first rodeo, he felt slightly uneasy this time around. The purple-clad young man seemed like a tough nut to crack. "Don't worry." Lu Zuolin looked at the old man meaningfully. "Don't forget, we've never failed before." Meanwhile, Duan Tian walked on the major street and made his way to the shop that sold cauldrons. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something as he narrowed his eyes that were flashing coldly. "They're following me. What do they want?" Duan Tian, who was initially rushing to buy a cauldron, suddenly changed direction and walked into a small alley. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Duan Tian entered the small alley, Lu Zuolin and the old man appeared in front of him, blocking his path. "What do you want?" Duan Tian asked indifferently, clearly not bothered by their sudden appearance. Lu Zuolin's expression turned unsightly when he saw Duan Tian was still able to maintain his composure. He glared at Duan Tian and said, "Brat, blame your rotten luck for running into me today. I don't know where you came from, but you won't be leaving this place today." "Why? You're planning to keep me here." Duan Tian still sounded indifferent. "Not only that, but we're going to kill you. If there's a next life, remember not to openly flaunt your wealth." Lu Zuolin sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to the old man and said, "Uncle Li, do it." Bang! A loud bang sounded in the air as the old man moved at lightning speed and struck with his palm. Duan Tian's eyes were cold as he scoffed loudly. Whoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of sword rays shot out from Duan Tian's body, making him look as bright as the sun. Boom! 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 The palm prints from the old man's strike seemed to fill the void and fell on Duan Tian, as tens of thousands of sword rays shot out from his body to defend against the attack. Bang! 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 The earth quaked as waves and waves of shockwave rippled outward. Shio! 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 It did not take long before the sound of sword cries drowned out the sound of explosions. How's this possible? In the distance, the old man whom Lu Zuolin addressed as Uncle Li could not believe what he had just seen. The sword rays surging out from the purple-clad young man had easily deflected his attack. His eyes seemed to clear up at this moment. A hint of fear and regret could be seen in his eyes. If he still did not realize he had offended someone whom he could not afford to offend, he would have lived his life in vain. Seeking death. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. These words sounded like a tolling bell that signified death in the old man's ears. He began to panic and opened his mouth in an attempt to speak. However, before words could leave the old man's mouth, the tens of thousands of sword rays merged into a sword formation that fell on the old man like a cluster of meteors. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the small alley red. Then, the sword formation disappeared into the air without a trace. Lu Zuolin, who had just regained his senses, paled immediately. He was trembling violently as he looked at the blood-stained alley. The smell of blood in the air caused his legs to weaken and sent chills running up his spine. He felt something cool trickling down his legs. Thud! Lu Zuolin fell to the ground, sitting in a puddle of urine. The stench of urine mixed with the smell of blood wafted in the air. Didn't you plan on killing me after robbing me? Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Zuolin, who had peed in his pants in disgust, as he coldly said, Since your henchman is dead, you should do the deed. You. Lu Zuolin looked at Duan Ling Tian and stuttered, Why you? You can't kill me. If you do, the Lu clan will not let you go. My father is the clan leader of Lu clan. He quickly revealed his identity in hopes of saving his life. After all, his father was the clan leader of one of the 5 major clans in Nine Spectres City. Lu clan. Duan Ling Tian laughed after hearing Lu Zuolin's words. It seems you have a lot of confidence in your clan. Since that's that case, I'll give you a chance and let you return home. Duan Ling Tian's words stunned Lu Zuolin. His eyes brightened for a moment before he asked fearfully, You'll allow me to return to the Lu clan? Not only will I allow you to return to the Lu clan, but I'll follow you back as well. Duan Ling Tian said. Lu Zuolin's expression changed as he asked in a trembling voice, Why you? Who are you? Although he was not particularly smart, he was not hopelessly stupid. Since the purple-clad young man allowed him to return and was even planning to follow him back, it was clear the purple-clad young man was confident and unafraid of the Lu clan. At this moment, it dawned on him that he might have picked on the wrong target. If you don't want to return to the Lu clan, I don't mind sending you off to accompany that old man in the netherworld. Duan Ling Tian's tone was cold. These words startled Lu Zuolin into action. His body shook as he left the small alley in a hurry, making his way to the Lu clan's mansion. He turned a few heads as he sped toward the mansion. Isn't that Lu Zuolin, the young master of the Lu clan? What happened? Why does he look like he's in a panic? Who knows? However, I'm sure I smelled the stench of urine when he ran past me. The stench of urine? Are you joking? Similar discussions could be heard along the way. People were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice a purple figure tailing Lu Zuolin in the sky. Young master. You. What happened to you? The guards stationed at the gates of the Lu clan's mansion were shocked when they saw the state Lu Zuolin was in and smelled the stench of urine. This was their first time seeing their young master in such a state. However, Lu Zuolin did not deign to reply to the guards. He charged inside frantically in search of his father, the clan leader of Lu clan. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission, I'll wait for you outside the main hall. This frightened Lu Zuolin even more. He. Who's he? Although he had always been assured of the Lu clan's strength, he became more and more anxious as he faced Duan Ling Tian, who seemed unafraid of the Lu clan. Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the air above the main hall in the Lu clan's mansion, muttered to himself, Since the Lu clan is one of the 5 major clans in Nine Spectres County, the Lu clan should be quite wealthy, right? He clearly intended to demand money from these people. He did not feel bad. After all, as the saying went, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Otherwise, he would not have followed Lu Zuolin here. About 15 minutes later. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 gusts of wind blew into the main hall, and 2 figures appeared near Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Father! That's him. Duan Ling Tian, who was resting, opened his eyes when he heard Lu Zuolin's voice. He saw Lu Zuolin and a middle-aged man who bore resemblance to Lu Zuolin. However, the middle-aged man had a steady air about him, unlike Lu Zuolin. Sir, I hope you can be the bigger man and forgive my son for his transgression. As long as you're willing to spare my son's life, I, Lu Dongping, am willing to offer you 1,000 primitive celestial stones as compensation. Is this an acceptable offer? The middle-aged was very respectful when he spoke. Lu Dongping? You're the clan leader of Lu clan. Duanling Tian asked calmly. Yes. Lu Dongping nodded. Duanling Tian looked at Lu Dongping for a moment before he said, You're smarter than your son. Lu Dongping forced himself to laugh before he said, Thank you for the compliment, sir. Duanling Tian shifted his attention to Lu Zuolin before he said, Well, if your son only intended to rob me of my money and medicinal herbs, 1,000 prominent celestial stones would have sufficed. Unfortunately, he wanted to kill me as well. I've always had the habit of not letting those who intend to kill me live. He paused for a moment before he slowly said, Clan leader Lu, is your son's life only worth 1,000 prominent celestial stones? How many celestial stones do you want, sir? Lu Dongping asked as his face slightly twitched. It was obvious he was suppressing his anger. Based on the state his son was in, the purple-clad young man had to have an extraordinary background. However, it crossed his mind that the purple-clad young man might be bluffing as well. However, as the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Dongping was, naturally, more farsighted. He could not take the risk, so he preferred to think the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary background. Duanling Tian glanced at Lu Zuolin as he said without any inflection in his tone, 100,000 prominent celestial stones. If you give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, I'll consider sparing his life. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Duanling Tian had come up with this number after taking into account the number of prominent celestial stones he found in the spatial ring of Zhoutong, the first revered elder in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. He had found 50,000 prominent celestial stones in Zhoutong's spatial ring. 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Lu Zuolin and Lu Dongping were stunned upon hearing Duanling Tian's demand. Lu Dongping's expression changed drastically as well as he cried out, Sir! Lu clan was one of the 5 major clans in Nine Spectres County City and Lu Dongping was its clan leader. It was only natural that he had his pride as well. He could no longer suppress his anger when he heard Duanling Tian's outrageous demand. He glared at Duanling Tian as he said, You're demanding too much. 2,000 prominent celestial stones. This is the best I can offer you. If you're unwilling, He paused, swallowing the threatening words that hung on the tip of his tongue. Lu Dongping could not produce 100,000 prominent celestial stones. It would still be impossible to come up with this number of celestial stones even if all the clan members contributed. Well, not unless he sold off some of their more lucrative businesses. However, how could he be willing to do something like this? Duanling Tian asked with a faint smile on his face. If I refuse, what are you going to do, clan leader Lu? Upon hearing this, Lu Dongping felt an ominous feeling rise in his heart. He thought to himself, It really seems like I can't afford to offend this young man. Feeling uneasy, he decided to compromise. Sir, what about 3,000 prominent celestial stones? I only have 3,000 prominent celestial stones. I can't give you any more. Duanling Tian looked at Lu Zuolin with killing intent as he said flippantly, Well, if that's the case, you leave me with no choice but to kill your son. Father! Lu Zuolin cried out fearfully. He quickly scrambled and hid behind Lu Dongping as though Lu Dongping was his last lifeline. Father, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Lu Dongping glared at Duanling Tian and harshly said, Sir, don't push your luck. Although he was disappointed in his son, he, naturally, did not want his son to come to harm. Moreover, Lu Zuolin was his only son. Don't push my luck? Duanling Tian smirked. Clan leader Lu, for your own sake and for the clan's sake, I advise you to hand your son over. I have unfinished business with him. Lu Dongping snorted coldly. He raised his hand that was filled with jade tokens and injected celestial origin energy into them. The jade tokens then flew in all directions in the mansion. Communication celestial talismans? Duanling Tian could have easily intercepted all of the talismans, but he did not think it was necessary to do so. He stared at Lu Dongping and said, I thought you're a wise man. However, it looks like you're just an overprotective fool. Prepare to die with your son and your entire clan. If I were you, I would leave immediately and stop talking nonsense here. When the clan's powerhouses arrive, it'll be too late for you to leave. Lu Dongping replied calmly as killing intent surged from his body. Although he was the clan leader, he was not the strongest in the clan. There were 3 supreme elders who were stronger than him in the clan. One of them was also an inner estate elder in the county governor's estate. He was ranked 3rd among the inner estate elders in the estate. Such confidence. I'd love to see how your people are going to stop me. Duan Tian grinned when he heard Lu Dongping's words, disregarding the threats. They waited for the powerhouses to come, and it felt like years to the father and son. Lu Dongping asked angrily through voice transmission, "You unfilial son. Who the hell did you offend?" "I have no idea, father," Lu Zuolin replied. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind, and he said, "Should I tell mother about this?" Although the Pang family is weak, their ancestor is the strongest powerhouse below great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County. He's mother's uncle, and he loves her dearly and treats her like his biological daughter. He won't refuse her request, right? His eyes gleamed brightly now that he had found another lifeline. Fine, tell her about this. Hopefully, he's willing to teach this brat a lesson, Lu Dongping replied. His fear seemed to have subsided as he looked at Duan Tian again. Lu Zuolin raised his hand and produced another communication celestial talisman. Similar to earlier, Duan Tian did not stop Lu Zuolin from calling for help. He was not afraid. After a few seconds, many figures from all over the mansion began to make their way toward Lu Dongping. The figures consisted of men of varying ages. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young men. Regardless, all of them were stronger than the ordinary golden celestial. What's going on, clan leader? Who dares to come and look for trouble? Most of them looked at Duan Tian with hostility brimming in their eyes as though he had murdered their family. Lu Dongping answered solemnly, "This person murdered Elder Lu Li, and he's now after my son's life." "He killed Elder Lu Li? Damn it! You're not leaving here alive, brat. You must pay with your life." The elders of the Lu clan were filled with self-righteous indignation. However, none of them made a move. They were no fools. Since the purple-clad young man was still alive, and the clan leader had summoned them, it meant the clan leader could not deal with him. Since they were weaker than Lu Dongping, it would only be suicidal if they were to make a move now. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 people arrived on the scene. One was an old man with gray hair, and the other was a middle-aged man with an average build. "Greetings, Supreme Elders." The people from the Lu clan greeted the 2 newcomers in unison. "What's going on, Dongping?" the old man asked. He was dressed in a gray robe and looked exceptionally young for his age. "Second uncle, it's like this." Lu Dongping recounted what happened in a respectful tone. He had spoken honestly, so everyone knew it was Lu Zuolin who caused this trouble. This purple-clad young man isn't a simple person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for us to arrive. Moreover, he doesn't seem to care even after the Supreme Elders have arrived. He doesn't seem afraid. The elders felt uneasy. The middle-aged man, a Supreme Elder in the Lu clan, glanced at Duan Tian coldly and said, "I don't care who you are or where you came from. The 9 Spectres County is our territory. If you know what's good for you, you'd leave." "Well, what if I don't know what's good for me?" Duan Tian retorted. "Then you can only die here." The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he looked at Duan Tian as though he was looking at a dead man walking. Not only was he a Supreme Elder in the Lu clan, but he was also a primitive celestial alchemist. Even Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, would give him a measure of respect as a celestial alchemist. After all, if he went all out, he was capable of dying together with a great overarching golden celestial. He could detonate his celestial fire after all. For this reason, he was very arrogant. "Is that so?" Duan Tian replied coldly. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he made his move. Whoosh! Thousands of sword rays surged out from Duan Tian's body and converged into a sword formation. The sword formation swept toward the middle-aged man. This time Duan Tian did not use the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. He only used a primitive celestial sword. Even then, his speed was lightning fast. Those weaker than great overarching golden celestials were no match for him at all. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man, a supreme elder and celestial alchemist in the Lu clan, who was an indigo sun golden celestial, was shrouded by the sword formation, leaving his body riddled with holes. Let alone detonating his celestial fire, he did not even have time to react. The Lu clan's primitive celestial alchemist did not expect Duanling Tian to make such a sudden move. Moreover, Duanling Tian's speed was too fast. Otherwise, he would not have been killed so quickly even if he was no match for Duanling Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian killed the middle-aged man, he discovered the gray flame in his body had shot out of the defective metal piece next to his soul. It turned into a streak of gray light that could not be seen with naked eyes as it shot out of his body into the middle-aged man's body. What does it want? Duanling Tian, who was curious, used his divine consciousness to track the gray flame. He discovered the gray flame absorbing a blue flame in the middle-aged man's body. Realization dawned on him. Is that a celestial fire? The supreme elder whom I killed is a primitive celestial alchemist. He felt a pang of fear when he thought about this. After all, there was a risk of celestial alchemists detonating their celestial fires. After a while, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, I managed to kill him with a strike. At this moment, Duanling Tian discovered the gray flame had returned to his body and entered the defective metal piece after it had devoured the middle-aged man's celestial fire. He was confused. What's going on? If I'm not mistaken, a celestial alchemist's celestial fire would disappear once the alchemist dies. If I've never heard of a celestial fire being able to absorb another celestial fire. Naturally, Duanling Tian was not aware that the gray flame in his body was not a celestial fire but a chaos divine flame that was superior to celestial fires. His chaos divine flame was only in the second form, incomparable to chaos divine flames in the ninth form, the perfect form. The second form of a chaos divine flame was comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. While Duanling Tian was preoccupied with his thoughts about the gray flame, the people from the Lu clan were stunned speechless when they witnessed their supreme elder being killed. It took a long time before they gradually regained their senses. Elder Lu Qing is dead? Not only was Elder Lu Qing a celestial alchemist, but he was also an indigo sun golden celestial. And yet, this purple-clad young man killed him with just a strike. Even if the purple-clad young man had launched a sneak attack, he has to be an indigo sun golden celestial at least. In our clan, we only have 2 indigo sun golden celestials. The Lu clan elders were thoroughly shocked by the death of their supreme elder. They looked at Duanling Tian in fear and panic. He killed Elder Lu Qing? Lu Zuolin was filled with disbelief. Not even in his wildest dreams did he imagine the purple-clad young man was capable of killing one of their supreme elders. Not only was Lu Qing a celestial alchemist, but he was also an indigo sun golden celestial who was much stronger than his father. He must be an indigo sun golden celestial at least since he easily killed Elder Lu Qing. But how's this possible? He's not even 100 years old. Lu Zuolin recalled Lu Li's words to him earlier. He found it difficult to believe that someone below the age of 100 who was an indigo sun golden celestial would come to Nine Spectres County. Lu Dongping's body shook in anger as he said, "Why you? How dare you kill Elder Lu Qing?" There were only 3 primitive celestial alchemists in Nine Spectres County. Lu Qing was one of them. He was irreplaceable. There was no doubt that Lu Qing's death was a huge loss to the Lu clan. The gray-clad old man, another supreme elder in the Lu clan, looked at Duanling Tian fearfully. He no longer dared to underestimate Duanling Tian. "Who are you?" Before Duanling Tian could reply, a loud and arrogant voice rang in the air, seemingly able to shake the Lu clan's mansion. "Who dares to act so brazenly here?" This voice. Isn't it Elder Lu Qian? Doesn't he usually live in the county governor's estate? Why did he suddenly come back? Is Elder Lu Qian talking about us or that young man? In any case, there must be a reason for his sudden return. Lu Qian was one of the 3 supreme elders in the Lu clan. Among the 3 of them, he was also the strongest. In the county governor's estate, he was ranked 3rd among all the inner estate elders. "It's Elder Lu Qian. He's back." Upon confirming it was Lu Qian, the eyes of many people from the Lu clan brightened up. Second uncle. Lu Zuolin greeted Lu Qian. His voice carried a hint of hope. Whoosh! A gust of wind heralded the appearance of a tall figure. A middle-aged man dressed in a light green robe with a strong build appeared in everyone's sight. He had big eyes, thick brows, and a square face. He looked rough around the edges, but his eyes shone with wisdom. Greetings, Elder Lu Qian. The clan members from the Lu clan greeted Lu Qian in unison as they bowed respectfully. Second uncle. Lu Zuolin cried out excitedly. Second brother, you're finally home. Lu Dongping sighed in relief. Lu Qian's eyes landed on Lu Qing's corpse that was riddled with holes on the roof of the Great Hall. His eyes widened in shock before his expression darkened. Lu Qing. Not only was Lu Qing a celestial alchemist in the Lu clan, but Lu Qing was Lu Qian's childhood playmate as well. They shared a close relationship. Moreover, Lu Qing had contributed greatly to his achievements today. The endless bottles of celestial pills that Lu Qing supplied him had helped him improve his strength greatly. In fact, Lu Qing held a higher position in his heart compared to his eldest biological brother, Lu Dongping. Who did this? Lu Qian roared. His eyes looked around before they finally landed on Duanling Tian, the only stranger present on the scene. Is it you? Lu Qian stared at Duanling Tian fiercely. He was eager to shred him into pieces. Duanling Tian ignored Lu Qian. His attention was on two figures who were coming from the east. One of the figures belonged to an anxious-looking woman, while the other figure belonged to a robust old man who was not very tall. The old man wore a green robe. He had white hair and a face full of beard. Paired with his bushy brows, he had an intimidating air about him, not unlike that of a king of beasts in his territory. Linner, are you all right? The woman cried out as soon as she arrived. Mother, I'm fine. Lu Zuolin waved his hand excitedly at the woman. The woman hurried to Lin Zuolin and studied him from head to toe. After she made sure her son was fine, she sighed in relief. In just a split second, her eyes were filled with killing intent, making her look like a female Azura. She asked, Linner, who wants to kill you? Mother, it's him. Lu Zuolin replied to his mother as he glared at Duanling Tian. All of a sudden, he was no longer timid as before. He was now like a rabid dog that could not wait to pounce at Duanling Tian and sink his teeth into Duanling Tian. Lu Zuolin's mother, Pang Yuan, turned to look at Duanling Tian with killing intent shining in her eyes as soon as she heard Lu Zuolin's words. The angry expression on her face turned pitiful when she turned to look at the old man who had come with her. Eldest uncle. At this moment, Lu Qian greeted the old man, Elder Pang Bing. He was not surprised by the old man's presence since his sister-in-law was the old man's niece. The old man was the head elder of the interstate elders in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectre County. He was widely regarded as the strongest powerhouse below great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County. His strength was, naturally, leaps and bounds ahead of Lu Qian and Xianxia, who were also interstate elders in the county governor's estate. So, you're the brat who wants to kill my grandnephew? Pang Bing looked at Duanling Tian. His eyes looked clear and calm, but upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. Duanling Tian glanced at Pang Bing and said in a light tone, Pang Bing, heed my advice. It's best that you don't interfere with this matter lest you get the Pang clan into trouble. His eyes were piercing when he spoke. As soon as Lu Qian greeted the old man, he had already known Pang Bing was the head elder in the county governor's estate. Since Pang Bing was the head elder, he was definitely stronger than Xianxia. Pang Bing was taken aback by Duanling Tian's words. Soon after, his face flushed red in anger as he glared at Duanling Tian. How dare you brag in front of me? He looked at Duanling Tian as though he was a predator looking at its prey. An imposing energy surged from his body and swept toward Duanling Tian. At this moment, Lu Qian, one of the supreme elders in Lu clan and an interstate elder in the county governor's estate, asked in a deep voice, Who are you? His expression was dark when he spoke. He had spoken to Lu Dongping, his brother, through voice transmission and learned about the details of the matter. He had learned that his good friend Lu Qing, a supreme elder of the Lu clan and a primitive celestial alchemist, had no time to react at all when the purple-clad young man had attacked. Based on this, he was quite certain the purple-clad young man was a peak violet sun golden celestial at the very least. Who I am isn't important, Duanling Tian replied indifferently. As long as the Lu clan kills Lu Zuolin and gives me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, I'll let go of this matter. I believe you're a wise man, Elder Lu Qian. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief when they looked at Duanling Tian. This brat is too audacious. Not only does he want us to give him 100,000 prominent celestial stones, but he even wants young Master Lin dead? 100,000 prominent celestial stones? I'm afraid even if we give up all the celestial stones we own, we still don't have that many celestial stones, right? Yes. If we want to gather this many celestial stones, we would have to sell a few of our clan's businesses. Who is he? Even with Elder Lu Qian and Elder Pang Bing, who are inter-estate elders from the county governor's estate here, he still dares to act so boldly. Isn't he afraid of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County? The clan members from the Lu clan were puzzled. They could not figure out why the purple-clad young man was so bold. Why you? Lu Qin was furious upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. His celestial origin energy began to surge from his body like a flame. A wailing sound similar to that of a ghost or wolf began to ring in the air. Elder Pang Bing, you're free to meddle if that's what you want. However, as soon as you make a move, you'll also have to compensate me with 100,000 prominent celestial stones if you want me to let the matter go later. It's best you think it over before you act, Duanling Tian said with a pointed gaze. Pang Bing, who had recovered from his shock earlier, managed to maintain his composure this time around. A hint of wariness and apprehension could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duanling Tian. Who are you? Duanling Tian smiled and replied, I'm a nobody in comparison to Elder Pang Bing. Then he turned to Lu Zuolin and said with a sinister smile on his face, Lu Zuolin, do you think you're safe just because Elder Pang Bing and Elder Lu Qian are here? Lu Zuolin's expression darkened. He did not expect the purple-clad young man was still able to remain calm at this moment. Was it possible that the purple-clad young man really did have an extraordinary background? At this moment, Pang Yuan glared at Duanling Tian before she said to Pang Bing, Eldest uncle, this brat must be putting up a front and trying to call our bluff. He's trying to fool you. That's possible. Pang Bing nodded slightly and looked at Duanling Tian once again. However, Your Honor, this matter is the Lu clan's matter after all. If they can resolve this, there's no need for me to step in. Based on his words, it was clear he would not act before the Lu clan took action. Upon hearing Pang Bing's words, Duanling Tian thought to himself, sure enough, the more experience one has, the wiser one becomes. He knew Pang Bing only wanted to see if the Lu clan could handle him before Pang Bing made a move. Since Lu Qian had returned, Pang Bing would let Lu Qian deal with this matter. If Lu Qian could resolve this matter, then there would be no need for Pang Bing to act. However, if Lu Qian failed, then it would mean it would be beyond Pang Bing's capability to solve this matter as well. This way, Pang Bing would be able to smoothly extricate himself out of this situation and avoid offending Duanling Tian. Pang Yuan wanted to continue persuading Pang Bing, but she no longer continued when she saw Pang Bing shaking his head at her. Her eyes turned even colder when she turned back to look at Duanling Tian. It was only natural since Duanling Tian wanted to take her son's life away. She did not care for the reason why Duanling Tian wanted her son's life. Nothing was more important to her than her son. It did not matter if tens of millions of people died as long as her son lived. Very well. Lu Qian glared at Duanling Tian and said, since you're so confident, let me see your techniques. I hope your techniques and skills match your confidence. He flew out as soon as he finished speaking. Buzz. 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 Lu Qian took his celestial weapon out. It was a short sword that was as thin as a cicada's wings. As it slashed out, a buzzing noise could be heard in the air. Whoosh. 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 Whoosh! Lu Qian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged at Duanling Tian. After images of his sword chi could be seen in his wake. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion rang in the air as Lu Qian's celestial origin energy increased rapidly. In just a second, a gigantic figure that was 100 feet tall appeared and charged out along with Lu Qian. His footsteps made the ground quake. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Qian and his sword chi merging with the humanoid behemoth. It did not take long before the sword chi and behemoth suddenly disappeared. Following that, Lu Qian began to grow at a rapid speed. Lu Qian, who was 1.8 meters tall, suddenly grew to about 100 feet tall. His gigantic figure blocked the sunlight. After checking with his divine consciousness, he discovered it was not an illusion. Lu Qian had truly grown bigger despite how impossible it might seem. How remarkable! Duan Ling Tian knew Lu Qian had to have used a celestial method or divine ability in order to grow so big. Elder Lu Qian is using the 100-foot golden body? This celestial method or divine ability that allows one to grow 10 times bigger isn't easy to master. Duan Ling Tian naturally heard the conversation in his surroundings. After hearing the discussion in the surroundings, Duan Ling Tian concluded that it had to be a primitive celestial method. Lu Qian, who had grown to 100 feet tall, thunderously roared, "Brat, die!" In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying shockwave rippled out into surroundings, sweeping through everyone present on the scene. Many members of the Lu clan with a weaker cultivation base felt their eardrums rupturing and began to bleed from their 7 orifices. Bang! 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 Lu Qian waved his arm, swatting at Duan Ling Tian as though he was trying to squash a bug. Duan Ling Tian discovered sword rays shooting out of Lu Qian's palm. The sword chi surrounded him as though it was trying to cut off his escape routes. Lu Qian's palms drew closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian. Based on the current situation, it would take no time at all before Lu Qian's palms squashed Duan Ling Tian. Elder Lu Qian truly doesn't hold back once he decides to act. It seems like he's not underestimating this purple-clad young man. That's to be expected. After all, this brat easily killed Elder Lu Qing. Although Elder Lu Qian's not a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, he's still renowned among Indigo Sun Golden Celestials. Elder Lu Qian is far stronger than ordinary Violet Sun Golden Celestials. Even if this brat is a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, Elder Lu Qian is still capable of making him suffer. Even if the brat doesn't die, he'd be severely injured. The elders from the Lu clan discussed among themselves. Their eyes did not Duan Ling Tian and Lu Qian. It was as though they were afraid to miss even the smallest detail of the battle. Just as Lu Qian's palms were about to land on Duan Ling Tian, his cold voice rang in the air. "Let's see if you're actually capable of killing me." Everyone present in the Lu clan's mansion clearly heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Whoosh! 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 Under everyone's watchful gaze, the area in between Lu Qian's palms suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Upon closer inspection, one would see the lights came from sword rays that were much more brilliant than Lu Qian's sword rays. They made Lu Qian's sword rays pale in comparison. It was as though a phoenix had appeared among a flock of chickens. The white light shone with such intensity that it caused everyone to squint their eyes. "Show!" A sword cry rang in the air at this moment, accompanied by the sound of a miserable shriek. That's Lu Qian's voice. Pang Bing's expression changed drastically. A hint of relief could be seen in his eyes. He felt fortunate that he did not act first. He continued to watch as the bright sword rays severed the hands of Lu Qian, who had grown 100 feet tall. At the same time, Lu Qian was sent flying back. When Lu Qian finally landed in the distance, everyone regained their senses one after another. They watched as Lu Qian's body shrank to its original size. He seemed to have lost his arms as well. Lu Qian's face was ghastly pale as blood trickled out from the corners of his mouth. The celestial sword that was as thin as a cicada's wings hovered next to him. Its light had dimmed. Regardless if it was Lu Qian or the celestial sword, both were like an arrow that was at the end of its flight. "You. Who the hell are you? If you're from Nine Spectre County, you can't be a nobody. Your strength is very close to that of a great overarching golden celestial. Not many people below great overarching golden celestials are your opponents." Although the duration of the fight was short, Lu Qian was keenly aware of Duan Ling Tian's strength. He could tell Duan Ling Tian was a level stronger than Pang Bing, who was widely known as the strongest powerhouse below great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County. Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, many people began to shift their attention to Pang Bing. After all, Lu Qian's words seemed to indicate the purple-clad young man might be even stronger than Pang Bing. "I'm not as strong as him," Pang Bing said with a sigh, under everyone's watchful eyes. His eyes were filled with wariness when he turned back to look at Duan Lingtian. "I'm impossible. How's this possible?" Lu Zuolin cried out. His face was ashen. He had confidence in Lu Qian initially. Who knew, in just a blink of an eye, Lu Qian would be thoroughly defeated. Moreover, even Pang Bing admitted he was no match for Duan Lingtian. The expression of Pang Yuan, who was standing next to Lu Zuolin, turned unsightly. She finally understood the gravity of the situation. Even with the reinforcement, there was nothing the Lu clan could do to the purple-clad young man. Out of fear, she hastily said, "Brother-in-law, hurry up and notify Lord County Governor." In Pang Yuan's opinion, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Tian Jiyu, was definitely stronger than the purple-clad young man. After all, Tian Jiyu was a true blue great overarching golden celestial. She was certain the purple-clad young man, regardless of how strong he was, would definitely die if he went against a great overarching golden celestial. The difference in strength between a great overarching golden celestial and a peak golden celestial was like an insurmountable chasm after all. As soon as Pang Yuan finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air, causing the onlookers' hearts to palpitate in fear. "Since you want to know I am, you can take your time and ponder on it during your journey to the underworld." A thought appeared in everyone's minds at this moment. He's going to kill Elder Lu Qian? Under everyone's watchful eyes, countless sword rays flew out and converged into a sword formation that emitted a domineering aura. This technique. Pang Bing's eyes widened slightly. He vaguely remembered hearing something about this technique. It seemed familiar to him. "You dare to kill me? If you kill me, Lord County Governor will never let you go." Lu Qian, who was gravely injured, mentioned the county governor in hopes of saving his own life. He could sense the domineering aura from the sword formation and knew he did not stand a chance against it. His expression was grim when he spoke up to preserve his life. He was quite certain Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. Contrary to Lu Qian's expectation, Duan Lingtian completely disregarded him. The sword formation continued flying out before it finally landed on Lu Qian, killing him. A shower of blood rained down in just an instant. No traces were left of him except for a spatial ring that Duan Lingtian collected. Silence descended on the entire place. Lu Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian incredulously. You actually dare to kill my second brother. Lord County Governor won't let you go for this." He still could not believe the purple-clad young man was so bold as to kill his second brother. After all, his second brother was an interstate elder in the county governor's estate and was under the county governor's protection. Second uncle. He even dared to kill second uncle? Lu Zuolin's face turned pale. He was so frightened that his body began to tremble. The strongest person in the Lu clan had been so easily killed. How could someone like him survive? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Zuolin as he said indifferently, "What I said earlier still stands. If you kill Lu Zuolin and give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, I'll let this matter slide." Lu Zuolin cried out, "Earlier, didn't you say you'd spare my life as long as my family gives you 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Why are you asking for my life in addition to the 100,000 prominent celestial stones now? If all of you had obediently agreed to it from the start, I naturally wouldn't increase the stakes. However, since you've wasted my time, it's only fair that I demand more," Duan Lingtian said flippantly. Lu Zuolin could not come up with a retort. His face remained pale and his eyes seemed to have turned into pits of despair at this moment. Was there anyone left who could save him at this moment? "Who is it? Who dares to kill my interstate elder?" A powerful voice brimming with energy and anger suddenly rang from the direction of the county governor's estate. Upon hearing this voice, the members of the Lu clan seemed to have seen a ray of hope. Their expressions brightened immediately. "It's Lord County Governor." The despair in Lu Zuolin's eyes was replaced with a look of delight. Duan Lingtian turned to Pang Bing and said indifferently, "Elder Pang Bing, it seems like, in the end, you didn't heed my advice." He had seen Pang Bing using a communication celestial talisman earlier. It was clear he had summoned the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Otherwise, the county governor would not have reacted so quickly. Upon seeing the iciness in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, a hint of fear flashed past in Pang Bing's eyes as he said in a lowered voice, "Honorable Sir, since this matter involves Lu Qian, an inter-estate elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectre County, I only acted according to official procedure. How can that be considered as me interfering in the matter between you and the Lu clan? In any case, Elder Pang Bing, the Pang clan has to deliver 100,000 prominent celestial stones to me within 3 days before I'll let this matter slide," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. He clearly did not buy Pang Bing's words and decided Pang Bing was interfering with the matter between him and the Lu clan. 100,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days? Pang Bing's expression turned gloomy as he continued to say in a low voice, "Honorable Sir, your appetite is really huge. If the Pang clan is unable to deliver 100,000 prominent celestial stones in 3 days, what are you going to do? I can only personally come knocking on your door to collect the celestial stones then," Duan Ling Tian said apathetically as though he was talking about the weather. Pang Bing scoffed as he looked into the distant sky. He coldly said, "If you want the Pang clan to give you 100,000 prominent celestial stones, you'll have to make sure you survive today." At this moment, he could clearly feel a powerful aura closing in on them from the county governor's estate. He could also sense the speed of the aura was terrifyingly fast. Based on these, he knew the county governor was coming. Although he knew he was not as strong as this purple-clad young man, he could discern that the purple-clad young man was only the strongest among those who were below great overarching golden celestials. Regardless if the purple-clad young man's strength was almost comparable to a great overarching golden celestial, the former was still weaker than the latter. Great overarching golden celestials were divided into ranks. Yellow great overarching golden celestials were the weakest. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, was a profound great overarching golden celestial who was much stronger than yellow great overarching golden celestials. His strength was much closer to that of an earth great overarching golden celestial. In fact, he was among the strongest profound great overarching golden celestials. For this reason, Pang Bing was of the opinion that the purple-clad young man would not be able to create any trouble once the county governor of Nine Spectre County arrived. "Elder Pang Bing, there's no need for you to concern yourself with my survival," Duan Ling Tian said as he looked in the direction of the county governor's estate. He could naturally feel the familiar and fast-approaching aura. "Lord County Governor." At the same time, Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, and the other members of the clan also turned to look in the direction of the county governor's estate. An expression of relief and delight could be seen on their faces. Similar to a group of devoutes worshipping God, they eagerly awaited the county governor's arrival. A few moments later, swoosh! A powerful gust of wind appeared in the sky above the great hall in the Lu clan's mansion, causing many people's robes to flutter and flap noisily. The wind was accompanied by a figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The figure belonged to a tall, middle-aged man who was dressed in a long silver robe. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He carried the air of someone with high status. "Lord County Governor! Lord County Governor!" As soon as the county governor appeared, the members of the Lu clan greeted him in unison. Pang Bing cupped his fists together and greeted the county governor as well. "Lord County Governor." As everyone greeted the county governor, Duan Ling Tian looked at him as well. He only faintly smiled and casually greeted the county governor. Upon seeing how casually Duan Ling Tian had greeted the county governor, as though Duan Ling Tian was familiar with the county governor, Pang Bing's expression changed slightly as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Ling Tian's behavior did not escape Lu Dongping and Lu Zuolin's eyes as well. Their expression changed drastically. It was clear the purple-clad young man was well acquainted with the county governor. Moreover, based on the way the purple-clad young man greeted the county governor, it seemed like they had a close relationship. "How's this possible? How does he know Lord County Governor?" "No. It's impossible." Lu Zuolin shook his head. Despite his thoughts, His eyes that were brimming with hope earlier seemed to have turned dull at this moment. Earlier, he was convinced the county governor's arrival would definitely mean he would be able to escape this calamity. However, now he was not so certain. Lord County Governor, Pang Yuan, Lu Zuoling's mother, who was from the Pang clan, did not waste any time and stepped forward. She pointed at Duanling Tian accusingly and said with righteous indignation, "It's him. He killed Elder Lu Qian." Her expression turned aggrieved as she continued to say, Elder Lu Qian was an inner-estate elder in the county governor's estate. His act of killing Elder Lu Qian is akin to declaring war on the county governor's estate. Lord County Governor, you must avenge Elder Lu Qian and teach this person a lesson. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of the Nine-Spectre County, had already seen Duanling Tian and was about to return his greeting when Pang Yuan had interrupted him and accused Duanling Tian of killing Lu Qian. What a joke! Duanling Tian killed Lu Qian? If it was true, then did it not mean that Duanling Tian would certainly be able to rank first in the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pill? Tian Jiyu scowled as he coldly said, preposterous. Duanling Tian isn't even 100 years old. And yet, you say he killed Elder Lu Qian, who had long become an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial? Are you trying to fool the county governor of Nine Spectres County? His gaze turned cutting as he stared at Pang Yuan. Pang Yuan felt chills running up her spine. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she began to tremble from head to toe. At this moment, the entire place was deathly silent. Duanling Tian? He was not even 100 years old? Everyone in the Lu clan was familiar with this name. They were aware that he had ascended to Bloody Spectre City, one of the counties in Nine Spectres County, and came to the county city of Nine Spectres County 2 years ago. They naturally knew he had easily entered the latent dragon abyss and soundly defeated Shou Fei, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest among the younger generation. After that, he had taken over Shou Fei's place of being the strongest among the younger generation. Pang Bing looked at Tian Jiyu with an expression of disbelief as he asked, Lo, Lord Governor, are you certain this person is Duanling Tian? It did not occur to him to determine Duanling Tian's age earlier, so he was, naturally, shocked by this revelation. Of course, I'm certain, Tian Jiyu indifferently said. His brows were slightly furrowed as he said, Elder Pangbing, what are you doing here? You're not the slightest bit injured, but Elder Lu Qian is dead. What happened here? His expression had turned grim when he finished speaking. He's younger than 100 years old. Heavens! I didn't think to probe him earlier. It seems like he's really younger than 100 years old. He's really the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Nine Spectres County, Duanling Tian. Isn't this too frightening? He's not even 100 years old, but he's stronger than Elder Pangbing, who's widely acknowledged as the strongest among those below great overarching golden celestials. You're right. Earlier, Elder Pangbing admitted he's not as strong as Duanling Tian. Tian Jiyu was suitably shocked when he heard the conversations in his surroundings. These people are saying Duanling Tian is stronger than Elder Pangbing? How's this possible? In Nine Spectres County, Elder Pangbing's strength is only inferior to me and revered Elder Zhoutong, who had died. His eyes were brimming with bewilderment and skepticism as he looked at Pangbing. Pangbing naturally knew what was going through Tian Jiyu's mind. He could only nod and bitterly say, Lord Governor, my strength is indeed inferior to Duanling Tian. After he had probed Duanling Tian to confirm his identity, the ominous feeling in his heart intensified. At the same time, he felt incredulous that someone who was not even 100 years old was stronger than him. Tian Jiyu's eyes flashed as he asked, So, Elder Lu Qian is really killed by Duanling Tian? Yes. Pangbing nodded slightly as he explained. This isn't a baseless accusation. Everyone here can stand witness to this. Upon hearing this, Tian Jiyu turned to look at Duanling Tian. His smile remained polite as he asked, Duanling Tian, did you kill Elder Lu Qian? Yes. Since Duanling Tian dared to kill Lu Qian, he was naturally not afraid to admit it. Tian Jiyu's expression froze as soon as he heard Duanling Tian's reply, since Duanling Tian had personally confirmed it. Regardless of how impossible it sounded, Tianji, you had to believe it. The frozen expression on his face thawed and was replaced with a delighted smile. Good, good. Very good. In addition to the lack of anger in his voice, a hint of excitement could be heard as well. It was clear the death of Lu Qian, an interstate elder, was nothing compared to finding out Duan Ling Tian's strength was almost comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. After all, this meant Duan Ling Tian was certain to rank first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Ling Tian ranked first, the 9 Spectre County would be rewarded with 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills. 3 Great Overarching Pills were enough to propel 3 people into becoming Great Overarching Celestials. What was the death of an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial compared to this? Lord County Governor, Pang Yuan, Lu Zuolin's mother, cried out. She could see Tianji, you had no intention of punishing Duan Ling Tian for killing Lu Qian, and this worried her greatly. She kneeled in the air and hurriedly said, even if Elder Lu Qian had no outstanding achievements, he was loyal to the county governor's estate. Now that he has been killed, you must seek justice for him. Naturally, she did not really care about Lu Qian. She was only worried about her son, Lu Zuolin. If Tianji, you did not plan to punish Duan Ling Tian. There was no doubt that a calamity was going to befall her son. Meanwhile, Lu Dongping and the other members of the clan could vaguely sense the outcome of this matter. Although their expressions were unsightly, none of them dared to speak up. They knew it would be useless even if they had spoken out. They knew Tianji, you placed great importance on the martial competition of the 16 counties. Now that Duan Ling Tian had revealed his strength, it was clear to see that it would not be a problem for Duan Ling Tian to rank first in the competition and obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills. If they were in Tianji Yu's shoes, they would not punish Duan Ling Tian for a mere Lu Qian as well. Yuana, Pang Bing cried out anxiously when he saw Pang Yuan showed no signs of giving up. Although he understood she was only concerned about her son, he was afraid her behavior would only infuriate Tianji Yu. Tianji Yu scoffed as he glanced at the kneeling Pang Yuan. I believe in Duan Ling Tian. I'm sure he has his reason for killing Elder Lu Qian. These words clearly showed his unconditional support for Duan Ling Tian. In truth, he did not care about what really happened. Even if Duan Ling Tian had killed Lu Qian on a whim, he would still turn a blind eye to it. Upon hearing Tianji Yu's words, Pang Yuan turned deathly pale. Tianji Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a faint smile on his face, Duan Ling Tian, do you want to return to the estate with me? Initially, he had been furious when he learned an inter-estate elder had been killed. However, upon learning that Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing Lu Qian, Duan Ling Tian's importance rose greatly in his heart. If he was hopeful before that Duan Ling Tian would be able to rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, currently he was certain Duan Ling Tian would rank first. County Governor, you can go on ahead. I still have a few matters to settle with the Lu clan, Duan Ling Tian replied. All right. Tianji Yu nodded slightly. In that case, I'll wait for you in the estate. When you return, please look for me in the main hall. Okay, Duan Ling Tian said. Before he left, Tianji Yu glanced at the members of the Lu clan indifferently and flew in the direction of the county governor's estate. Following Tianji Yu's departure, Duan Ling Tian unsurprisingly became the center of attention. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew in the air as the old man, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, flashed away and appeared in front of Lu Zuolin. Bang! Before Lu Zuolin had time to react, the old man punched him. The frightening energy overwhelmed him immediately. Blood splattered in the air, and the only thing left was a spatial ring. Lu Zuolin had died. Pan Yuan, who had regained her senses, cried out, Linner! Her expression was twisted as she glared at the supreme elder of the Lu clan. She cried out hysterically, Why you actually killed my son. I want your life. I want your life. A pleading expression appeared on her face as she looked at her uncle, Pang Bing. Uncle, I beg you. Please kill him to avenge Linner. Pang Bing sighed but did not make a move. If he were in the Supreme Elder's shoes, he would not have acted differently. Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, glared at Pang Yuan and said coldly, You're too noisy. If it weren't for you spoiling Linner since he was young, Would he have such an outcome? I could not bear to kill Linner with my own hands, so I sent a voice transmission to the Supreme Elder to act on my behalf. You? It was you? Pang Yuan stared at Lu Dongping, her husband, in disbelief. A tiger, no matter how ferocious, would never eat its own cubs. She truly did not expect her husband to do this. Due to her not being able to vent her anger or sadness, she passed out immediately. Pang Bing caught Pang Yuan to stop her from falling. Duan Ling Tian, the Lu clan concedes. Lu Dongping looked at Duan Ling Tian apologetically and said, 100,000 prominent celestial stones will be delivered to the county governor's estate for you within 3 days. In that case, many thanks to clan leader Lu, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Lu Dongping. He was not surprised by Lu Dongping's action. If the Lu clan did not yield, only doom awaited the clan. After all, even the county governor of Nine Spectres County had voiced his unconditional support for him. As for Lu Zuolin's death, Duan Ling Tian did not feel sympathetic at all. If he had not been strong enough, he would have been killed by Lu Zuolin and his attendant after he left the medicine shop. In his opinion, Lu Zuolin brought this upon himself. As for the Lu clan, since they chose to protect Lu Zuolin earlier, they would naturally have to pay the price as well. Apart from that, for Lu Qian who had acted against him, he felt death was too easy for Lu Qian. After a while, Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on Pang Bing. He saw Pang Bing was about to leave with the unconscious Pang Yuan in his arms. A cold smile bloomed on his face as he said, Elder Pang Bing, where do you think you're going? We still have unfinished business, right? Pang Bing came to a halt. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said unyieldingly, Duan Ling Tian, I admit my loss today. However, the Pang clan doesn't have 100,000 prominent celestial stones. I can give you 10,000 prominent celestial stones at most. Even at this point, Elder Pang Bing is still trying to haggle with me? Duan Ling Tian said icily, 200,000 prominent celestial stones? If I don't receive it within 3 days, I'll have to personally visit the Pang clan to look for you. Pang Bing's expression changed drastically. He did not imagine his attempt to lower the number of celestial stones he had to pay would rise. Duan Ling Tian said apathetically, Elder Pang Bing, I'm sure you've seen the county governor's attitude earlier. Even if I kill you, I'm certain he won't blame me. Despite his words, his tone was deceptively calm. He looked at Pang Bing one last time before he said, The county governor is waiting for me. I'll take my leave now. As soon as Duan Ling Tian left, many people from the Lu clan sighed in relief. Fortunately, they did not try to haggle with Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, they would have to fork out 200,000 prominent celestial stones as well. If they had to fork out such a huge number of celestial stones, the Lu clan would definitely be negatively impacted, let alone the Pang clan that was slightly inferior to the Lu clan. Many of them looked at Pang Bing sympathetically. Pang Bing did not leave after Duan Ling Tian left. He turned to Lu Dongping and said in a lowered voice, Lu Dongping, I'm only here because of the Lu clan. Out of the 200,000 prominent celestial stones, the Lu clan will be responsible for paying half of it. He did not wait for Lu Dongping's reply and left as soon as he finished speaking. In the air above the Black Dragon Army's base in Bloody Spectre City, an old lady with white hair and a wizened face who was dressed in a long white robe hovered in the air as she muttered to herself. Previously, a Black Dragon Army's captain died in the little world that was left by a celestial king from the blissful sect. Someone found the captain's identity token and became the new captain in the Black Dragon Army. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the person who was with the young miss in the little world and destroyed her purity. The sect master has said that he should be killed without mercy when I find him. Her eyes flashed with killing intent when she finished speaking. In the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, Tian Jiyu, the county governor, was patiently waiting in the main hall. He rose to his feet quickly at this moment as though he had sensed something. Soon after, a voice rang from outside the main hall. County governor. A bright smile appeared on Tian Jiyu's face as he moved outside at lightning speed, coming face to face with a purple-clad young man. Duan Ling Tian, has everything been dealt with? Do you need my help? Duan Ling Tian, who had just returned from the Lu clan, faintly smiled as he replied, Thank you for your concern, County Governor. With your support, They're extremely cooperative. Although it might be difficult for the Pang clan to come up with 200,000 prominent celestial stones to compensate him, he had no doubt Pang Bing would find a way to deliver the celestial stones. After all, Pang Bing was wise. He would not dare to act otherwise after seeing Tian Jiyu was on his side. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew he had Tian Jiyu's unconditional support because Tian Jiyu knew he was capable of ranking first in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and in turn, obtaining the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. What was a mere inner estate elder who was only a peak golden celestial compared to the great overarching pills? That's great. Tian Jiyu nodded and welcomed Duanling Tian to the main hall. Let's go in and talk. When they were in the main hall, Tian Jiyu did not sit on the main seat. Instead, he sat with Duanling Tian on one of the lower seats. His expression was solemn as he said with a sigh, Duanling Tian, I'm afraid from today onward, you can no longer stay in the county governor's estate. I understand. Duanling Tian nodded. You do. Tian Jiyu was taken aback. He had just thought about this issue when he returned, but it seemed like Duanling Tian had long been aware of it. Upon seeing the confusion on Tian Jiyu's face, Duanling Tian said, after today, words will definitely spread about how I possess strength almost comparable to a great overarching golden celestial even though I'm not even 100 years old. It'll definitely spread all over and out of 9 Spectres County. Even as the county governor, you won't be able to stop people from talking. After all, there's nothing like the lightning oath in Devata realms. Once the 15 counties receive news of this, they would definitely try to assassinate me before the start of the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qing's mansion. Those people might hire powerhouses who are stronger than you to assassinate me. Yes. Tian Jiyu nodded. He did not expect that Duanling Tian had thought about the matter in such a thorough manner. As long as they're willing to pay a decent price, it's not difficult to hire someone more powerful than me. I've thought about it as well, that's why I plan to leave. Duanling Tian nodded. When do you plan to leave? Tian Jiyu asked. The sooner the better. However, if things go according to plan, I'll leave in 3 days after I receive my compensation, Duanling Tian replied. Compensation? Tian Jiyu was confused. After listening to Duanling Tian's explanation, the corners of his mouth twitched. You're really ruthless. Although 100,000 prominent celestial stones won't cause a huge damage to the Lu clan, they would need to sell off their businesses and properties to gather so many celestial stones in a short time. As for the 200,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan, I don't think they'll be able to come up with so many celestial stones. That may be the case. However, Elder Pang Bing is a wise and resourceful person. I'm certain he'll make the Lu clan bear some of the compensation. It won't be difficult for the Lu clan to come up with another 100,000 prominent celestial stones for the Pang clan, Duanling Tian said lightly. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Even if it's the Lu clan, they'll have to sell off many businesses and properties. This will definitely impact them negatively. Originally, I planned to provide you with some celestial stones before you leave. I guess that's not necessary now. You won't be lacking celestial stones for a time with 300,000 prominent celestial stones in hand, Tian Jiyu said. His expression turned solemn as he continued to say, when you leave, please don't forget about the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qing's mansion. I'll help you register for the competition. All you need to do is show up. Even if those people want to kill you, they won't dare to act recklessly in the presence of King Qing's people. That's what I thought as well. Duanling Tian nodded. After a while, he bade farewell to Tian Jiyu. He still had a few things to do before he had to leave. Refining celestial pills was at the top of his to-do list. He had obtained more than enough medicinal herbs to refine spirit-nourishing pills. Since Lu Qing, one of the supreme elders of the Lu clan whom I killed, was a celestial alchemist, there must be a cauldron in his spatial ring. When Duanling Tian returned to his stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, he took out a spatial ring from his spatial ring. After he had claimed ownership of Lu Qing's spatial ring, it did not take long for him to find a cauldron. He discovered a few medicinal herbs and formulas in there as well. As for the celestial stones, he did not even spare a glance at it. Although the number of celestial stones was not small, it was nothing compared to what he would receive from the Lu and Pang clans. These are formulas for primitive celestial pills. HM? This is the formula for the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill. Out of all the formulas in Lu Qing's spatial ring, the hidden spirit pill's formula caught Duanling Tian's attention. Previously, Tianji Yu had given him a bottle of hidden spirit pills. In just a year and a half, it helped improve his cultivation base greatly, and he became a yellow sun golden celestial. Coincidentally, he had run out of hidden spirit pills. After reading the formula, Duanling Tian muttered to himself, no wonder the hidden spirit pills are more valuable than spirit-nourishing pills. Not only is one of the ingredients rare, but the refinement technique is relatively difficult with a low success rate of refining the pills. In the end, Duanling Tian decided to refine the spirit-nourishing pills first. He wondered out loud, I wonder if the celestial fire is one for refining pills or forging weapons? Duanling Tian inhaled deeply before he began to draw the gray celestial fire out of the defective metal piece. However, similar to his previous attempt, he only managed to draw a small part of the celestial fire out. At the same time, he positioned the cauldron in front of him and threw the medicinal herbs inside. For his first attempt, the medicinal herbs were burned to crisps as soon as they made contact with the gray celestial fire. What a waste! Duanling Tian smiled bitterly. He knew he failed because he did not control the heat properly. After all, it had been a long time since he last refined pills. It seems like the gray celestial fire is quite powerful even if it's just a small part of it. I think it's on par with primitive celestial fires at least. After determining what he did wrong during his first attempt, Duanling Tian proceeded with his second attempt. He tried to control the heat, but the medicinal herbs only lasted for a moment before they were burned to crisps again. Duanling Tian continued his third, fourth, and fifth attempts. He used sets after sets of medicinal herbs, all of them going to waste. Others would feel their heart ached if they were here to witness how wasteful Duanling Tian was. During his 13th attempt, Duanling Tian finally managed to control the gray flame and turned the medicinal herbs into liquid. However, during the stage where he was supposed to turn the liquid into pills, the cauldron suddenly began to shake. Soon after, thick smoke began to rise from the cauldron and a burning smell permeated the air. For a day and a night, Duanling Tian tirelessly refined pills in his stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss. It seemed like the medicinal herbs to refine spirit-nourishing pills were nothing to him at all. In his quest to master refining pills, he did not mind wasting money. Although he had the knowledge to refine pills from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor from the mortal continent in the mundane realm, the technique to refine pills in the Devata realms was naturally different. Nonetheless, his knowledge from the mundane realm still served as a foundation for refining pills in the Devata realms. Meanwhile, word about Duanling Tian's feat spread like a wildfire in the latent dragon abyss. Naturally, it caused quite the commotion. Those who were not in closed-door cultivation discussed the matter among themselves. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, Duanling Tian went to the Lu clan and killed their supreme elder, Lu Qing. Supreme Elder Lu Qing? Lu Qing? From what I know, the Lu clan has 3 supreme elders. One of them is an inner estate elder in the county governor's estate, and another one is a celestial alchemist. Yes, I heard the celestial alchemist from the Lu clan is one of the 3 celestial alchemists in Nine Spectres County. Isn't the celestial alchemist's name Lu Qing? What? This means Duanling Tian killed the Lu clan's supreme elder who was a celestial alchemist? How's that possible? After all, a celestial alchemist can detonate their celestial fire to bring their opponents down. Even a great overarching golden celestial would be affected if the great overarching golden celestian were in the range of the explosion. That's right. Therefore, even a great overarching golden celestial wouldn't dare to simply make a move on a celestial alchemist. Well, think about it, if the celestial alchemist were to detonate his celestial fire, wouldn't he also raise the entire mansion to the ground? How many members of the clan would die at that time? That's true. Even if he didn't detonate his celestial fire, Elder Lu Qing's strength shouldn't be weak, right? He wasn't weak. Although he wasn't as strong as the other 2 supreme elders, he's still stronger than the clan leader of the Lu clan. He's a peak indigo sun golden celestial, and was only a step away from becoming a violet sun golden celestial.
So Duanling Tian killed a peak indigo sun golden celestial?
Is this a joke? Many people felt skeptical. After all, Lu Qing was a primitive celestial alchemist and a peak indigo sun golden celestial. Although Duanling Tian was stronger than most golden celestials, they did not think he was capable of killing an indigo sun golden celestial. Word about this has been spreading outside. There's no doubt it's true. A young powerhouse who had just returned to the estate said with a sigh. I didn't believe it in the beginning, so I asked around. It seems like it's true.
Another few people stepped forward and confirmed the veracity of the news.
Duanling Tian's strength is too heaven-defying, right? Not only in Nine Spectres County, but even in all counties under the rule of King Qing's mansion. I don't think there's anyone who was younger than 100 years old with such strength before. I didn't think I'd see a talented freak like him in my lifetime.
There's more to it. The young man who had first spoken up to confirm the veracity of the news continued to say, apart from killing Supreme Elder Lu Qing, Duanling Tian also killed another Supreme Elder, Lu Qian.
Lu Qian was the Supreme Elder who was an inner-estate elder in the county governor's estate. His strength is only second to great overarching golden celestials. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. A few people nodded their heads in agreement as well when they heard his words. I've heard about Duanling Tian killing Elder Lu Qian as well. That's not all.
It's said that Elder Pang Bing was there as well, and Elder Pang Bing admitted he's not as strong as Duanling Tian.
What's even more shocking is Duanling Tian demanded 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and 200,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan as compensation. He gave them 3 days to deliver the celestial stones to him.
Everyone was thoroughly shocked. The first person who regained his senses first weakly said Duanling Tian's strength. How's he so powerful?
Isn't Lord County Governor angry? Another person asked in confusion.
Duanling Tian's naturally more valuable to Lord County Governor than Elder Lu Qian. Lord County Governor went to the Lu clan yesterday as well and voiced his unconditional support for Duanling Tian.
For this reason, the Lu clan and Elder Pang Bing have no choice but to comply with Duanling Tian's demand. I heard the two clans have already begun to sell their businesses and properties to gather celestial stones. So the Lu and Pang clans are really giving Duanling Tian 300,000 prominent celestial stones? 300,000 prominent celestial stones?
This is inconceivable.
The crowd was thoroughly shocked, and it took a long time for them to recover from it. Although Duanling Tian was the strongest among them, they did not expect him to be so heaven-defyingly strong. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who was cultivating in the second to last stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, had overheard the conversations as well. Duanling Tian. Qin Yu laughed when he heard about what happened. Lu clan? Serves them right. In his opinion, the Lu clan had dug their own graves by provoking Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian was even capable of killing a great overarching golden celestial, let alone the Lu clan.
The latent dragon abyss was not the only place that was in an uproar. The county governor's estate, in fact, the entire Nine Spectres County was in an uproar over this matter. Everyone in the county city was heatedly discussing this matter. Many of them were shocked by Duanling Tian's strength.
He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is almost comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Even Pang Bing, the strongest person under great overarching golden celestials, admitted he's not a match for Duanling Tian. I didn't expect Nine Spectres County to have a hidden dragon. Once the hidden dragon leaves its nest, the Nine Spectres County will be famous for producing such a peerless talent.
Most people were happy and proud that the Nine Spectres County had such a peerless genius among their ranks. They could not wait to see the growth of this genius and was curious about how far he would go in the future.
As with all things, there were naturally people who were displeased by this news. These people were the 15 county governors of the other 15 counties under the rule of King Qing's mansion. It was not difficult for them to find out about this. They had their spies in Nine Spectres County. Naturally, the Nine Spectres County had spies in the 15 counties as well. At this moment, a man could be seen leaving Nine Spectres County in a rush. He muttered to himself, I must return to Qiulian County and report this to Lord County Governor. With such a peerless genius, there's no doubt the other 15 counties won't stand a chance in ranking first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This man was clearly a spy from Qiulian County. Meanwhile, 14 other figures could be seen leaving 9 specters County one after another in different directions. At the same time, Duanling Tian, who was focused on refining pills, were unaware that he was making the 15 counties restless. Another day and night had passed. A peal of laughter suddenly rang in the stone chamber located in the depth of the latent dragon abyss. I did it! His voice betrayed his excitement when he spoke. He touched the cauldron, and a beam of light appeared as pills began to rise from the cauldron. After a while, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he thought about the gray flame in the defective metal piece. He muttered to himself, I can only draw out a small part of the gray flame for now, and it's comparable to a primitive celestial fire. I wonder if this is the limit. If it's the limit, then once I completely master it, it'll be comparable to mediocre celestial fire. If this isn't its limit, once I have full control of it, it should at least be comparable to a prominent celestial fire. His eyes brightened as he drew close to the end of his sentence. Anyway, for now, there's no doubt the small fire that I drew out is only comparable to primitive celestial fires since there's not much energy in it. With that said, if I manage to draw all the gray flame out, it should only be a mediocre celestial fire. Since the fire I can use now is only comparable to a primitive celestial fire, I guess that makes me a primitive celestial alchemist. I wonder why I can't use all of the flames? I don't think it has anything to do with my cultivation base. I'm a golden celestial, but there are many heavenly celestials who are mediocre celestial alchemists just because they possess a mediocre celestial fire. There must be another reason why I can't use all of the gray flames. Duanling Tian murmured, speculating to himself. Duanling Tian's speculation was not wrong. However, not even in his wildest dream would he be able to imagine that the gray flame was not a mediocre celestial fire but the second form of the chaos divine flame that was comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Due to his body that could not contain it for now, he was unable to unleash the full potential of the fire. If the gray flame was fully drawn out of the defective metal piece, it would burn Duanling Tian into ashes in just an instant. To fully control the second form of the chaos divine flame and safely draw it out of the defective metal piece, he would have to improve his cultivation base and become a great overarching golden celestial. Only great overarching golden celestials or those who were stronger had bodies strong enough to contain the second form of the chaos divine flame. This was because when one transformed into a great overarching golden celestial from a golden celestial, one's celestial origin energy would undergo a change. One's body would undergo a transformation as well. The entire process was quite similar to a rebirth. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of all these things for now. It has been 2 days. I wonder if the Lu and Pang clans have delivered the prominent celestial stones. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes glinted in the light. Although he had been fully immersed in refining pills during the past 2 days, he was still aware of the passage of time since it was not like going into closed-door cultivation. Duanling Tian thought to himself, I have a day left before I have to leave. After obtaining the prominent celestial stones, I'll leave the county city and 9 specters county. I should say goodbye to Qin Yu and Elder Xianxia before I leave. When Duanling Tian emerged from his stone chamber, he looked at the stone chamber located above his and called out, Qin Yu. Almost as soon as Duanling Tian had spoken, the door of the stone chamber swung open and a figure emerged from the stone chamber. Qin Yu, who came with Duanling Tian from Bloody Spectre City, smiled when he saw Duanling Tian. He said, Duanling Tian, you caused quite a big commotion 2 days ago. The Lu clan has 3 supreme elders and you killed 2 of them. Oh, you've heard about it? Duanling Tian smiled faintly. I'm not the only one who has heard about it. I think everyone, except for those in closed-door cultivation, has heard about it, regardless if they're from the county city, other places in 9 Specters County, or the neighboring counties. Qin Yu shook his head. Duanling Tian merely nodded his head. He had expected this after all. Then he looked at Qin Yu and solemnly said, Qin Yu, I plan to leave the county governor's estate and the county city. I might even leave 9 Specters County. You're leaving.
Xianxia knitted his brows. Realization dawned on him before he asked, is it because your strength has been revealed? You're afraid the other 15 counties might do you harm?
Duanling Tian replied, well, that's one of the reasons. I plan to travel around as well. When I was still in Bloody Spectre City, I wasn't strong enough to do so. After all, I might get myself killed if I recklessly ventured out. Since I've gotten stronger now, I plan to travel around. Who knows if I'll have a fortuitous encounter. It would be great if he had a fortuitous encounter, but he knew this was something out of his control. Xianxu's brows were still knitted together as he asked, it seems like you have no plans of returning. Then, what about the martial competition of the 16 counties? I'll go to King Qing's mansion when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. Not only would the county where the winner is from be rewarded, but the winner would be rewarded as well.
Since King Qing's mansion is rewarding the winning county with 3 mediocre celestial pills, I'm sure the reward for the winner wouldn't be too shabby. I definitely won't miss the competition. I'll see you again in less than a year. Duanling Tian smiled. Xianxia sighed in relief. That's good. I thought I won't be seeing you again. Anyway, based on the current situation, it's for the best that you leave this place. It was not difficult to guess the other 15 counties under the rule of King Qing's mansion would want Duanling Tian dead once they learned about his strength.
After all, Duanling Tian threatened their common interest. With Duanling Tian participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they had no hope of ranking first in the competition. After a brief moment, he reminded Duanling Tian to stay safe. Please be careful when you're outside. Although you're strong and capable of killing revered Elder Zhoutong, there are many people who are much stronger than him out there. Yes, I understand. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at his stone chamber and said with a smile, I don't think I'll be coming back here. You can take over my stone chamber. With your strength, no one in the latent dragon abyss would be able to successfully challenge you for it.
They won't dare to object to you cultivating in there. When he finished speaking, he handed a door talisman to Xianxia.
After Xianxia took the door talisman, he said jokingly, it seems like I'm benefiting from your departure. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. After all, the cultivation environment in Duanling Tian's stone chamber was comparable to the county governor's cultivation place. Anyway, I won't be seeing you again before I leave. I'm going to bid farewell to Elder Xianxia and the county governor now. After that, I'll leave once I collect the prominent celestial stones from the Lu and Pang clans, Duanling Tian said before leaving the latent dragon abyss.
Elder Xianxia, Duanling Tian called out. He could tell Xianxia was more reserved with him now. After all, he was stronger than Xianxia.
In fact, back when Xianxia had escorted him from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of Nine Spectres County, he was already stronger than Xianxia if he had used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Naturally, Xianxia was not aware of it at that time. News of his deed in the Lu clan had already spread, so there was no doubt that Xianxia had already heard of what happened. Since he was stronger than Pang Bing, who was stronger than Xianxia, he was, naturally, stronger than Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Duanling Tian emotionally and sighed. Duanling Tian, I really didn't expect you to grow so strong in just 2 short years. You've become even stronger than me.
I am where I am today thanks to Elder Xianxia for bringing me to the county governor's estate. Without the superior cultivation environment in the county governor's estate, I wouldn't have been able to grow so strong, Duanling Tian said modestly.
Xianxia shook his head and laughed. You're too humble. You were chosen by the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Even if I didn't go, another person would still be sent there to escort you here. After a brief pause, he narrowed his eyes and asked, Are you here to say goodbye? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. Elder Xianxia, how do you know that I'm leaving? Lord County Governor has told me it's too dangerous for you to stay here now that your strength has been revealed. The 15 counties would definitely seek to get rid of you. They might even join hands to do that. After all, with you participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they have no hope of taking the first place. You're an obstacle to them obtaining the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. Xianxia replied. Duanling Tian shrugged. Well, it doesn't matter. I can seize this opportunity to travel. You're truly kind to remember an old man like me before you leave. Xianxia said with a smile as he looked at Duanling Tian. Then, he took out an exquisite little box and handed it over to Duanling Tian before saying, "I'm sure you're not lacking in celestial stones, so I decided to give this pill to you." Pill? Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard the box contained a pill. He could not help but ask, "May I know what pill is it?" Since the pill was kept in an exquisite box and it belonged to an inner-estate elder of the county governor's estate, he was sure the pill was not just an ordinary pill. Otherwise, Xianxia would have stored it in an ordinary pill bottle. Xianxia replied without beating around the bush, "It's a gilded golden pill."
A gilded golden pill? Duanling Tian widened his eyes in surprise. He felt his heartbeat quickened and his chest rose and fell heavily when he heard Xianxia's words.
The gilded golden pill was only a primitive celestial pill, but it was the rarest and most precious among primitive celestial pills. Those who were violet sun golden celestials or below could instantly raise their cultivation base by a level after consuming the gilded golden pill.
Moreover, there were no side effects at all. However, one could only take the gilded golden pill once in their entire lives. For violet sun golden celestials, they could improve their cultivation after taking the pill, but they would not be able to become a great overarching golden celestial.
To become a great overarching golden celestial, one would have to take the great overarching pill instead. Apart from not being effective for great overarching golden celestials, these pills were not suitable for heavenly celestials as well since their bodies would not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacy of the pill and would cause their bodies to implode. These pills were only suitable for golden celestials.
Xianxia smiled when he saw the excitement in Duanling Tian's eyes.
Yes, since you haven't become a great overarching golden celestial yet, you can use it to further improve your strength.
Although its effect might not be obvious, it'll take you one step closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial level. He was under the impression that Duanling Tian was already a violet sun golden celestial. It was only natural he would think that way since Duanling Tian was stronger than Pang Bing, the inner estate elder in the county governor's estate.
Duanling Tian took a deep breath to calm down before he asked, "Elder Xianxia, why don't you keep the pill for yourself?" After all, he knew Xianxia was a violet sun golden celestial. If Xianxia took the pill, he would be able to get closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. "I've already taken it once, so it won't have any effect on me if I take it again." Xianxia shook his head. Then he added, "At that time, I obtained 3 gilded golden pills by chance. I took one and gave one to my son who's currently the clan leader of the Zhang clan. This is the last gilded golden pill I have. I know you'll be compensated with 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu and Pang clans. Therefore, I thought this pill is the most appropriate farewell gift for you." "Thank you, Elder Xianxia," Duanling Tian said appreciatively. He did not decline Xianxia's goodwill. After all, the lure of the gilded golden pill was too big. He was only a yellow sun golden celestial now. After taking the pill, he would instantly become a green sun golden celestial. This would save him a lot of time. He would always remember this favor in his heart.
Xianxia was relieved that Duanling Tian did not refuse the gift. He said hesitantly, "Duanling Tian. Elder Xianxia, please don't hesitate. Please speak your mind." Duanling Tian smiled.
Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Duanling Tian, I'm sure you're aware the county governor's estate will be rewarded with 3 great overarching pills once you win the competition. Lord County Governor has been a profound great overarching golden celestial for a long time now without any signs of improvements since his cultivation base has stagnated. Taking 2 of the pills will probably help him break through to the next stage.
During the martial competition of the 16 counties, I hope you can suggest to Lord County Governor to bestow the remaining pill to me instead of bestowing it to Elder Pang Bing. Anyway, I don't ask that you do anything more than suggesting it to him.
Regardless of who he decides to bestow the pill to in the end, I'll still be indebted to you."
"Don't worry, Elder Xianxia. I speak to the county governor about this during the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he's unwilling, I'll deliberately lose and let someone else win. I'm sure he'll know what to do at that time."
Duanling Tian promised. "Thank you," Xianxia said, although this might anger the county governor since it was no different from a threat. He did not object to Duanling Tian's words. After all, with this, he knew he had a higher chance of obtaining the great overarching pill. Duanling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "There's no need to thank me. Just treat this as an exchange for the gilded golden pill." After that, he bade Xianxia farewell and left.
After that, Duanling Tian went to bid farewell to Tian Jiyu.
When Duanling Tian was outside the estate, he turned to look at the estate and murmured, "I won't be coming back here." He took a longer look, committing this place to mind. After all, he had stayed in this place the longest after he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Then, Duanling Tian went to the Lu and Pang clans to collect the 300,000 prominent celestial stones. He thought to himself, the Lu clan is, indeed, very wealthy. Just as expected, the Pang clan could not afford to pay 200,000 prominent celestial stones, so the Lu clan had to pay half of it.
He did not encounter any difficulties when collecting the celestial stones since he had Tian Jiyu's support. Otherwise, the Lu and Pang clans might not be so cooperative. He did not waste any time and left as soon as he collected the prominent celestial stones. 3 days after Duanling Tian had left,
swoosh, a white figure entered the county city of Nine Spectres County and infiltrated the county governor's estate at an extremely fast speed. Upon closer inspection, one would see the white figure hovering in the air belonged to an old lady. The old lady wore a plain robe. She hovered above the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County as she said indifferently, "I'm looking for Duanling Tian." Her voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain a magical power that carried her voice through the entire estate. No one in the estate, including Tian Jiyu, had detected her presence before she had spoken up. Therefore, as soon as her voice resounded through the estate, it caused a huge commotion immediately. The voice seems to come from above the estate.
It sounds like an old woman. Why is she looking for Duanling Tian?
Her voice is so emotionless that it's hard to figure out her purpose for coming to the estate.
Regardless of her purpose, since she made such a big fuss in the county governor's estate, the inner estate elders and Lord County Governor won't let her go.
The servant girls, errand boys, and guards who did not know any better and were weaker than golden celestials discussed the matter heatedly.
On the other hand, those who were golden celestials or stronger trembled when they heard the old lady's voice.
This person must be very strong. Although I'm a blue sun golden celestial, I'm still affected by her voice. She must be a great overarching golden celestial or stronger. I don't think an ordinary great overarching golden celestial would be able to make my heart palpitate like this. We can't recklessly approach her in case we end up provoking her. The stronger guards, outer estate elders, and inner estate elders speculated that the old lady must be a great overarching golden celestial or stronger. Since Zhou Tong, the revered elder of the county governor's estate and the other great overarching golden celestial in the Nine Spectres County, had died, only the county governor was able to deal with such a person. For this reason, none of them dared to approach the old woman. Swoosh!
A figure shot up into the sky from the courtyard of the county governor's residence at lightning speed toward the trespasser. The figure belonged to Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County.
When Tian Jiyu heard the trespasser bluntly requested for Duanling Tian, he could not help but wonder, is this person someone who was hired by one of the 15 counties? However, he quickly dismissed that thought. He did not think it was possible. What Duanling Tian did in the Lu clan only happened 5 days ago. News wouldn't spread so quickly unless we have great overarching golden celestials spreading the news. Even if a violet sun golden celestial travels at high speed to the nearest county city from Nine Spectres County, he would need about 10 days before he arrives at his destination. Moreover, it was impossible for the other counties to use great overarching golden celestials as spies. The county with the highest number of great overarching golden celestials only had 3 great overarching golden celestials after all. Apart from that, Tian Jiyu, as the county governor of Nine Spectres City, naturally had information about the spies sent by the other 15 counties. To his knowledge, the strongest among the spies was only an indigo sun golden celestial.
For this reason, he was certain the trespasser had nothing to do with the other 15 counties. When he was near the figure, he slowed down and observed the figure. He saw an old lady dressed in simple robes. She stood unmoving like a mountain, and she had an ethereal air about her as though she was not of this world.
The old woman suddenly turned to Xianxia and asked, "Are you the county governor of Nine Spectres County?" Her turbid eyes seemed to turn as bright as the stars at this moment. An intimidating energy surged out and hit Xianxia. Xianxia, who was terrified by the eyes that were deep and dark, trembled before he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He instinctively took a step back. Although he was furious, he did not dare to express it. When he finally caught his breath, he bowed and greeted the old woman respectfully. "I'm the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Xianxia. It's a pleasure to meet you, old senior." Inwardly, waves of shock appeared in his heart. Even a peak great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to injure me with just their energy alone. This means the old woman should be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial at least. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial was far stronger than great overarching golden celestials. In fact, there was only one person in all the places under the rule of King Qin's mansion who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. When Xianxia realized the old woman was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he felt a frisson of fear. Meanwhile, his anger had completely vanished and was replaced by worry. He wondered why an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would come to Nine Spectres County to look for Duanling Tian. The old woman stared at Xianxia with flashing eyes and asked in a low voice, "Where's Duanling Tian?" Xianxia could not help but ask, "Senior, may I ask why you're looking for Duanling Tian?" He could not figure out how Duanling Tian was acquainted with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, it was clear she came with ill intent. When she mentioned Duanling Tian, her eyes had flashed with killing intent. There was no doubt she had come to kill Duanling Tian. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. You just need to answer my question," the old lady said coldly, causing Xianxia to feel as though winter had arrived. Xianxia was so frightened that he quickly replied, as meek as a cat, "Yes, yes." Although Xianxia was a county governor under the protection of King Qin's mansion, the old woman was, at least, an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This meant she was, at least, as strong as the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. Therefore, if she were to kill him, there was a high possibility King Qin's mansion would be helpless to avenge him even if they wanted to. What was likely to happen was King Qin's mansion being unwilling to avenge him and risk offending an overarching heavenly supreme celestial for a mere county governor. After Xianxia took a deep breath, he replied fearfully, "Senior, you came a step too late. 3 days ago, Duanling Tian had left the county governor's estate and the Nine Spectres County." When the old lady heard this, she narrowed her eyes that shone with a cold light. "Left? I'll give you another chance to repeat it. If I find out you're lying, I'll kill you." "Senior, I didn't lie. Duanling Tian had left the county governor's estate and the county city 3 days ago." Xianxia smiled bitterly. Then he added, "I know why he left. If you're interested, I'm willing to tell you why." The old lady's eyes flashed like lightning as she said imposingly, "Speak." Xianxia did not hesitate and began to recount what happened in the Liu clan. 5 days ago. The old lady furrowed her brows as she thought to herself, "He's as strong as a great overarching golden celestial even though he's not even 100 years old? The brat who defiled Miss Binger has such a high innate talent." Nevertheless, the killing intent in her eyes did not disappear. She was determined to kill Duanling Tian as soon as she could. Finally, she asked icily, "In other words, he left Nine Spectres County because he's afraid the other 15 counties would send powerhouses to kill him?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "Did he say he would participate in the upcoming martial competition of the 16 counties at King Qin's mansion?" the old woman asked. "He didn't say anything about that," Xianxia replied. Naturally, he would not tell the old lady that Duanling Tian had promised to meet him at King Qin's mansion to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, he still had to rely on Duanling Tian to obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. He had honestly told the old lady about the reason behind Duanling Tian's departure only because he had no choice. After all, she could easily verify the veracity of his words. She would definitely be furious if she found he was lying. At that time, she would surely kill him. Xianxia, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, definitely would not tell the old lady about Duanling Tian participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion if he had a choice.
There was no doubt the old lady would make her way to King Qin's mansion to kill Duanling Tian if he did. No one would be able to stand up to her except for King Qin himself at that time. He did not wish to see Duanling Tian die.
After all, Duanling Tian was his only hope to obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. He did not stand a chance otherwise. He had longed for those pills for a long time now. He would not allow anyone, not even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, to ruin his chances.
The old lady scoffed, and a wave of imposing energy hit Tian Jiyu again, causing him to stumble back a few steps and spit out a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered in the air, looking like red roses blooming. It was an extremely eye-catching sight.
You should have been a profound, great, overarching golden celestial for a long time now, right?
It seems like your cultivation base has stagnated, the old lady said as she looked at Tian Jiyu knowingly. Without waiting for his reply, she continued to say, if you're able to consume 2 or 3 great overarching pills, it would be easy for you to break through the bottleneck.
If I were you, there's no way I wouldn't make Duanling Tian participate in the competition. After all, based on your words, it'd be easy for him to rank first in the competition. Isn't that why the other 15 counties want to get rid of him? Tian Jiyu smiled bitterly. Senior, you're right. Naturally, I really hope Duanling Tian would participate in the competition since there's nothing I want more than those great overarching pills. However, before he left, he had hinted that he didn't want to participate in the competition. I even told him I'm willing to give him one of the 3 great overarching pill, but he didn't seem interested at all. Since there's a risk of him being killed by the other 15 counties, he thought it'd be better if he didn't take the risk and participate in the competition. The old lady asked in a low voice, why didn't you force him to stay and participate in the competition? Senior, even if I force him to stay, I won't be able to stop the powerhouses sent by the 15 counties to get rid of him. At that time, I'd be left with nothing. However, he might feel grateful to me if I didn't force him to stay.
Someone with such a high innate talent like him definitely has a bright future. Who knows, once he becomes stronger, he might reward me with great overarching pills. For this reason, I decided it's better to let him leave than forcing him to stay. His explanation was sound and flawless. He had come up with such a meticulous explanation in hopes of misleading the old lady.
Otherwise, he knew she would definitely wait for Duanling Tian in King Qin's mansion and kill him before the competition even began. At that time, he would lose the 3 great overarching pills.
The old lady did not doubt Tian Jiyu's explanation. After all, it was a flawless explanation. Finally, she asked in a low voice, did he say where he was going before he left?
Upon hearing this, Tian Jiyu knew the old woman had bought his explanation. He was inwardly delighted that his plan to mislead the old lady had worked. However, outwardly, he smiled bitterly as he said, I did ask him where he planned to go. He said he had no destination in mind and that he was going to travel. However, since he had only left 3 days ago, he should still be in 9 Spectres County. I hope you're not lying. If I were to find out you're lying, you'll definitely die, the old lady said threateningly. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into thin air. At least, it seemed that way to Tian Jiyu, who could not catch her movements. After the old lady had left, Tian Jiyu still felt lingering fear in his heart. He thought to himself, I think the old woman isn't an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even King Qin's speed might not be as fast as that old lady's speed. I wonder how Duanling Tian provoked a person like that? Soon after, his eyes widened as he thought to himself, Duanling Tian is almost as strong as a great overarching golden, even though he's not even 100 years old. Is it possible that he has an extraordinary background?
Is he from a major force that had been annihilated so he's left alone to wander 9 Spectres County?
Perhaps that old woman is from a rival force. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was plausible. If Duanling Tian were privy to Tian Jiyu's thoughts, he would have admired Tian Jiyu's overactive imagination.
However, it was only natural that Tian Jiyu had such thoughts since he was not aware that Duanling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 3 years ago.
Tian Jiyu continued thinking to himself, I hope that old lady doesn't go to King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. She'll definitely find out I lied to her if she sees Duan Ling Tian there. At that time, not only would she kill Duan Ling Tian, but she would definitely kill me as well. He fervently prayed the old lady would not show up in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that if he had left the county governor's estate a few days later than he had planned, he would have been killed by the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was making his way to Bloody Spectre City to bid farewell to Lu Fenggu before he left Nine Spectres County. Although their relationship was not deep, there was no doubt that Lu Fenggu had helped him tremendously, even if it might be only due to their deal. Moreover, thanks to the information Lu Fenggu had given him, he managed to obtain a celestial fire. Therefore, he planned to give Lu Fenggu some prominent celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills before he left. These things might not be particularly valuable to him, but he knew it would be precious to Lu Fenggu. I don't like owing people favors. Giving him some prominent celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills can be considered as me returning his favor for disclosing the location of the celestial fire to me. Moreover, there's a chance we won't be able to meet anymore after this, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Duan Ling Tian met Lu Fenggu, he was taken back to see hints of relief and excitement on Lu Fenggu's face when Lu Fenggu saw him. It was obvious that Lu Fenggu was relieved to see that he was fine. Lu Fenggu stumbled over his words as he asked, Duan Ling Tian? You're all right? Duan Ling Tian saw a hint of guilt flashed in Lu Fenggu's eyes as well. It was as though Lu Fenggu felt ashamed. He could not understand why Lu Fenggu would feel relieved, ashamed, and guilty at the same time when he saw him. He asked skeptically, City Governor, what's it? Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was unaware of it, Lu Fenggu sighed. Duan Ling Tian, please forgive me. I had no choice. A few days ago, an old lady came and demanded to know where you've gone. She even killed all the people in the city governor's estate and Black Dragon army to threaten me. I had no choice but to tell her you've gone to the county governor's estate in the county city of Nine Spectres County. She was too strong. With just her energy alone, she pressured me until I fell to my knees and made me like dying. There's no doubt she's even stronger than Lord County Governor. His expression was grim when he spoke. Stronger than the county governor? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned slightly grim when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. Even if he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, his strength was only comparable to Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres City. It would be difficult for him to defeat Tian Jiyu since Tian Jiyu had better celestial methods and divine abilities compared to Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial whom he had killed previously. Even if he took the gilded golden pill and became a green sun golden celestial, he was not certain he would be stronger than Tian Jiyu. He would have a difficult time defeating Tian Jiyu, let alone someone who was stronger than Tian Jiyu. An old lady? City Governor Lu, why is that old lady looking for me? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Lu Fenggu. He could not figure out why a powerhouse stronger than the county governor would come looking for him. After all, he had just ascended recently. I don't know why she's looking for you, but there's no doubt she came with ill intention. When she mentioned you, I can see the killing intent in her eyes even though she was expressionless. There's no doubt that she wants to kill you, Lu Fenggu replied in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, I've just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven roughly 3 years ago. When did I provoke such a powerhouse when I spent most of my time in Nine Spectres County? Is she sent by Yun Qingyan from the Divine Offering Land? No, the paths connecting the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms have closed. It's impossible for him to send someone here now. Moreover, if she's really sent by Yun Qingyan, why would she need to come to Bloody Spectre City to investigate my whereabouts? Duan Ling Tian still remembered the man who was sent by Yun Qingyan to kill him. That man had personally torn a hole in the void and entered Yen Huang realm directly. That man was even stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. If the old lady was sent by Yun Qingyan, she should be able to locate him in just an instant using her divine consciousness. There was no need for her to investigate his whereabouts. If she weren't sent by Yun Qing Yen, then who's she?
I've never encountered someone so strong since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, Duan Tian thought to himself in confusion. He really could not figure out why someone so strong wanted to kill him.
Duan Tian, it has only been roughly 3 years since you ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. How and when did you provoke someone like that? Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Tian. I don't know either. Duan Tian shook his head. He was equally as baffled by this. Lu Fenggu inhaled sharply as a thought occurred to him, and he asked, does it have something to do with Zhou Tong?
Zhou Tong?
There are only a few people who know I brought Zhou Tong to you so you could kill him. If it's related to him, the old lady would not have just looked for me. She didn't kill you when she met you. It's clear that the old lady has nothing to do with Zhou Tong. Duan Tian shook his head and analyzed the situation. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Lu Fenggu nodded in agreement. You're right. Then, why is she targeting you? Duan Tian furrowed his brows and said, could she be a powerhouse who was hired by the 15 counties to kill me? Duan Tian knitted his brows. A powerhouse hired by the 15 counties? Lu Fenggu was taken aback.
However, after mulling it over for a moment, Duan Tian shook his head. No, it's impossible. If she's hired by the 15 counties, she should know that I was in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Moreover, I don't think news about what I'd done in the Lu clan has spread that far yet. Duan Tian, what are you talking about? Why would the 15 counties hire someone to kill you? Lu Fenggu asked, baffled.
Although news about Duan Tian's deed in the Lu clan had begun to spread, it had not reached Bloody Spectre City yet. Duan Tian recounted everything that had happened in the Lu clan to Lu Fenggu and also told Lu Fenggu about the reason behind his departure from the county governor's estate and Nine Spectres County. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Lu Fenggu sighed in relief. So that's what happened. It seems like the old lady is a step too late in finding you.
Duan Tian felt lucky. That's right. It seems like I unintentionally saved my life by leaving.
Duan Tian, why did you come to Bloody Spectre City if you plan to leave Nine Spectres County? Lu Fenggu asked. I came to bid you farewell. Moreover, I wanted to thank you for disclosing the location of the celestial fire to me, Duan Tian said honestly. Lu Fenggu's eyes brightened. Why you? You obtained the celestial fire. Yes. Duan Tian nodded. Is it a primitive celestial fire? Lu Fenggu asked. Yes. Initially, I wasn't sure of its grade. However, after I refined the spirit-nourishing pills, I discovered that it should be a primitive celestial fire. Duan Tian nodded. Indeed, the gray flame was only comparable to a primitive celestial fire. However, Duan Tian did not tell Lu Fenggu that he was unable to use all of the gray flames. Only the part that he was able to draw out from the defective metal piece was comparable to a primitive celestial fire. If he could draw the gray flame out in its entirety, it was probably comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Although it's a primitive celestial fire, it's obviously not an ordinary one since it could only be obtained by great overarching golden celestials. Congratulations on obtaining that celestial fire and becoming a primitive celestial alchemist. Lu Fenggu congratulated Duan Tian. It's all due to the information you gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the celestial fire, let alone become a celestial alchemist. Duan Tian smiled. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring and handed it over to Lu Fenggu.
What's this? Lu Fenggu was surprised.
I don't know when and if I'll come back. This is a token of my gratitude for disclosing the location of the celestial fire to me, Duan Tian said with a smile. Lu Fenggu smiled bitterly. Duan Tian, the moment I betrayed you by disclosing your location to the old woman, I've already considered all the favors returned. In fact, I'm still indebted to you. If you didn't help me, I wouldn't have been able to avenge my direct disciple. And yet, I returned your kindness with ingratitude. As he spoke, he felt more and more guilty. City Governor, I understand that you had no choice but to do so. Moreover, I'm fine now, aren't I?
Just accept these things since it's my wish for you to have them. Duan Tian shook his head and smiled. Due to Duan Lingtian's repeated persuasion, Lu Fenggu eventually accepted the spatial ring. However, after he claimed ownership of the ring and saw the mountainous pile of prominent celestial stones and the few dozen bottles of the primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, he hastily removed his ownership of the ring. Duan Lingtian, they're too much. You should keep these celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills for your own use. Duan Lingtian did not take the spatial ring from Lu Fenggu. Instead, he shook his head and said, "No, city governor. Just keep it. I'm not lacking in celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills now." Then, he added, "Since I've already achieved my objective of coming here, I'll be taking my leave now. If there's a chance, I'll visit you in the future." Before Duan Lingtian left, Lu Feng called out to him before he solemnly asked, "Duan Lingtian, do you still plan on participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion?" "I have promised the county governor that I would. Moreover, if I rank first, King Qin's mansion will definitely place great importance on me. At that time, I'll have access to the cultivation resources and environment there." But what if the old lady waits for you in King Qin's mansion? Wouldn't you be endangering your life by showing up in King Qin's mansion? Since she's stronger than the county governor, he wouldn't be able to protect you from her. Lu Fenggu smiled bitterly. There are so many powerhouses in King Qin's mansion. I don't think she'll dare to cause trouble there, right? Duan Lingtian frowned. That might not be the case. Who knows if there's anyone in King Qin's mansion who's able to defeat her? How can we say for sure she's not strong enough to cause trouble there? I'm sure it won't be difficult for her to find out the reason you left once she arrives in the county city. It's highly likely that she'll wait for you in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. Lu Fenggu said. Based on Lu Fenggu's words and analysis of the situation, Duan Lingtian could see how meticulous Lu Fenggu was. His expression turned grim when he heard Lu Fenggu's analysis. If the old lady was so strong that no one in King Qin's mansion could defeat her, then who would be able to protect him if he went there? Lu Fenggu's words had made him aware of the danger of participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. It would not be wise for him to go to King Qin's mansion if he could not ascertain the old woman's strength and identity, since it was likely that she would be waiting for him there. Although Lu Fenggu had told Duan Lingtian that the old lady was stronger than Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he only took the words at face value. He did not think about the possibility of the old woman being stronger than the people in King Qin's mansion. Unless you can verify the old lady's strength and identity, I don't think you should participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion, Lu Fenggu said. Thank you for your reminder. Duan Lingtian thanked Lu Fenggu. With Lu Fenggu's reminder in mind, he left with a troubled heart. After all, this concerned his life. After Duan Lingtian left, Lu Fenggu looked at the spatial ring in his hand and sighed. His hand tightened its grip on the ring as he murmured, "Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll keep my words in your mind. It's best if you don't join the martial competition of the 16 counties, and stay away from the areas governed by King Qin's mansion." Outside Bloody Spectre City. Swoosh! Like a shooting star, Duan Lingtian flew in the air toward the border of Nine Spectres County. Since he did not have a specific destination in mind, he was flying without directions. He was clearly troubled as he thought to himself, "Who's that old lady? She must have a reason for wanting to kill me. However, I really don't remember provoking someone like her." Duan Lingtian began to recall everything that had happened since his ascension to the spirit overarching heaven roughly 3 years ago. He really wanted to figure out the old lady's purpose. All of a sudden, a figure appeared unbidden in his mind. See, could it be her? Duan Lingtian came to a halt immediately as he thought about the time when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He remembered when he had strolled around Bloody Spectre City when silence suddenly descended on the street. He remembered everyone's eyes were trained on something behind him. Out of curiosity, he had turned around to have a look. The sight that greeted him at that time had caused him to fall into a momentary daze. The reason everyone had fallen silent was due to a beautiful woman. She had worn a plain purple dress at that time. Her eyebrows were perfectly arched. Her skin was clear and she had a wasp waist. A translucent veil covered the lower half of her face, but it did not detract from her beauty. Instead, it drew attention to her bright eyes, and it filled people with the urge to peel the veil off her face. She had an elegant and graceful air about her. One could imagine how much more attractive she would be if she had taken her veil off.
Duan Ling Tian remembered as the woman daintily walked down the street. The crowd instinctively parted for her. Everyone, regardless of gender, was attracted by this woman as though they were under a spell. With her appearance, most men would have lecherous thoughts in their minds. However, strangely, that did not seem to be the case at that time. They had a reverent expression on their faces. It was as though they treated her like a sacred being, not to be desecrated with filthy thoughts. When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses, he heaved a long sigh. Murong Bing. He already had 2 wives and a partner from when he was in the mundane realm. Although there were many women around him, he only treated them as normal friends.
He felt blessed with his 2 wives and a partner and had no wish of having more women in his life. He even guarded his heart carefully so as not to fall in love with any woman. Who knew he would end up having sex with a woman while he was not fully conscious? Moreover, he had only met the woman once prior to having sex. However, since they had sex, he was determined to take responsibility. He had told the woman, Murong Bing, that he would find her again and that the woman whom he had sex with could only belong to him. He had already seen her as his woman once they had had sex.
Is it possible that the old lady is related to her?
If she wanted to kill me, she would have done it at that time. There's no need for her to send someone now, right? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He did not think the old lady was sent by Murong Bing since she could have very well killed him at that time if she so wished.
Moreover, she placed great importance on her virginity. Even if she changed her mind and wanted to kill him, she would have done it personally instead of sending someone else. After all, she would not tell another person that she wanted him dead because she had lost her virginity to him.
Duan Ling Tian became even more confused the more he thought about it. If the old lady isn't related to her, then who could it be? However, if the old lady is sent by her, even more so, I shouldn't go to King Qin's mansion to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He had seen firsthand how strong Murong Bing was.
Moreover, it seemed like she came from a very powerful sect with a sect guarding celestial weapon. There was no doubt that the people from King Qin's mansion would not be able to deal with someone who was sent by Murong Bing. Time flew by in just a blink of an eye. Roughly a year had passed, and the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion was about to begin. King Qin's mansion was the name of a force, a region, and a huge sprawling estate. The capital, known as King City, of King Qin's mansion was located in a vast grassland. From afar, it looked like a slumbering beast with a gaping maw. There was a rule in King Qin's mansion that prohibited people from entering from above. Everyone who wanted to enter King City had to enter through one of the 4 gates. This was so they could easily maintain order and prevent chaos and disturbance.
It was only natural for King Qin's mansion to lay down such a rule since King City was huge and had a large population.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of wind blowing rang in the air as 2 groups of people coming from different directions flew toward the eastern gate of King City in King Qin's mansion.
The number of people in the 2 groups was roughly the same. They had about 30 people each in the groups. Both groups were led by a man respectively. Both men carried an imposing aura. It was clear they held a high position.
As soon as the group arrived at the eastern gate, they descended on the ground. None of them dared to defy the rule and directly fly into the city. One of the men said, "County Governor Tian, what a coincidence to meet you outside the gate of King City." County Governor Tian was none other than Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Apart from a few interstate elders and revered elders, the remaining people in Tian Jiyu's group were 29 men who were younger than 100 years old. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely recognize 2 of the interstate elders as Xianxia and Pang Bing. Qin Yu, a close acquaintance of Duan Ling Tian, was one of the 20 young men who came with Tian Jiyu. He looked rather absent-minded at this moment as he looked at the majestic king city of King Qin's mansion, clearly lost in his thoughts.
County Governor Wang, Tian Jiyu replied with a faint smile on his face.
County Governor Wang's name was Wang Qiling. He was the county governor of Fair Mountain County. He was here for the same reason as Tian Jiyu. Both of them had brought young men in their respective counties here to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties.
The people standing behind Wang Qi-ling, apart from the 30 young men, were his favorite subordinates. The young men behind Wang Qi-ling stared at Qin Yu and the other young men behind Tian Jiyu with hostility. After all, they were competitors. Only by defeating each other would they be able to rank in the top of the martial competition of the 16 counties.
Wang Qi-ling studied the young men standing behind Tian Jiyu for a moment before he said, with a knowing smile on his face, "County Governor Tian, it seems like you're missing one person from your team? He has gone out to train. He'll come when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins." Tian Jiyu replied indifferently. When Wang Qi-ling heard Tian Jiyu's words, his eyes narrowed, and he asked probingly, "Gone out to train? County Governor Tian, is the person you're referring to Duanling Tian? The young powerhouse who gained fame in Nine Spectres County?" A pleased expression appeared on Tian Jiyu's face as he smiled.
He did not reply to Wang Qi-ling's question and only said, "County Governor Wang, we'll enter the city first." Then, without waiting for a response, he led the group of people and entered King City of King Qin's mansion, leaving Wang Qi-ling, who had a dark expression on his face, behind.
An old man behind Wang Qi-ling said in a low voice, "Lord County Governor, I'm afraid that the man who has gone out for training is most probably Duanling Tian." Wang Qi-ling said in a low voice, "Who else could it be other than Duanling Tian? Initially, when I received news that Duanling Tian is as strong as a great overarching golden celestial even though he's less than 100 years of age, I met with the other 14 county governors. We spent a large number of supreme celestial stones just to hire a heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestial to kill Duanling Tian. Who knew that powerhouse couldn't find Duanling Tian even though he combed through all the areas in Nine Spectres County? Duanling Tian managed to escape the powerhouse and avoid death. About a year ago, the spy from Fair Mountain County in Nine Spectres County had sent word about Duanling Tian, a young golden celestial who was less than 100 years of age but possessed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Wang Qi-ling knew the severity of this matter since Duanling Tian's existence meant his team would not be able to rank first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Most importantly, this meant he would not be able to obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. Wang Qi-ling and the other 14 county governors were, naturally, unhappy with this situation. For this reason, they had convened and decided to use supreme celestial stones to hire someone who was stronger than Tian Jiyu to kill Duanling Tian. Alas, their target disappeared and vanished without a trace. A middle-aged man standing behind Wang Qi-ling said with a bitter smile on his face, "Well, if our Fair Mountain County has a powerhouse like Duanling Tian, we would have protected him with the same method as well. It occurred to me that County Governor Tian would send Duanling Tian away when we hired the assassin to kill Duanling Tian." Another man from Wang Qi-ling's entourage scoffed and said, "Do you think Lord County Governor didn't think about that? However, we can't let go of the slightest possibility of killing him." He sighed before he said again, "Duanling Tian's presence will greatly affect the outcome of the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he shows up, there's no doubt he'll definitely rank first in the competition." Indeed, the others agreed with his words as well. Wang Qi-ling was rather displeased and frustrated that they had failed to kill Duanling Tian. However, he knew there was nothing he could do at this point. At this moment, the king city of King Qin's mansion was filled with many young powerhouses from the 16 counties governed by King Qin's mansion, since the martial competition of the 16 counties would begin in 3 days. The city that had been bustling was surprisingly calm during the days before the competition. It was like the calm before the storm. Inside an inconspicuous inn in King City, in a large room, an old lady wearing a long plain robe stared at a middle-aged man before her and asked in a low voice, "The county governor of Nine Spectres County only brought 29 young men with him? If Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, was around, he would definitely recognize the middle-aged man." The middle-aged man was none other than Wang Qi-ling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, whom he had met outside the gate of King City. Although Wang Qi-ling was a county governor, he appeared to be very humble and respectful before the old lady. His attitude was comparable to how it would be if he met King Qin. Wang Qi-ling said worriedly, I saw it with my own eyes. I'm assuming the 30th place is kept for Duanling Tian, who has been missing for a year now. Senior, perhaps you'll be able to catch him in King Qin's mansion. However, if he shows up when the martial competition of 16 counties begins, it might be difficult for you to kill him. The powerhouses in King Qin's mansion will definitely intervene to protect him. The old lady scoffed. Her expression was so cold that it caused Wang Qiling to feel as though winter had arrived early. She said domineeringly, "If Duanling Tian shows up, even if King Qin himself wants to intervene, he won't be able to do so unless he wants to die." Wang Qiling gulped audibly when he heard the old lady's words. He became even more respectful at this moment. Although he knew she was very strong, he did not expect she was even stronger than King Qin. How could he not be surprised when he heard her say she was stronger than King Qin? Based on my knowledge, the martial competition of 16 counties that's going to be held in King Qin's mansion isn't open to the public. Find a way to bring me in. I don't want to act recklessly and alert Duanling Tian. If I cause too big of a commotion, I'm afraid he won't show up, the old lady said indifferently.
Yes, Wang Qiling replied respectfully. Then he asked, "Senior, do you have orders for me?"
"If there's none, can I take my leave?" "Yes, you may," the old lady replied. Throughout the entire conversation, she did not even spare a glance at Wang Qiling. 3 days later, the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion started just as planned. Everything seemed calm and normal on the surface. However, as the days passed, the competition turned more and more intense as it was about to reach the end.
Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, grew more and more anxious as well. Why hasn't Duanling Tian shown up? The competition is about to end. He could not help but feel he had been cheated by Duanling Tian. He was beginning to think that Duanling Tian had reneged on their deal. On the other hand, Qinyu, who had just been eliminated, could not help but worry about Duanling Tian when he did not see Duanling Tian. He thought to himself, Duanling Tian should be fine, right? Pang Bing, the strongest inter-estate elder in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, snorted derisively before he said, "I don't think Duanling Tian is going to show up." What an ingrate. The county governor's estate had nurtured him. And yet, he doesn't show up at the critical moment. Upon hearing this, Xianxia spoke up in defense of Duanling Tian. "Elder Pang Bing, you can't say such things. Perhaps Duanling Tian encountered a problem or has something important to attend to and couldn't arrive in time." Pang Bing smiled coldly. "Something important to attend to? What an excuse. Is there anything more important than the martial competition of the 16 counties? After all, 3 great overarching pills are at stake here. If he doesn't show up, we'll lose our chance of obtaining any pill, let alone 3 pills." His expression was rather unsightly as he spoke. Tian Jiyu was irritated when he saw his 2 subordinates arguing. "What's the matter? None of us can be 100% certain that Duanling Tian won't show up. Just wait and see for now." On the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties, the finalists would fight among themselves for the top 10 positions. However, the finalists had not been confirmed since there were many young powerhouses who had yet to fight. King Qin's mansion had set a rule where all counties were given a choice and could select 1 participant to fight for the top 3 places. In other words, this meant the selected participant was given a free pass and would automatically qualify for the finals. This was so the strongest powerhouses from every county would be in the best condition to fight in the finals. However, if the selected participant could not qualify in the top 10, the county the participant was from would have to pay 3 times more prominent celestial stones for 10 consecutive years when they paid their tithe to King Qin's mansion. For this reason, unless they were absolutely certain, the counties would not simply select any participant to participate in the final round. For this reason, 3 out of 16 counties did not select any participants for the final round. The other 13 counties, including Nine Spectres County, had already decided on their participants. Naturally, Duanling Tian had been selected to represent Nine Spectre County. However, if he did not show up, he would be considered absent and would be disqualified. As a consequence, Nine Spectres County would be punished accordingly. For this reason, the people from Nine Spectres County grew more and more anxious as the final battle drew near. It's the final day today. Why isn't Duanling Tian here yet? Did something really happen to him? Qinyu thought to himself. He was the only person from 9 Spectres County who qualified, through normal means, in the top 10. However, the people from 9 Spectres County were not assured since the top 10 positions had not been confirmed. The other 12 participants were no weaker than Qin Yu after all. Only 10 out of the 13 participants would be rewarded by King Qin's mansion. Although Qin Yu's position was not secure, and he still had to face 12 strong competitors, he was calm. The only thing that worried him was Duanling Tian's safety. At some point, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, approached Tian Jiyu. He smiled as he said, "County Governor Tian, your last participant should be Duanling Tian, right? However, I heard that he hasn't shown up yet. I heard he left 9 Spectres County a year ago. Could something have happened to him out there?" His smile grew wider and wider as he spoke. Tian Jiyu narrowed his eyes, but his voice remained indifferent as he said, "The martial competition of the 16 counties hasn't ended yet, right? County Governor Wang, it seems like you're hoping Duanling Tian won't show up because you have no confidence in Yang Jin." A hint of ridicule could be heard in his voice as he approached the end of the sentence. Yang Jin was the participant from Fair Mountain County who had yet to fight in the competition. He was widely acknowledged as strongest among the younger generation in the entire Fair Mountain County. He might not be stronger than Duanling Tian, but he was as famous as Duanling Tian in their respective counties. Wang Qiling was, surprisingly, unaffected by Tian Jiyu's words. "I have confidence in Yang Jin if his opponent isn't Duanling Tian. I'm certain the other 11 counties feel the same way as I do if their participants have to face Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian is as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. Even Pang Bing, the strongest powerhouse below great overarching golden celestials, isn't a match for him. With someone like that as an opponent, how can I have confidence in Yang Jin who's far weaker than Pang Bing?" He had spoken so candidly that it seemed as though he admired and acknowledged Duanling Tian's strength. If one did not know better, they would think Duanling Tian, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County who had disappeared a year ago, was from his county. Tian Jiyu could not come up with a retort when faced with Wang Qiling's seemingly earnest words. He only looked at him meaningfully and said, "County Governor Wang, it seems like you're well aware of your strength." Wang Qiling returned Tian Jiyu's gaze and said knowingly, "County Governor Tian, I think Duanling Tian has arrived. Right? Are you hiding him?" "County Governor Wang, you seem very interested in Duanling Tian," Tian Jiyu said. "Of course, and I don't think I'm the only one. I'm sure the other 14 county governors are as interested in him as I am. In fact, rumor has it that even Lord King Qin has been talking about him, both in private and in public." Wang Qiling answered frankly. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he asked curiously, "County Governor Tian, I'm really curious if Duanling Tian has arrived." It seemed like he was not aware of how eager he was to find out if Duanling Tian was present or not. Tian Jiyu said apathetically, "County Governor Wang, didn't you say that it's very likely that Duanling Tian had died somewhere out there?" Wang Qiling was taken aback by Tian Jiyu's words. He smiled awkwardly as he said, I was just joking." Tian Jiyu continued to speak indifferently, "County Governor Wang, if you want to know if Duanling Tian is here, you'll find out come evening. Today, we'll find out who would be the 10 finalists and who would rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duanling Tian is present, he'll show up in the evening. However, I'm sure you're hoping he won't show up." A hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes as he looked at Wang Qiling. Wang Qiling shook his head as he laughed. "Now, why would I hope for something like that? I look forward to his appearance even though it means that he'll rank first. After all, I'm really curious and am looking forward to seeing the young man who's less than 100 years old but has strength comparable to great overarching golden celestials." He sounded sincere when he spoke, but was this really his true thoughts? After a brief pause, he said before he excused himself and left, "County Governor Tian, the battle for the top 3 places is about to start. All the participants from the counties are about to fight, so I'll take my leave now." Tian Jiyu expressionlessly looked at Wang Qiling's retreating back and said, "Farewell." However, a hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. Today was the final day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. However,
He had yet to see hide nor hair of Duanling Tian in the king city of King Qin's mansion. Meanwhile, Wang Qiling, who had returned to the audience seats of Fair Mountain County, approached a figure covered in gray robes whose face was hidden. He spoke respectfully through voice transmission. "Senior, I tried to question Tian Jiyu, but I didn't glean any information from him. He's very cunning and replied to me with a bunch of nonsense." A calm and ancient voice entered Wang Qiling's ears. "It doesn't matter. Today's the last day of the competition. If Duanling Tian is going to show up, he would show up by this evening latest. If he doesn't, then it just means he doesn't intend on participating in this competition." Meanwhile, the elders and revered elders of Fair Mountain County who had come with Wang Qiling were shocked when they saw how respectful their county governor was behaving toward the mysterious person in gray. "Who's that person?" an elder muttered under his breath. "Is this the person Lord County Governor hired to kill Duanling Tian? How's that possible? If Lord County Governor does something like that here, do you think King Qin will spare Lord County Governor?" another elder said. "In any case, we've not seen Duanling Tian up until now, so there's a chance he might not show up. If that's the case, Yang Jin will probably be able to rank first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. A revered elder of the county governor's estate in Fair Mountain County said.